تعرف شنو؟ أنا ما أعرف العمل يدير شنو مني.
Hold on, we are live. Can you mute?
Okay, sorry. Yep.
Welcome, we're live right now. So just hold on.
I apologize. This is a clubhouse stuff. Sorry.
I'm gonna join you in Clubhouse.
Thank you for your
Second, I will start this countdown in Facebook. Greeting to you guys, Miss Wilma, Sosan. How are you guys? It's been a while. Good to see you guys. Just hold on with us. Facebook, just hold on with us, guys. All right, guys. For you in Facebook, please share. If you don't mind, share it in your pages. I know our enemies, if I could say, who hate what we speak, even though at the end they come back to what we're saying and they pretend like they never heard us, will try to block us if they can. So please share it while we just prepare our topic. Thank you and have a blessed day for those who just joined us. Thank you, guys. All right, guys. So echo, my bad. So again, welcome to you guys on Clubhouse, the Q&A on harassment and the role of public leadership. So for a second, we just play Equatoria song, and then from there, we'll start with you soon. Again, like I said, if you're in Facebook, please share. and Clubhouse, also share or try to kind of like invite your friends. Sometimes, unfortunately, it's sad that we have so much, those who don't like the truth. They will try hard not to allow our voice to be heard. But regardless of that, we will still stand because our voices is not to, sweet talk or compromise on the fact that we have a case we're speaking on. So share it and let those who love the truth to also join us and to also share their thoughts with us in the same time that we're speaking on these facts. So as I speak with you guys in a minute, I'll play the music We Equatorians, and then from there we continue. Thank you.
Oh na 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 na. Geo E Records. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wahe. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa, anina Equatoria. Beled wahid, anina Equatoria. Anehna, anina Equatoria. Oh yeah, kanita min yambio, kanita min tori, weleta min juba, yeah. Anina Equatoria. Teresia samagesi wanina. We strong, we stand together. Kanihna guluwahi, Equatoria birapa. Yabiru afijama, asan belet na birapa. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ibanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa, anina Equatoria. Beled wahid, anina Equatoria. Anehna, anina Equatoria. Oh yeah. Kanita zande, kanita mai. Au kukuye, anina Equatoria. Kelene na hibone fusina. Kebilia kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba Behaja berino Hasan belet na biraba Arif ma bisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ipanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa, anina Equatoria. Beled wahid, anina Equatoria. Anehna, anina Equatoria.
Nina kulu sawa jama. So my prayer fanangala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Acholi ya buga ya baka. Kodiga balanda bari. Kakuwa kiliko kuku. Lambo lugoya. Asante tokosa mundo. Nyangara morobe mali. Mundare. Nyambara. Otumo pari makotudo. Lubara bunga ya lobe. Lodo
Tokosa mundo.
Nare.
Anna kulu nasi sawa. Mafi hata bigesi manena. Siasa ma bigesi manena. Anina wahe.
All right, guys, welcome to those who just joined us and those who were there earlier in Clubhouse also. Let me just read the title or the headline of the topic. It's Q&A, harassment, and the role of leadership of public leaders. Join for discussion addressing the fundamental qualities of leaders, what that means to us for Equatoria, and what we should stand for. And these things is a question that is specifically meant for us as Equatorian, because some of us asking the quality of leaders. And some people say we need leaders, but what type of leaders we have to have? Um, what type of leaders? Because you have to be the big question, the $1 million question. What type of leaders? Or is those leaders going to be just randomly because they have names, they have a specific background they come from, or leaders have to have a quality? And what type of quality we need to have? We need to see on them. So to remind us that these are the leaders that represent us. As we all know, we Equatorian nationalists who are calling for separation, we stand firm in the belief that our land, our people, our Equatoria is our power. And the reason we have seen many so-called leaders came up and never addressed the issues of Equatoria. They always address the issue of South Sudan. They always neglect us. They always ignore our voices. They always never speak in our behalf, but they speak on their own characteristic empowerment or their political power, where they never see us as one. They never see us as the people, as the voice, as the power, as the essence of who they are, what this nation is. And for us, of course, Equatorians, we have seen the genocide committed against our people. We've seen the displacement and the crime against humanity is always committed against us. And we're no longer confident or trusting on these characters, so-called leaders. We need leaders who can understand and also abide and stand with what we have just mentioned in this topic. And one of them, like I say, and let me get back here a second. Just give me a few minutes, please, guys. Yeah, so the characteristic that we're looking for in those leaders, they have to have the quality of leaders. What is the quality of leaders? Because many people misunderstand leaders have to be strong, have to speak aggressively, have to make their voices heard, or they come up from a background where they were already holding a position. We don't look at leaders for position. We don't look leaders for uh, what family they come from. Of course, these things are what they call secondary things. They're not the main thing. They're not the main objective. For us, leaders have to, have to resemble these characteristics that we're looking for: the respect to humanity, to honor others who are maybe are not capable to lead themselves, and to always be like the father quality, like the brother quality, like the sister quality, like a person who's very humble but at the same time strong to voice out the issues of the people without fear, without any uh you know intimidation by others, not to be intimidated. Unfortunately, we see today leaders are just mainly they create a cult who follows them, a cult that can come around them, and just people become like gangs, like clowns in a circus where people are just recruited to be clowns. And then you have the head of the clowns who's just going to be the head of the circus, where many acrobatic things will happen and nothing really unique, only just the acrobatic. Once the circus is over, everything is done. Or like cult, for example, a cult is somewhere where people will follow someone blindly, worship them, even kill for them or die for them, but they will never look at the essence that they are individuals with their own characteristic, with their own humanity. Leaders supposed to build others and to empower others. Leaders supposed to encourage others. Leaders also supposed to, you know, silence what is wrong, condemn what is not right, and focus on justice and equality of others, and always know that if he's disappeared or he or she exited this world, they're no longer here in the world or they're in retirement, they know the next step, the next people who come after him will take the same position. I can give example of Obama, President Obama in United States. He was a great characteristic of leaders. Everyone admired him around the world. When Obama came to power, people so much loved him, and they loved him because he carried that weight of leadership quality. He was humane, he was humble, he was well enlightened, he was well charismatic. He has all these, you know perfect quality of a leader, and he did his part, did his best. Even in during challenges, he actually stood out and spoke bluntly, without fear, without any intimidation. And these are the qualities of leaders. Like Obama, for example. We can call even like Kennedy, John F. Kennedy, in the 60s. This one is actually before we were even existed in this world. And you can look others like ancient time, even Jesus. For Christians, Jesus was a great quality of leadership because Jesus actually is the greatest example of leaders. And then you got Solomon, also was known as the greatest king, the wise king. And you got many qualities of leaders that we can read from the Bible and from history, and up to our time we lived it. We see those type of qualities. But then the main question here comes: do we see those things in South Sudan? Of course, everybody would say no. Okay, then let's look at it on those who oppose the regime in South Sudan. Do we see some type of quality from those who oppose the regime in South Sudan? And if you see one of them, can you describe to us what is the quality that you admire about them, and how can we always look at it in the specific term of that those people are not, just a facade, like an image, false image, where people think those are the leaders. Because even Hitler have came up in an image where people thought he's the savior of Germany, but then later he turned Germany into hell, where he created German to be monsters, killing their own people. Like, example, because the Nazis used that power of Aryan race, and they are superior against the others, and they have to eliminate others who are not like them, don't look like them, and it was a catastrophe. And the German have regretted it since. And but Hitler convinced them at that time when he was, inciting his racist remark against Jews, against Gypsies, against non-European, non-Aryan, according to his thoughts. And at that time, also, you have to understand there was a time where German also was rising up in a moment of trying to identify themselves. They want to know who they are. And after World War I, German collapsed. They used to have a power where the nation of Germany will begin to look at the king have failed them because they had the king of Austria, the king of Germany. I forgot his name, Bismarck. Bismarck had to be exiled, and he died in somewhere, some of the European countries. After the failure of Germany to win in the war in World War II, it brought them to the understanding that now it's time for us Germans to search our identity. Then they begin to look at their heritage. They are those Germanic, the Bavarians, they call themselves, and those who feel like Germany have lost the respect, the identity. So they begin to kind of like have a nationalistic belief. And then you have the communists at that time were also also mingling in that and trying to create a new world where all are together, all of us are one people, and let's fight against the system of tyranny, those who try to make us servants. So they said, let the social workers unite, and these things kind of like really did not go click with the people who are nationalistic. And then Hitler came in the above it, because at that time they were so filled with emotion. And then the idea of Arianism came up by those philosophers and those people before them, thinking that they're superior. And remember, at that time also there was racism, where people were seeing other race are inferior and they are superior. And especially that built up this kind of quality in these people to go against those innocent people, and killing about 6 million Jews and about 2 million gypsies, and other European countries cost like almost about, if I'm not mistaken, almost to 70 or 80 million lives were lost during World War II, in on only just like 4 years or something, the war. And it was really it was disastrous, you know. So looking at it backward, from these things, understanding the quality of leaders, leaders, some of them, they can be tyrannical. When I hear some of my brothers from Greater Equatoria talk about leaders, or even South Sudanese, leaders not necessarily have to be good people. Some people think leaders have to be a great person with quality of kindness and humanity, like Jesus, like Obama, like others. No, no, no. Some leaders are tyrannical, like I gave you example of Hitler. I can give you an example like Genghis Khan, from this Mongolian leader. But he empowered his people as a nomadic tribe from the Mongolian. Then you got also like Mao Zedong of China. You got Stalin, Joseph Stalin, also one of the people who was tyrannical, but he was very powerful and very, visionary person. But he was,
I just
his,
wanted to say, you're not in the clubhouse.
Yes, I know. But you hear me, right? You can hear me from there. You guys can
Yeah.
hear me from Clubhouse.
Yeah. For a
Yeah,
minute,
because
for a minute, I didn't know because you were here, so you were talking, and then I did come to realize that you're not in the clubhouse.
so you were not on. Your mic was not on in
Yeah,
Clubhouse.
because you were in the clubhouse and you were talking from here. Yeah.
So you didn't hear anything I was saying, guys.
I heard what you said, but the clubhouse was not. Yeah, he kind of was. Some people came and then they left. So because we didn't know that you're
That's why I
moving there.
told you to leave it on, because when you saw me, I exited this thing because I'm using this device. It can kick me out, like the Facebook. I mean, the Clubhouse.
Yeah, but
Sometimes it does
when
not.
you were in the clubhouse, it was echoing because there was two of us, and then there was
Yes,
this.
that's why I got out, because it makes a lot of noise. That's why I
I
have to
did
make
not know
sure.
you. I did not know that. So I did not know that
Okay,
we
so
did.
let me get back to the Clubhouse. Then you can turn on the Facebook. Leave the mic in Facebook on, so I will be in the Clubhouse. That way it will be easy. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So I'll be back in Clubhouse. I thought you can hear me, guys. That's what I wish. Anyway, so I'm sorry about that. Let me close my mic here so you can turn that one on. Your Facebook mic on. So can you turn? Can you?
I
Okay,
think
now you hear me.
Robert was here. He left, I think, because maybe he didn't hear anything. Yeah.
Sound good.
So yeah.
First of all, I want to give greetings again to all people back in Clubhouse and Facebook. I apologize. People in Clubhouse did not hear my voice when I was on Facebook. I mean, speaking on the matter of what is
Robert, you're
leadership
back.
is, the quality of leadership. You say what again?
Oh, sorry. I thought because couldn't see Robert, but I said like, oh, he's back because he was here up earlier, and then he couldn't hear anybody. Nobody was talking, so I thought maybe that's why he left. That's when I realized that the volume was not on.
All right. All right. Again, greetings to you all, my fellow Equatorian brothers and sisters. As we all know, we are facing a difficult and critical time in our time. As Equatorians, challenges we're facing, but we're strong enough because we understand the meaning of responsibility. Because the first roots of the basics of leadership is to know the responsibility. Responsibility is what makes the quality of leadership. But also leadership can be defined into many things. Not only just, because leadership is not necessarily have to be a good person. Leadership is also based, hold on guys, I hope you hear me. Yeah, leadership is also based on the charisma and the message and the objective. So if we look at some leaders, like I mentioned earlier, historically, there was leaders who, we can example, Obama. He's a great leader, an American leader, who have shown a charisma, shown a great inspiration to many generations. Our time and definitely, he will always live in history as the man who he was charismatic, first African American who played a role in the U.S. politics. Going back, there is also Kennedy, and that was before we were even existed. And you have, leaders. Those are the good leaders. You have also Jesus. Jesus is a great leader, and his leadership was very clear. He was humble, meek, and his message was so strong that it went so peacefully, even though the enemies have tried so hard to silence him, even by crucifying him. But at the end, he reached to the hearts and minds of the people. Today, we have billions of people in this world who are believing in Christ, regardless how you look at Christianity spread. But the message of Christ, when it started peacefully, it started convincing and speaking to the hearts and souls and minds of people. So today, and then you got the bad negative leaders like Hitler, like Mussolini, like Stalin, like Mao Zedong, those who used force, and some of them used manipulation and propaganda, and used many other instruments to play their role in the world. And they really kind of like agitated the world at the end, and you could see the side effect of it. Example, like I said, Hitler, made his game
where people begin to believe in his ideal. And also he came in the right time. I won't say the right time, but he came in a time where the Germans just lost the war, the first war, and also Germany were trying to find their identity. And at that time also the Nazi was a new ideology came in, saying that we are Aryan race, they're superior and all that. And so people in that time began to accept the Nazi ideology as a way for them to improve themselves. Even there were some Jews in that time, Germany did not see that the Nazis were dangerous enough, but they felt like, okay, maybe they're just using this political ideology, but I don't think they would be really harmful and deadly to that extent. But later when they took power, that's when the real hell broke loose, where Germany killed about 6 million Jews, innocent lives, and then also took 2 million of those so-called, gypsies, and then up to adding to it like 70 million or 80 million lives were lost in Europe. That the cause of this war. So this war was based on one person, leader, and again, what is leader? Because there's a lot of definition to it. And there is a good leader. I mean, you can go back to, again, the bad leader like Stalin. Stalin also cost a lot of million between, I think it's like 60 also of his own Russian people. And if you look at Mao Zedong, cost like almost 100 million of his own Chinese, if I'm not mistaken. So those are leaders. And those leaders, they used brutality. They used any method to challenge the people. But it comes to what we are talking about, when role of leaders, public leaders, it's not necessarily have to be good. Some of them, they will use any evil method to oppress others, to silence others. And there is the good leaders who will try their best to improve the society, to enlighten the society. Like, for example, Maximilien Robespierre once said that, he encouraged the French people in the ancient time. He said, like he put the secret of freedom lies, depends on educating the people, whereas the secret of tyranny is keeping them from ignorance. Imagine, this guy was in the French Revolution before even those tyrannical leaders of the 20th century ever appeared, and his message was very clear. The secret of freedom, depend. I don't know who I hear a voice. Who's this? Didi?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. All right.
Did you say something? Like, I didn't say anything.
No, because I hear myself echoing.
Oh, that's
from your side.
Because I have my I'm not sure why, but I have my, because I'm recording direct to Facebook, so I have my phone and my computer.
You can mute yourself, maybe.
I think you're right. Thank you. You're right.
Yeah. Mute yourself and make sure you put the green so I can actually be able to also kind of like able to access
I forgot.
things.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, make sure you do that. All right. So again, those leaders played their role. I mean, like I'm talking about Maximilian, for example. Maximilian spoke on that. And one of the thing about legacy of Maximilian, of course, in history, people can say he's bad and good. It depends on how you look at it from your side. But he actually was very much noble in his objective, or noble in his cause, that he wanted the French people to be enlightened. And there was a lot of challenges they faced. One of these challenges was he faced that there was so much conspiracies because everybody wanted to be leader in his time. And what happened, he began to kind of say, like, you know what, we need to educate the people of France to know their objective, their principles, and their right. And once they get to know that, I think they will be free, because he said the freedom is not just let them free. He even gave an example of, the people who were given freedom in some other colonial areas, and they saw those people were not enlightened enough. Even he brought some of the Bible stories too. He said, even like Moses, when he brought his people from slavery, from Egypt, yet the people were still blinded. They were still caught in this chain of slavery. Their mindset is so enslaved that they cannot get out of it. That's why when they got out of Egypt and they felt like they were hungry in the desert, they begin to long and wish for Egypt, food. They say, oh, we wish at that time when we were in Egypt, we used to eat best food like chicken and garlic. Like, they were thinking of the most ridiculous things when they are free. They want to go back to the slavery. They begin to long for that slave time. So, and this shows you the mentality of people who are not free, who understand the meaning of freedom. And this quality, when they don't know it, then it comes up to the leader to take over. The leader has the objective or the mission to work on enlightening the people, to guide the people to the right direction, not to put them in another tyranny, because they were in tyranny under tyranny of Pharaoh. Pharaoh abused the people of Israel, and then later, when they were taken out, from the Exodus, they became free. Instead of now, they begin to learn, educate themselves on how they will go and form their own nation in the future. They begin to go against Moses. They begin to object him, and they have caused Moses a lot of heartache and pain. They even caused Moses not to be in Israel or the Promised Land, but he was, but God allowed him to see Israel from far away. And those are the leaders like Moses. I can give example because Moses' quality of leadership was very amazing. Even he was tough enough to even challenge those who are rebelling against his objective, why he had to go against them by using the power of God, of course. Some of them have died in the desert, but the next generation came up clean-minded, educated on the principle that they are the chosen people of God, and they will be in the land of Israel once God see them there ready. And so these generation really were prepared, and when they saw the land of Israel, their mindset completely was different from the slave mindset. Today, looking at Equatoria and looking at South Sudan, I think our independence from North was premature, and was also, we were not prepared to understand the meaning of freedom. The freedom of South Sudanese was just made based on an idea of that we are, just a second. Hello again. You hear me, Didi? Okay, so
Yeah,
again,
I
would say again, Moses have played a role in a great role where he actually, did guide the people of Israel, gave them the commandment. After that, the next person who came after him, Joshua, also took that commandment real. And you remember, Joshua was part of the slave. He wasn't like Moses. Moses was brought up as a king. So I put him an example, And Moses was a person who actually was raised and taught the same words and the knowledge of the Egyptians. He knew what is law, what is leadership quality, even war. When he came to take the people of Israel to the desert and then take them to the land of Israel, the Promised Land, he was very yet ready. And even during his time, he educated a lot of them, even those priests and all those others. So he prepared them, even though he never seen the land, the Promised Land, but he prepared them. So these are the leaders that I think Equatoria are looking for, and most of us are looking for. But in looking at South Sudan, when we exited, nothing was there prepared for us. Even though there was people already have the skills and knowledge, work under the regime, under the tyrannical regime of Khartoum, but never understood that this thing would be taken away to the extent that when we became a nation, suddenly those guys would hijack and take over. It's almost like a coup on the people. And then they will begin to say they are the one who liberated us. And of course, those people even didn't fight back. They let it pass, and they were silenced. And then majority of the people were just naively enough excited, coming back home, nothing prepared, not even preparation on their responsibility. People voted for this independent just prematurely, without understanding that after this voting, we're supposed to come and also take responsibility on what kind of system we want to build and who are going to be our representative. These things never happen. So these leaders came in there falsely claiming they are leaders to us, and everybody began to relate themselves to the tribes or to the regions or to whatever climes, and they begin to call it, this is our leaders. Yet we never voted for them. We never even understood them. Today, now, everything began to fall apart and begin to see the true image or true identity of these people. What type of leaders are we looking at? Those leaders now are looked up as those who we always feared. Few of us always feared that those leaders are not for us. And now, with all these known, going back, even to prepare us for the next generation to take over, they're not willing to do that. like Moses did prepare his people of Israel by bringing Joshua. He come from the slave world. He was enslaved by the Egyptians, and he rose up to be the leader who will get the Israelis to the promised land. Right now, if we are in this moment, because I remember they were trying to give an example of Salva Kiir as Joshua, and I remember that resemblance was so wrong, and they want to say that John Garang was actually Moses, he didn't see the promised land. But all these, of course, is just nothing close to the truth in that matter, because we know John Garang is a brutal man. We know what he did in atrocities. You go look at Kiir today, record is clear. He's actually and you could say he's a student. He's a great student to Salva Kiir, because what John Garang was doing in the bush, behind the scene where people didn't know about in the world, now is exposing to his regime, to his ideology of SPLM, and these ideology also have been, built in among all these other elements around Salva Kiir. A lot of these people who joined the SPLM, now when they are defecting from the SPLM or exiting SPLM and now creating their own political parties, you still could see the characteristic of these people behavior wise, and the mentality and the ideology is the same as the SPLM. They never change. Compared to the Israelis, like when Moses was taking people of Israel, he made sure that people of Israel will follow the commandment. What commandment are we following in right now in South Sudan? Nothing there. Only murder, tribalism, warlord ideology, where people have to have a militia, so they have a voice, where people, if you criticize leaders, you begin to be condemned. You cannot speak on that matter. You have to respect the leaders. They are not gods. Leaders are human like you and me. We have the right to criticize them. We have the right to question them. We have the right to ask questions, and they need to answer us. And remember, leaders also are not gods. They are not kings. They are to be served, not us to serve them. These leaders was trying to be like kings. And that's why the world today refused Hajismu king, or something called king, because kings are tyrannical. Kings always want people to serve them because they are king. And that's why you see them, they will, the leadership that they will hold, they will give it to their children. So it's an inherited position, and they will make sure, and we are the one who giving that power to such people. But when the world have wisen up, especially during the French Revolution, that's when people begin to look at the understanding of what is leadership, job is, like the status of leadership, and then looking also at the responsibility of the people. And the people must be enlightened enough to understand their position and their job. And once the people are enlightened, then you could see the revolution will rise, and then you will see people from these sectors, from this ground, will come up to be the greatest leaders that you could ever imagine. Because during the French Revolution, many leaders showed up. Of course, Robespierre lost his life at the end, but regardless to that, these kind of leaders never abstain from standing for what they believed in. And this is the best quality of leaders. But when leaders are not standing for what ideology they believe in, those also, you got to be questioned. Those are not leaders you can trust. They might be leaders because they have gangs. Even gangs have leaders. Gangs have leaders because the gangs follow them for their interests. But in reality, the society that we are coming from, or a nation, does not need a gang to run it, but it can be run by a gang if the people are not wise enough to stand for their right. And today we could see South Sudan is run by gangs of so much called thuggish criminal warlords, and people are silent enough to keep these kind of people speaking out in their behalf, while they're not speaking for them, but they acting like they're speaking for us. And then you see them, they are the one who's going to lead. And that's why you see a lot of African leaders, not only South Sudan, African leaders never reach to the potential of empowering the people. Maybe only South Africa, like Mandela, because Mandela understood the meaning of leadership, understood what is leadership responsibility and the people responsibility to make a leader. Because leaders is no longer like the ancient time where one strong person with a sword can take over and then subjugate everybody under his authority. Leaders today is based on ideological convincing. They have to convince me that this is the way. And then you also have to, recruit and build. And of course, this is the challenge here. Once you're a leader who are trying, and I've noticed also something in our time here with our Equatorian conflict, is that we have seen also there's so much that mindset of the SPLM have created new tension where some characters will begin to try to play what do you call opportunist, and also these leaders who want to kind of like fight for power. And that's why you could see before the European, when they saw the first incident of Riek Machar and Salva Kiir, they said this is a fight of power, fight for power, conflict, for power. They were a power struggle. I mean, that's what they call it, power struggle, because those two characters, they feel like they are the right leaders to lead this country. But most of them are not looking for the interest of the people. They're looking for their own interest. And for us, Equatorian, some of us now are carrying the same mindset of these SPLM, and now they're trying to kind of challenge Equatoria not to see themselves in the right direction. Because what we want from Equatoria is to listen to themselves and their needs as people, and to focus. If the leader who can come up, he has the wisdom and the knowledge that can lead us, I prefer them to lead us to that promised land, then instead of us trying to always want to put ourselves as we are qualified. Just because you speak well does not mean you are wise enough to understand, because there's some people have the knowledge, the capacity, the capability. Well, you can speak well, that's good. You can think well, that's good. Even like I could tell you, for example, one time I've heard this from my dad before, and he said, in soccer game, because I used to play soccer, and then I would see, in the World Cup especially, and it's coming soon. You see those players, sometimes they make mistakes, and you are the outsider. You always think you know the game better, because like, man, if this guy passed here, he would have scored. But what the hell he did? Of course, you would say that because you're in the comfortable seat. But if you go to that ground and you start playing the same way he's playing, you will not even make one goal, not even able to pass the ball to the next person, because this needs skills, needs dedication, needs you have to kind of like get into that orientation or education to understand the responsibility. So leadership today, if you look at our time in Western countries and in Asian countries too, now they are building new generation to prepare for leadership for the next future. So you see today children are being taught in schools responsibility of leadership. And I know in third world countries, in our poor countries, we don't see that much. We see dictators are ruling the country, are not able to open schools for the people, so the next generation can take over. Instead, they will send their kids to better schools in European countries or other countries that seems more stable, while their country, they will leave it into trash. They will let the people suffer, and then the schools are not good. And how could you expect to be leaders? How could you even expect that people will be wise enough to understand or to kind of differentiate between who's good leader and who's bad leader? The only thing they will look at it for the people they belong to. Because, as Africa, we are most a tribal society, not tribalistic mindset like some others in particular, that they will think in tribal mindset. But we are tribal because we originate as tribes. But yes, we are nations. And, being today in a society where always evolved into the idea that we need to be a nation, it's great as long as there is harmony and there is belief that we are one people to fight for the future of our people. But once these things are not there, dictators are building a society based on a tribal rule, tribal hegemony, like what is happening with South Sudan today, the Dinka ruling. This is definitely going to create this mindset to spread, the mindset of division, the divisive mindset, like I will only support where he comes from, my tribe or my region, and that. But yes, you can see that. But if you are wise enough, you will know some of them, why are they standing on their own side? But once you understand that, you begin to kind of understand where is the mistake. For us as Equatorians, I don't call ourselves a region. We call ourselves a nation because we believe in our own, we have a historical reason that we were a nation. We were a big nation before even the Europeans or the Ottoman Turk came to us. Equatoria even was divided because of the way how they saw our strength and our unity. They divided us into many nations, like I always say, and these nations extend, some of them, they were taken to Uganda, Kenya, Congo, Central Africa. And those places now are out there, belong to those countries. Regardless, they belong to those countries, but our people extend to that area. And for us, the Equatorian who have been combined and joined to Khartoum or Sudan, that was also part of the historical division that was created to us. But still, we held ourselves as Equatoria, and that is the beauty of us in that moment. And our evolution to understand that we are one people is through the hardship that we have faced as a community of Equatoria from since centuries ago. our people never, look at themselves as different. Yes, there are different languages, different things, but we have combined it and we evolved ourselves to it. And today, when we are Equatorian nationalists who are calling for independence of Equatoria, now we know the essence of it. And I'm glad also, not only just the culture and the history, we also have the bloodline that connect us. Like we Equatorian today, we are so proud to call ourselves Equatorian because we have a deeper rooted blood within our vein that is standing from east, west, and central, and all of us are one people. And now when we see the other brothers, if I can call them brothers from the other side, and I call them brothers because they're African like me, but they have never understood the meaning of unity among themselves, even though they speak different language. They never even understood harmony or peace, and they never even look at the bigger objective. Who's their greatest enemy? They never seen that. So for us, Equatorian, our ancestors knew the bigger enemy, and they fought against those enemies, and that's why the enemies could not break them unless they have to kind of take part of their lands to other side, and they colonized it. They took part of them out there so they can weaken their strength. But still, Equatoria never forgot themselves. That's why today we are in now awakening, in our time of awakening, that we want to rise up and build our own nation from beginning. And for leaders of Equatoria, they need to be wise enough to come and take this challenge, because this is a challenge not for any child, not for any teenage high school. It's a challenge that it takes a lot, because we want to reclaim our history back. We want to make sure that our unity is stronger. We want to make sure that our cultures and tribes will be safe, and we want to know that our land is not going to be taken by divided again. And we also want to be able to advance as a society and to also show our culture, our history to the world. We want to show our significance into this world that is now almost intermingling with each other. But yet, even though intermingling with each other, we are not completely a one united world, because the world in unity is still not safe, because people have proven, some people have shown their potential. Like you could see Korea, South Korea, North Korea, and you could see Germany, you could see places like Austria and others, in especially like European Union. Even though they are all can relate to each other, they have made themselves clear that they are a people of great history. And that's what makes us who we are as Equatorians. We are a people of one essence and one objective, and our leaders need to take that responsibility. We don't want to see our leaders divide us. We don't want to see our leaders look at us as east, west, or central. We want our leaders to be wise enough to understand their responsibility, and to also encourage the people to know their job, their position as a people. What is our position to change the country, or to change the history, to a better way. So I won't go far. I will give it here for now. Didi, you can go ahead, and also you can tell us on the main thing that you spoke on, that the topic. Yeah.
Say it again. Sorry, say it again.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead, Didi.
No, say it again. What did you say? I missed out on what you're saying.
No, I said it's your turn to kind of like explain also on the topic. Yeah, why this topic was created and what purpose, and then we can actually get into it. I just put my own thoughts in this, that leaders got a lot of responsibility. It's a task. It's a task that's bigger, and especially for us as Equatorian, we have to be very, very careful, because right now establishing the nation of Equatoria is a project that is not simply can be just uttered and anybody can take it. It's a responsibility that need a strong leader who's not going to compromise, because this is the destiny of a people. And once one mistake is done, then Equatoria is doomed. And that's why I see I've seen so many who are looking very interested to the idea of leadership. But understand leadership, you have to understand that it's a sacrifice, and you're willing to go far for your people, even if they don't appreciate, they don't thank you, they don't say anything on that matter. But the reason why leadership is standing for is because you want to help, you want to bring a light that you have seen. Because I can give you an example. I said like Jesus, like Moses, because when Moses even had brought his people out of Egypt, what did he get from the people of Israel? At the end, he was stoned, he was angered. He was put into a lot of tests until even God had forbid him not to go to the promised land because his temper. When he got angry at his people at the final stages, God said, Moses, I love you, but you're not going there. You will die just watching it from outside, far away. And he did, even though he was heartbroken because that was his dedication. He dedicated his life for the idea that one day he will go to the promised land. But nonetheless, he left a legacy where the people of Israel never forgot today. If you talk about Moses, he's the most remembered, the most honored prophet in the people of Israel because he actually, not just a prophet, he was a leader in all the definition. And that's why when a nation is being built, need a strong heart like Moses, need a strong mind in that matter, and need wisdom. Yes, sometimes in such moment where Moses was temperamental, there was a reason, because his people were very much slave-minded. They could not wake up to see the reality because they all complain. Every situation they face, they panic and they begin to blame Moses. You brought us in this desert. You brought this desert. Even after Moses gave them, miracles and got them out of Egyptian military hand, still they didn't get it. So Moses is actually a great example of what quality of leadership is. And then we can also look at Jesus, and look at what's his name? Solomon and David. So all these great quality of leaders, and also we could see the negative leaders from like our 20th century, like Stalin, Hitler, and Mao Zedong. For these people were brutal. Even people say Idi Amin in that matter too. But regardless, we see the most brutal ones who killed millions of lives. Like I could say Zaire, not Congo president. What's his name? I forgot. Mobutu Sese Seko. That was the one who actually really backward, like down, destroyed Congo. Up to this moment, Congo are not, able to rise from what's supposed to be. So we can give example of the bad leaders and good leaders. So good leaders I could see mostly as Moses in that particular thing, because we're trying to get out of the slavery into the promised land. But this promised land have to be now a responsibility of people who are willing and ready and wise enough and also committed to the cause without fear, because you will find a lot of challenge even from the people, your own people, and also from the enemy outside. So I'll leave it here, Didi. Thank you for giving me the chance. And so go ahead, you can take over.
Oh yeah, thank you so much for explaining. You have done a great job in explaining, deeply, the inside of what the leadership is and the importance of leadership. I think for me, sorry, I'm just trying to come closer to my computer so that I can serve two masters at the same time, Facebook and here. If you could bear with me. Thank you. I would say that I think these are the areas, for me, these are the areas that we are lacking, and we need to, we need to work on, and we need to focus on it. And knowing that every Equatorian that is listening to us in all the pages on Facebook and, around the world, that wherever we hear, we want them to raise up, really, to raise up like the generations of the children of Israel, and also not to be misled, and not to fear, especially in the face of the tragic, that is tragic moments that we're living through right now, especially there's a lot of turmoils left and right, and in the middle of confusion. I wanted to say hello to Ayiko and anyone, all the people who are on Facebook, and I just wanted to tell you that we have posted a link here. If Ayiko or anyone, if you want to come up, you can just click on the link and follow the direction. It will bring you up and you can have your say. You can also bestow your thoughts, and we can share thoughts on this leadership role that we're going on, if that's it's like, if that's possible. I just wanted to say that in reality right now we're really we're lacking a lot, and I can see that we don't have the competence and the confidence, and the areas that we need to work on in our leadership as Equatorians in this weakness that we have. the role of strong role of leadership, and also competence, and the capability of being faithful, and knowing that you're trustable in what you're doing, and also not giving up, and be like a way, you know um somebody that you don't even know what you're doing. You're left and right all the time, because that's why this is how I see Equatorians have been acting, and I've seen Equatorians being confused so much. We have so many enemies which are working against Equatoria that have absorbed, and I think you've observed too, Odysseus, and I think a lot of Equatorians have observed, that are paying attention, those who are really, really interested, and those who are really, their hearts are really, for the freedom of Equatoria. I believe they have witnessed what is happening, going on, across, the country, and across the social media and stuff like that. We really, like, I'm saying that we have people, but we have confusers, you see. We have people that like to confuse people, and also at the same time we like to follow any idea. We like entertainments. We like to sit and talk until we confuse ourselves. We're not following directions, you see. And the most that sadden me is, like, sometimes we leave ourselves, or you find the most intellectual person will sit under the guidance of an ignorant person, you know and a person that has been used, for example. I've seen that us Equatorians, we've been used a lot. We've been used um, you know uh, um, to fulfill the roles that, or the achievement of other movements, other parties, other like South Sudan and stuff like that, the unity of South Sudan. And especially that, if we wisely looking into the situation closely, closely into the situation that is happening, South Sudan is really at the moment. Guys, forgive me, I sometimes get a lot of stuttering and stuff like that when I talk and stuff like that. So and at the moment, you could see everywhere in the country, there's a war happening, there's a killing happening, and yet people are calling for unity, you see. And if you see the region of Upper Nile, there's a lot of action happening. There's a lot of fight, and there's a lot of killing. Even right now, as we speak, there are people who are mourning, which my heart really breaks out for them. But at the same time, we need to focus really as Equatorians. We Equatorians, whenever we've been called to be the face of unity, for example, for the benefit of South Sudan, yet South Sudan is not benefiting us Equatorians. You find us running around, talking about unity, about federalism, and all these things. But what I come to realize is that the fact that Equatorians are lacking competence. They're not confident in themselves. I feel like we're easily to be persuaded. You see, we're persuaded so easily. When somebody comes to talk about this, we will also dump our heart 100% into it. We want that thing that person is talking, but that person is actually do not have a good will for us Equatorians. That person is just trying to confuse you, trying to postpone your plans, trying to hold you, so that you do not achieve the things that you want. Because in South Sudan, if you see right now, the very people who are calling for unity, and the very people who want to keep the country stuck together, glued together, are the very problematic people, are the very people who are turmoil now, the very people who are afflicted, and the very people who are afflicting people, you see. It's like, you ask yourself then, where is the leadership in South Sudan? Where is the leadership in Equatoria? And then you find out the people that are coming, that they are leaders in Equatoria, want to lead. Actually, they're lacking the sense, and confidence of pointing out what is the root causes of this problem, what is the main target that needed to be targeted for issues to be resolved. And for example, if it's for Equatoria, you find people dancing around. For example, somebody will say that you know, if it's like this, you know, kan zare zata, you know, ihna zata hanfashalo, you know, in the future we will separate and stuff like that. And but I'm thinking, which future are we gonna separate really? Which future are we gonna form ourselves? Which future are we gonna be existing? Because you see that we don't even have a land anymore in Equatoria. We don't. You've got a what do you call them, a regime, a tribal regime, and multiple tribal regime over there that have subdued the land, and they're owning the land, and you cannot be living in the land at all, and you cannot exist there, and your people that are living in the camp cannot come back home, and it's just something else to me. So I'm just thinking that if we're looking into the future all the time, we're talking about, we act like, for example, we got people, for example, that like, okay, I've seen Equatorial, like right now, I've seen Equatorians are very happy and thinking that, you know, oh, we sit down. Even, for example, I've seen, you know, on Facebook and stuff like that, people talking about what people have achieved, which is something that you know, I felt like I could not express myself more to you to you you know, Odysseus, like I had wanted to tell you, you know, something that I feel like we need to tackle this area and make a speech out and speak with this, and you know, and also anybody that feels like they want, you know, is they're responsible in being part of the resolution, that you know, you can deliver something good for Equatoria, you can join us, and you know, you can also come out and, you know, and speak out and stuff like that. But because I understand that when Equatorians come together to join together, to sit down and begin to talk and address the issues and talk on the unity of Equatoria, I realized that in the mix of the unity that they're talking about, then there will be a confusion that will happen. There will be a diversion. You know, people will divert from the particular, you know, point of unification, that why Equatorians should unite, and what is actually, you know, the purpose of the unity. People will address. We will address the things that, for example, happening to us, and you know, we don't like it, you know, and we don't feel like we are safe. We don't feel like you know, our identity is really strongly, you know, at the moment, you know, like reflecting, you know, towards South Sudan and stuff like that. But then in the mix of it, you know, the person will start talking about more of South Sudan and stuff like that, and unity. But I'm thinking that if we look closely, if in Equatoria we really like, we are leaders ourselves, for example, and or we have you know, people that wanted to represent themselves as leaders. I will look at this point. I will look at this issue like this, like, you know, you got a country that is having a problem, you got certain spots or region that is having an issue, and you look at it where the issue came from, that become an Equatorian issue. Because if you look at the مشاكل الحاسة قاعد يحصل في إيكواتوريا ده, Equatoria is actually not part of it. You see, now if you as an Equatorian been asked what is really the issue, how does the issue started, you don't even know how to give. You're just guessing. You're just starting from where you met the problem, but the actually original problem we don't actually even know. That's the truth. That's the fact. Every time we sit together with the people that that have started this mashakil, there's always new thing. There's always new thing that is happening, and there seem to be, to me, there's always another side, you know, to the story. There's always another side to the story, you know, like the you know, the equations that we like, or the incidents that we have witnessed this morning and stuff like that. So for me, I'm thinking that, you know, Equatorial is too busy, you know, running around to catch fire that is not their fire, to catch bullets that does not even belong to them, that they should not catch those bullets, that this bullet they could have dodged this bullet that is was not even purposely meant for them, you know. For me, I see it this way: because of lack of good leadership, lack of competence, you see, lack of you know, having a strategy to deal with, for example, somebody come to you, knock at your door, you open the door, and then that person attacks you. You know, there's no, you know, good strategy there to, you know, to combat this kind of things. Because also at the same time, it goes back to lack of leadership, lack of unity of the ideas, and also, you know, incompetency in yourself, as a man, as a Equatorian, as a man, or as a Equatorian, as a woman, lack of direction, standing on your ground, and then the other one is like, standing on your words, you see. This has really put us in this mess that where we're in, has involved us to be part of South Sudan's problem, which we Equatorians are not supposed to be part of it. If South Sudan does not, the people in South Sudan or the other two regions do not want to settle, they do not want to have peace, I felt like Equatorians should have gathered themselves away from it, away from being a part of a party, you see, away from being part of any party within South Sudan, and gather themselves to first, to heal themselves first, to protect themselves first before they offer protection and healing to other people or to other region. This is leadership. This is people who are competent and knowing themselves, not people who touch things here and jump and touch over there and jump. And whenever they see a problem, they begin to run in between the problem to make this problem their own problem. You see, to be part of the problem, acting like, like they're actually part of the problem and they know what is happening. And then you see when they go to sit down on this peace treaties or this articles and the argemic and the peace agreements that people are doing. Actually, when people sit down, people are not talking about the issues of Equatoria. People are talking about the issues of Upper Nile and Bahr al-Ghazal. Equatoria is not included in it because you're not actually part of the problem. You're not part and partial of the problem. You see, when Equatorians are involved in these issues, the only way that they're involved in a way of holding people, behind, not to, get in physical, aggressive fighting within, within the meeting, or maybe they engage in, what do you call it, like negotiation, they I don't know what's the word, like, going, for example, to the side of the IO and negotiate with them, coming to the side of the SPLM, SPLMA or SPLMM, I don't know, and talk to them and stuff like that. Try to unite them. Try to tell them, we just have to sit together. We have to come together. We have to, these are the things that Equatorians are doing. You see, and this is one thing that I want Equatorians to know, that every time we do not actually understand ourselves, we do not understand our identity, we do not take on our role as the people of Equatoria, we do not take on the identity, we cannot even help ourselves, and we cannot even help the people that you say you want to be part of them, or you want to work for unity. You see, all you do is you're messing up even more. You're messing yourself up, and you're messing these people up. And that brings me down to, I see, like, for example, when we sit together as Equatorians, we talk about certain things like this. I see people try to blame us and accuse us, as separatists, when, we who are very radical and straightforward, and taking on the leadership of, telling people it is what it is, really not compromising. It is what it is, because I'm going to look in your face and tell you, and you either sit down and go straight face to face with me, and this is it. You see, this is it, because we can't go around and play around, and while we're not, like, putting bandages in things, and then problems are not resolved. I said, so this is what happened. People sit down and people don't take accountability. People begin to, blame separatists. Oh, these are the separatists. They're reckless, they're stuff like that, when we are not actually reckless. If you see what people do out there, people just antagonizing themselves for no good reason. You see a bunch of people antagonizing Dinka, antagonizing certain people, and then they run. You see the whole way people just insulting each other. And then in the mix of them fighting, insulting each other, then they turn around and they blame separatists, and then the Equatoria has been blamed again, and Equatoria will be insulted at the same time. And you see Equatorians insulting themselves and admitting to themselves that they are a bunch of stupid people. You see? Because this is also lack of direction, lack of leadership. That's what I talk about, that, the fact that some people are confusing people. And this brings me to what was called the useful idiots. You see, we have a lot of useful idiots in Equatoria. You see, like in the middle of the things that we are fighting, we're trying to gather ourselves. We're trying to build unity among us. then you find there are people who are eating us from down like Susa. You see, there are people who are destroying the unity of Equatoria. There are people that they just want, you don't even understand what is their purpose in the whole game. You don't understand what is their purpose. But I feel like some people just want to be relevant. You see, people want to be relevant on the social media, but yet the purpose of what they're serving gives nothing but confusion and division. You see, both from the side of Equatoria and both from the side of South Sudan, people just want to bring on division, confusion, and not really coming up with real solution. You see, today when your house is burning down and you have a problem, I mean, you got to go to the roots of your problem. You don't stand up there and begin to confuse people. You see, as a leader, these are people who are called useful idiots. You see, a useful idiot will come in and confuse people and create a fight within his army, create a fight with the enemy. It's like you don't know where their sides are. You don't know. And then there will be the useful idiots which are used in between. You see? Because I know you're in my side, you're in my team, or because I know you're my friend or something like that, because we're all together. So I'm gonna support you even though you're a useful idiot, even though I'm educated enough, even though I know the right between the right and wrong, I'm gonna be a useful idiot too. Because I'm favoring you, because you cornered me. Because if I don't do this, you're gonna harass me. So I'm going to join you. I'm going to harass people who are speaking, you see? And this is bring us to the other side of the harassment, you see, whereby you get harassment, when you stand for the truth, whether you're on the other side of South Sudan, whether you're on the side of Equatoria and stuff like that, you actually get harassed. You become the target, you see? People will harass you. People will target you because they're harassing you for the sake of the leader, in support of the leader that they're supporting or the useful idiot that they're supporting, you see? And we're not getting anywhere as Equatorians. Or South Sudan even is not getting anywhere to resolve their issues. And the fact that we say that we Equatorians should pull ourselves out of South Sudan until South Sudan should get themselves together is because we want peace. Because we cannot continue like this, you see? If we just stop being useful idiots running around speaking something here different, something over there different, you see? Supporting useful idiots, you see? Who are creating fight among Equatoria, creating fight among South Sudan, then we will actually be getting somewhere else, you see? And that's why you see some of the Dinkas will come and will insult Equatorians even in their rooms. We call Equatorians every kind of things. You brought them, you host them, you allow them to insult you, and at the end of it, you started insulting yourself at the end of the time. Moral is very important, ya Jama. Keeping moral and keeping positive and encouragement, you see, recruiting yourself, encouraging yourself, motivating yourself is very, very important. This is part of leadership, you see. It's very, very important, and every grown person is a leader. A leadership is not left only that, a final leader up there who is, for example, a president or a leader of a group or a leader of a movement. That is a leader, you see, only. But what you do, positively, that to motivate people and to keep people in the right track is what makes the difference to me. But not playing around as a useful idiot, you see, killing the morals of people down, killing the confidence of people down, then confuse people and then blame it again on your own people, and then again you went in and create division among your people, and then on top of that, you see, on top of that, you have actually run the support to the people that are attacking you, to your enemies. You have strengthened your enemies. And that was part of the tactics that Goliath was doing. That reminds me when you're talking about Moses, that actually reminds me what Goliath was doing. Remember yesterday when I would hear people were calling Equatorians names and stuff like that, and how even if you're talking about, Equatoria, you don't even know the history of Equatoria. You're talking about what is the unit of Equatoria? We don't know. Because Equatorians, we have few Equatorians that are very useful idiots, you see. They sitting there, they're helping these people, strengthening these people, and shaking Equatoria making Equatoria to be shaky to the ground, you see. And when you go to these people's room, they're not doing that to their people. They're not dividing their people. They are actually, even if they are wrong, they're actually strengthening themselves. They're standing the ground to the aim of why they're there. As long as we continue to host useful idiots, as long as we continue to play partly with useful idiots and be a useful idiot, we are not really good to Equatoria. You see, we are not actually helping Equatoria at this point. You have to know your purpose. What is your purpose? What do you want? What do you want? You want us to stay in this stagnant situation, or you want us to be out? And part of the useful idiot is part of like the last topic when we talk. You find people talking differently. You find a leader of a movement is talking differently. The group is talking differently. The supporters are talking differently. The members are talking differently, issuing different things. You see, you'll find a movement, one person from the movement is issuing out something, and then the senior benches are issuing out something, the leaders issuing something, the supporters are issuing something you don't even know. And then you got the useless supporters that are the useful idiots going around harassing people. Equatorians are confusing themselves, you see, and these kind of things are not really helping. And I'm just having it really. For me, I'm just looking at it and I'm having it really, you see. And then there is, like, I feel like whenever there is a way for Equatorians to get themselves out of the problem, you'll find somebody will be used and pretend that they are with you, but they're not with you. They're not on your side. That person is actually I don't know I don't know how to call it, a spy, to come in and as a power breaker, to break everything that you're going to destroy, destabilize everything that you're going, and then you're going for. You see, this is why in Equatoria we're struggling. You don't know who to trust actually, because when you think you're trusting this person is working for their relatives, and then they've got their friends, their family working for their relatives, and then they're acting as an enemy to you while you're here fighting for your people, genuinely fighting for your people. When you genuinely just want a very, 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 very I'm even running out of what the description of what I want to say, the expression of what I want to say. Actually, it just is sometimes it's just it almost make you feel like defeated sometimes. But then you know that your mind is not defeated. You know that your thought is not defeated.
Just frustration, called frustrating.
Yeah, you felt frustrated. Like you feel frustrated.
Not defeated.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, frustrated.
Exactly. Thank you. You feel frustrated. You feel so frustrated with this kind of useful idiots. You see, like we want to stay in a point whereby, like for example, if you look at it from all the angles, from all the angles, there are people that don't want people to reach somewhere. You see, they don't want, like when you find people speaking out on the truth, and then that person says, I can speak the truth too, I can say this. But when you want to say the truth, then stick by the truth, then work for the truth. You see, be the person that can make the change. You see, stop being someone who is just being used as a useful idiot. You see, and yet you don't know that your consequence is really, the consequence of you being useful idiot is really affecting us so badly. It's really destroying us as a people as whole. You see, look at just the news that is happening here. Look at the news that earlier Edward was giving in that room, and last night it was going on. This is actually I will say this is a good proof to every day the things that we're speaking against. You see, and I've always said this. I say that if there are leaders really in that country, and if there are leaders in Upper Nile, there are leaders in Equatoria that making themselves, they want to be leaders. These are not leaders, but want to be leaders. They want to be exalted as leaders. They want to be worshipped as their people are worshiping them. And their people they don't want you to, they don't want you even to correct them. They don't want you to challenge the ideas that these people are having, the dumb ideas that these people are having, and it's not helping. Then you see these people harassing you and attacking you, and then you see people going to lock rooms and stuff, arranging themselves how to attack you, how to reject you, how to isolate you, how to speak.
Yeah, we condemn it.
Yeah, yeah. How to speak that people speak this languages that are not out of the political arenas. You see, they become bullies basically, mini little bullies, silly bullies. You see, they are not dealing with what you're dealing with. You hear arguing the case, arguing the. We have a case, but somebody's here talking out of line, getting into your personality and stuff like that. These are people that are called useful idiots. You see, and these are the people that I pray that may they rest in peace. Because as long as we have this double mind, useful idiots, we will always, the road will be hard, like what you said about what you spoke about, describe about the children of Israel. Because we're not getting where we are. Instead of we're supposed to get some, quicker where we want to, it's like instead of achieving our goals quicker, we will have to be here for 40 years, lapsing the mountain because of the useful idiots. You see? And you see such people, some people are laughing at them because they are happy. They tell them, you're a good boy, you're good, exalting such people. But these are useful idiots. And people sitting under useful idiots to mentor them. And it's taking them nowhere. But when you see actual people who are speaking, leaders who are telling Gali, the issue that are happening in South Sudan need people to tackle it from where actually it starts from, people are rejecting this. When you're telling Equatorians will come here and gather and gather themselves, like a chicken gathering their chooks and come together. Even some people from outside are telling Equatorians, what are you doing? What are you doing? All Equatorians are doing is running around, getting themselves in the middle of a problem that is not their problem at all. Acting like they are the solution. Even in my conclusion, I will just say that the idea of Equatorians thinking that they are the savior of the problem that is happening in South Sudan, I will call these people useful idiots. Useful idiots, because you can see as a result of what has happened yesterday and this morning, how Equatorians are going to be a solution to this issue. You do not insert yourself into problems that you do not know. Heal yourself first. Stay clear of the problem that you know that you cannot resolve. A problem that you know that you're not part of it, you did not study it. That way, if you want to help or mediate, a solution to this problem, then you know how to help these people. But then you insert yourself into this middle, and now you're crowning yourself, you're glorifying yourself, but you're bleeding, you're dying, you're homeless, and all you do is running through the hallways, just fighting people. Yet you have no solution for yourself. And when you bring these people here to clarify yourself, you end up fighting among yourself. Useful idiots. That's what you call useful idiots. You're good for nothing. You're just here for confusion. That's what I say usually, that if you can't handle the fire, get out of the kitchen. If you cannot logically handle the fire, get out of the kitchen. Let people who can handle it, handle it. So I'll just leave it here, and I'll just say that, leadership is very, very important. The role of leaders is to be people who understand very well, people who educate themselves very well with the situation that is happening. They are very well acquainted, and they know how to deal with it. They know how to tackle it. You see, not just jumping here and there, gathering people to just for no purpose, persuading people towards, lying to people that they're taking you towards solution, but that's not solution. And hypnotizing people. There is another way of hypnotizing people and then taking people into certain parties. I've seen people have been hypnotized. People have been lied to. They think that these people are part of them. No, you've been hypnotized. You've been hypnotized. Your mind has been hijacked to go with somebody's ideas or to join certain movements that is not part of you, and tomorrow is not serving you. This is just all games. Just because we sit back and we see things and we don't call it as it is, doesn't mean that we are all fools. I'll just leave it here, and I'll just thank you guys for listening, and I'll just say that Equatorians will open their mind, Equatorians who are listening this, not the content people who in the social media that are content with their ways, but Equatorians who are listening down there, you're the one who need this the most. Do not rely your hearts on these people, these useful idiots. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dee. I appreciate you. One thing I would say is that leadership, if you don't mind. And I want to welcome also Pitlow for joining us, and Mr. CJ. Didi, I think you didn't give me the green for so I can add some things here. But
Oh,
anyway,
sorry. I think that was too much stress. Sorry, I forgot.
yeah,
I didn't realize it.
Yeah,
I didn't realize it. Oh, I apologize,
good,
really.
good.
I will give you, and you can pass it ahead.
Just, leadership, you know, is something that, like you just
I
said,
cannot see. I hope
correctly.
I don't move someone down. Sorry, guys.
No.
Yeah.
I'm here. You did not move me. I was like, there is always an element behind, you know, for leadership. Like I said, leadership has different types. There's one leaders who can be tyrannical. There's leaders who can be just, you know, I won't even put them leaders, but they are leading a group or movement. It doesn't have to be, you know, like impressive, because some leaders, they are only just based on what you can call them, depending on the status that they come from. But they don't have that characteristic of leaders who can actually make difference. Like I said, one of my favorite kind of like leaders, one of them Robespierre, you know, Maximilien Robespierre. He said that during the French Revolution, and he was one of the people later. So you can define him in history, whatever side you're gonna take. Is he a bad guy? Is he a good guy? But he mentioned something very unique that I love about it. He said the secret of freedom lies or depend on educating the people, where the secret of tyranny is keeping them ignorant. And we have seen such leaders like that who would love the people to be ignorant. They want you to worship them. They want you to be always mesmerized by them, not to question them, not to believe, not to even you know, have an understanding of what is their ideal or their you know, what I can call it, like their vision. Because, you know, any leader comes with vision, but some leaders in South Sudan, unfortunately, they don't have that. And especially in Equatorians, the leaders in Equatoria are supposed to understand that the essence of Equatoria is the people. Because we have history, like we always remind our people, we have history that guide us. And this history is one of the things that we would never let go. Once you don't have your history, you have nothing. If you look at the SPLM, majority of people in SPLM, make sure that SPLM is one that brought them up, like those leaders, and also in particular Dinka, because Dinka is like, with all due respect, we have to say the truth. Like, if you look at it, the history of the revolution is always in SPLM. If you ask them, they will always talk about John Garang. They will never talk about anybody else, only John Garang. As if like there was no leaders before SPLM, there was no leaders before John Garang. So you could see here there is something wrong. And they built that because they believe this is their pride. And then when we go back to Equatoria will never mention our, like before, when they were, especially I've noticed before, they were always afraid to talk about people who like Joseph Lago or all that. They will talk only like in a few you know, points, but they will never expand it. They will fear. But now they begin to expand to talk about them with pride. But still, that's not enough, because if we know these people have done so much greatness, we're supposed to also assert ourselves in this you know, a situation like what's going on, to call like, hey, as leaders of Equatoria, we have a say. We are standing for the people, not standing for our image, not standing for our political party, not standing for, you know, organized group of, you know, because these organized groups now are turning into gangs. They're not turning into people with logic. They're turning into more like, you know, bullying, harassment, like you have mentioned, Didi, and this is exactly what it is. And that's why I see them. If you like criticize their leaders, or you say this leader is not paying attention to what we're talking about, they automatically begin to demonize you, shun you, call you names, even false accusation, to the extent that you feel so ashamed and saddened that such people in society in our 21st century cannot comprehend what is leadership quality is, and what is you know, a meaning of a nation and a society. So you could see them, a bunch of gangs coming together trying to harass instead of putting point. And I've seen that, but I don't want to go far. We'll give a chance to welcome Mr. CJ, Mr. Kipitlo, Mr. Deng. and Mr. CPI. Thank you guys for joining us. I think CJ is not here, so let me give keep it low. You want to say something? Go ahead. If you have something, I give 5 minutes. Hello?
Yeah.
Keep it low. Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes, we hear you now clearly. Yeah, you want to say something about leadership and the role of leaders?
Huh?
The topic is about Q&A on the harassment and the role of leaders, public leaders, because it's all about the leaders. What are they doing in our time? Do you have anything to say on that matter? You can say it in Arabic.
Yeah, I can talk about the leaders, but I can't talk about the harassment. I don't know what do you mean by harassment.
Okay.
Who was the
harassment? You have seen like there is a bullying when you talk. For example, if you criticize those public figure leaders, for example, such leaders who have these, this image there where, if they are known publicly, and if you question some of the things they do, you will see all their groups or their thugs will come and attack you personally, even begin to call you names and insult you to the extent even those leaders, the public leaders, are not strong enough or are not even speaking to rebuke such people from not, inciting this kind of behavior, the behavior of bullying, the behavior of harassment. Because especially, I could even see there is a lot of this sexist and misogynistic kind of behavior within these kind of groups, because now I feel like South Sudan is in worse direction than in a better direction. So I don't know what's your opinion.
Yeah, basically is a cold. Basically is a cold dictatorship. Rules.
Yeah.
There's no democracy there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I heard dictatorship. Yeah, we all know what is dictatorship. We will know. Nobody gonna tell us what is dictatorship. Dictatorship is. I'm gonna talk about it, but later on. But let me talk about what do you just say. You just said. Yeah, okay. Let me talk about dictatorship. Dictatorship. I'm going to talk about what you said earlier.
Yes, sir. This alela ya msebudo na ya majuma alela wala khamis.
Yeah,
أنا عارف alela يوم تو.
alela يوم أربعة. Yeah, خلاص خلينا نقول
English. You can talk it in English if it's very difficult for Arabic.
Who is laughing down there?
Don't worry about laughing. You are trying to define from your opinion what is. Waste some time يا جماعة ما سكران ما كده دوس شوية فرصة. اتفضل يا كيف الله.
Oh, okay.
ما أعرف إذا صعب.
Yeah, لكن تيجو قال
Don't worry. Just focus on the point, brother. Focus on the point, please.
I thought we're talking about the point.
Yes, sir, you are. Let me ask you this. What are you looking for leaders? What is the thing you're looking for a leader from your perspective? I don't know in Arabic, but what are you looking for a leader? Type of leader that you want, that you can follow them. Let's put, for example, John Garang. What do you like about John Garang? For example, John Garang, what do you like about him?
Yeah, no. You said what you're looking for the leader. Yeah, I have a lot. If I can say a couple of them.
Go ahead. You got like 3 minutes. Yeah, you got 3 minutes on it because you already have wanted 3 minutes. Go ahead. Yeah.
What I need for the leader is what we need is the first one is development. We need our South Sudan to be developed. what kind of development we need. We don't know. Even you, I think you know, but I don't want to tell you. That's what development. That's what we need. You hear that?
Yeah, we hear you. Continue. You got your 3 minutes and a half. Continue. I mean, the 2 minutes and a half.
Okay, we need development. We need our South Sudan to be developed. What kind of development do we need? We need hospital. We need the school. We need the water. How the water flow? And we need the school. You hear that? Are you with me?
Yes, we hear you, sir. We hear you. Continue until your time. You almost got 1 minute. Almost done. You got 1 minute. So yeah, go ahead. What's your point? Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Once you finish your point, we'll tell you the minute you finished.
Oh, okay. No, I just that's what we need in South Sudan. That's what we need in South Sudan. The one I just mentioned. If you guys have more, then how are we gonna change it? How are we gonna change it? Are we gonna change it in the gun, in the barrel of gun? No. Let's go to the parliament and let's go board. That's what I. But if we go to the bush and we fight, it's not gonna change anything. For my opinion, that's what I think. I think let's go to the parliament, like any other country. Other countries go to the parliament and they whatever they want, they just voted in the parliament. Why not us? Why not South Sudanese? Why all our problem is a barrel of gun?
Thank you.
Why?
Thank you.
Why? It's not going to solve any problem. Thank you. It's not going to solve any problem. It's going to cause more life.
I agree on that point. I agree that the gun is not the solution. Thank you for your input. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir.
Thank you. Yeah,
you're welcome.
Somebody who said I'm not right, okay? He's gonna go to heaven.
We don't know who's gonna go to heaven. Only God. But thank you, brother. Let us give a chance to.
Who said I'm not right? He's gonna go to heaven.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Let's move on with giving a chance to the next speaker. Mr. CJ was here earlier, and then I want to welcome Brother Charles, Comrade Charles, Comrade Pullen, and Comrade Deng, and then also Paraj. You're a comrade, but in a different side. Yes, your voice is cutting. You're in the matrix, but hold on. Let me give a chance to Mr. CJ. CJ, go ahead, please. We talked about leadership. If you are able to speak now or you're not ready, you can tell us so we can give a chance to CPI. And then later we go to Deng, Brother Deng, and then Bullen. Mr. CJ, unmute yourself.
Okay.
CPI. Mr. Yes. Yes. Then go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let me say in English, some people maybe they don't understand Arabic sometime, and I forgive them. And let me say it in English a little bit. I believe in the world, all of you are here. I believe there is no parliament on Saturday. And that's what I learned so far. Even in the United States, there is no parliament open on Saturday. Even in South Sudan. If you try to do the show on Saturday, and you open the parliament on Saturday, you will know what is the Saturday mean. So let me start from here. I'm not going forward from that. Let me go for the topic. Leadership have many leaderships. They have a nature leadership, في ليدرشيب زول برفض نفسه عشان يكون ليدر. في ليدر الديكتاتور اللي هو برفض نفسه للناس. maybe we won't talk about leadership. They have a lot of leadership style. وكل زول حتى في بيتك عندك leadership style تاع بيتك انت بتدور بيتك. the first أنا قاعد نسأل نفسي وقاعد نسأل ناس كثير بالمرات. أنا بلقي إجابة نفسي لكن قاعد نسأل ناس. أي زول لو عنده مشكلة أول بدرس مشكلته ده جنب من شنو وليه حصل. أي زول ده تكون leader think about the problem. How did the problem happen and how did it occur. رئيس الناس حصل المشكلة بتاعه ده وين وكان في شنو صار خلى المشكلة ده يحصل. إذا لما تيجي ل root cause of the problem then you will find the solution. They are leader always look for the root cause of the problem. Leader ما بيمسك problem from where he see but he will study it and see exactly problem ده وده شنو ذاته المشكلة ده. The type of leadership إنه دايرينه اللي solve problem from the root cause. لو جيت في موضوع بتاع root cause تعراضي الجاب موضوع تعراضي شنو في جنوب السودان especially أنا بتكلم عن Equatoria example. الجاب root cause بتاع Equatoria شنو لما رسنا الناس في أراضي وليه أراضي ده فيه مشكلة. هل أراضي ده من ناس إيكواتوريا ذاته بنفسهم ولا من ناس جايين من برا؟ ولو ناس جايين من برا هل حاجة ده فوق يدين هاي من government وفوق مثلا corruption ولا حاجة ده كان كيف؟ وكيف ناس إيكواتوريا القاعدين يحلوا المشكلة ده؟ هاو يتعاملوا مع المشكلة يتعاملوا معه كيف؟ ولما تيجي للمشكلة بتاع 2013 اللي خلق مشاكل كله هم المشكلة اللي هو نقول لهم المشكلة. هم المشكلة دي لما نو طلع فوق حاجات كتير جواو فوق نان كونفيرم فوق شنو فوق قانون جانمن فوق انه قروش ما ناس كله فوق حاجات كتير كربشن. فمن هناك طلع من المشاكل اللي هو بيجي جنسايس اللي هو جا قتلوا فوق النوير جابوا فوق لانه ليه جاب قتلوا النوير ليه في 2013 leadership ما في. لانه لو كان في leadership كان جابوا ناس بور ناس رياض مشار وناس 91 كان كله جابوا حلوا في parliament. ناس بقعدوا الجاب 83 شنو لما الناس قتلوا والجاب موضوع بتاع نيانيا 2 لما نقرن عمل مشكله مع قايته وحصل مشكله مع ناس كوداتيم مشكله طلع كيف الناس برجع ورا المشاكل.
انتم ما شفتوا مشهور كثير جدا.
Yeah, keep it low. Nobody cut you. Come on, please respect Adam al-Muhadasa. You know that brother thing it kalam huma kata who can't quiet. So please.
شكرا.
Reach yourself. Okay. Go ahead, brother. Sorry.
هنا بتلقى المشكله بتاع جنوب السودان بترجع ورا انه الجاب المشاكل ده وما المشاكل ده شنو. هذا كانت تلتجي ل 2013 انت تلتجي لناو انه بيجي فيه بيجي مطالبين باندبندنت ليه. حاجات ده كله كان له في الليدر كان بس على الحاجات ده عشان يحلوا يحطوا في طاوله. ما كل مشكله بيجيب بردمو ورا المشكله لا. اول حاجه يتطري ده حصل ناس مرقوا برا وفي ناس مختلفين وكان ناس ما في اتجاه والسبب كان شنو؟ هل السبب ده بنقدر نقعد فوق اخواننا يحلوا بعدين نجي ل 91 ليه حصل 91 في منو يا كان كوستا 91 عشان ما يحصل حاجه زي 91 ثاني عشان ما يجي 2013 كان الناس بقعدوا وهسه عشان الناس يقعدوا يدافعوا ما يجي 2023 او 2025 او 2030 ما يجي ثاني 2013 اللي حصل ذاته. والحاجه اللي قبل 2013 ده ناس بلوم فلان ولا ده رياض مشار ده سلفا ده فلان ناس بلوم ناس لكن لا رياض مشار له سبب حاجه او سلفا سبب حاجه الخلاء لما يصل الناس يقولون دور شنو؟ دي رياض مشار مع نفسه. عندنا امثال كثير انقلابات حصلوا في السودان كويس حاجات دي كل الناس بتقعد وبتحلها. نيجي للموضوع بتاع ايكواتوريان ليه حاجه اللي وصل ايكواتوريا لازم يكون اندبندنت شنو؟ دايرين اندبندنت ليه هم دايرين عشان يكونوا مستغلين زي ما كان حصل في جنوب السودان زمان. زي ما كان حصل في جنوب السودان حصل شنو في جنوب السودان زمان. عرب كان بيجي يستغلوا الناس في التدريب وفي التعليم وبيستغلوا الناس في النادي في حتى في انك مسلم ما مسلم في الدين ده بيستغلوا الناس. سكير الجنوبيين بيجوا تاير الجنوبيين قال لا علينا ما بنقدر نقعد مع الناس ديل. حال ايكواتوريان ده وصل للمحل ده يس اور نو انت تحاول تجاوب المحل ده. سو عشان كده عندنا نقول لكم الكلام بتاعنا نقوله في خلاصه بتاع انه leadership is the person who can solve the problem. It's not about person who create the problem. It's the one who solve the problem. لو جينا لموضوع leadership ما قالوا ده زول اللي اللي ربنا بيجيب ليد الناس لا leadership موسى وكان بيجي ليدر في عشان يطلع ابن اسرائيل اول حاجه دافع عن الناس بتاعه. موسى عشان يطلع ليدر عشان ربنا يديه قوه بتاع leadership اول حاجه انقذ زول في نادي مصر ده يقتلوه انقذه قتل المصري عشان اخوه اسرائيل ما يقتلوه. الله شاف انه الزول ده بيجيب ناسه عشان بيجيب ناسه على زاده بقوه قال انا ما بعرف الكلام. الله قال له يا اخي انا بجيب لك اخوك اسمه شنو ايرون او هارون واحد يتكلم عنك ليه لانه ما بعرف بتكلم وقالوا بلسان امشي اقرا كتاب مقدس ليدرشيب ما قال لي زول تعرف تتكلم ليدرشيب يكون عنده زول عنده دفاع عن اهله ليدرشيب عنده زول عنده حب لوطنه لاهله لاسره بتاعه ده كلمه ليدرشيب ما قال لي يكون عندي قروش ويكون عندي عربات وانا اكون عندي تعليمات جريد عندي PhD ده اسمه ليدرشيب ده زول اللي بيهتم بالاسره بتاعه بيهتم بناسه ما بلد كله ما قالوا لي تكون مهتم بجنوب فلان ممكن تكون مهتم بقيت ذكيره سكير ليدر لينكا كي ليدر هسه في ناس بعد مرات انا عندي زمن ما نقعد مع نفسي انا بلقى دينكا ديل ناس they organize Equatorian they are organized Nuer they are organized Chuk they are organized لكن دينكا they are organized بيسمعوا كلام سلف ده ما يعود PhD براو في ناس عنده PhD بقعد يسلفه لكن الناس تعرف زول عنده Equatorian عنده PhD ما ادري يقعد يزول ما عنده PhD تعرف نوراوي اللي عنده PhD ما ادري يسمع كلام سلاطين لكن تعرف كيراسا لو ده يتكلم بس مع كلام سلاطين جين كانسل بعد بيجي بقعد ما متين كير ما بقعد تين ما بونس ما بو رئيس وفي تقول لي انا ما ادري اتكلم مع جين كانسل بعد لكن لا وبقعد ما متين دي ليدرشيب عشان كده الليدرشيب بتاع كير قاعد يكون سترونج دينكا كله واقفين معه ودينكا ولا دينكا they just organize who organize دينكا هسه زول امر organize دينكا زول امر organize دينكا ده كير
ما دينكا كله
معلش انت ما فوق ده انا بقول 90% خلاص 90% من دينكا انت واحد من ده برا منه سو كير قدر يعمل اورجنايز لدينكا قدر يجمع دينكا في محل واحد انه نحن دايرين حكومه بتاع دينكا ده نمسكوه في محل واحد هذا دينكا السوشيال ميديا تقول تشيل كير برا كله بنط رقبتك هسه قاعد نتكلم هسه تقول والله ما دينكا كله ولا لكن لما تقول الكير يشيله ولا دينكا لو نايم زار بيقوم منه تقول الكير ما يشيله ليه؟ ليه ده بروتكت ليدرشيب ده بروتكت كير لانه كير it's organizing them حقيقة بقول يا جماعة أنا ما نقول ذكر كلام أنا تعمل لكن دين كده organize أنا ما زعلان كلام دين كده organize يسكتوا النيور أنا عندي حاجة بتاعي في قلبي لكن for organization leadership دين كده organize دنيني somebody in South Sudan بقلا عرضية بتاعك تمشي في محكمة دين كده بيعمل دين كده تاني شفت كيف محكمة دين كده بيعمل دين كده قاضي بيعمل دين كده مواطن that's organize دين كده بوليس تجيب تم تفتح بلاغ في دين كده البوليس بيعمل دين كده المواطن إنه بيطلعوا برا ده اورجنايز هسه الليله ده تطلع ارضيه بتاع ايكواتوريا تشيل اوراق بتاعتك فين دينكا بختم ولا بختم دينكا زي ما بيقولوا شيل هذه الارضيه ده يرى المونجي جلكم يرى المونجي بديله لكن انت عم تشوف النوير بغالب نراو ايكواتوريا بغالب ايكواتوريا كويس بس not the leadership is to organize yourself دينكا انا قاعد اديله كريدت في كلام اورجنايز لما نجي للليدرشيب دينكا اورجنايز ما في حاجه بيفور دينكا اورجنايز حتى لو نجي سوشيال ميديا اصلا بيجي بدافع عن نفسهم ما سفيد دينكا بيجي بدافع عن دينكا كان دينكا ليله سر يتاو ليله بدافع عن دينكا كله سر يتاو ليله بدافع عن دينكا كله معلش اللغه بتاع السياسه ما تشيلوا بغلط كان دينكا ليله في سر دي وبدافع دينكا لسه ما جاء في مانداي سو حاجه عندنا نقول لكم هو انه ناس Equatorians you need to sit down and think Equatorian زي ما توفى حاجه كان كتبوها قبل يومين انا شفت قالوا think Equatorian first
He thought someone ran mommy's bike.
Okay, I'll come.
I'm gonna go, Jason.
Okay. So, you need to think Equatorian first. أول حاجة think Equatorians. ده حتى النظام ده في أمريكا هنا أنا عارف أوتيسو هنا خشينا في جيش والجيش بيقول لك في أمريكا هنا you need to think military first to become a military. You don't have to think a civilian and you won't become military. No. عشان كده أنا بحب دينكا لاند organized. To think دينكا first قبل ما تthink إنك PhD. ولا تتنجي عندك ماستر ديجري دينكا فاست دينكا انترست فاست وده نفس امريكا انترست فاست تمشي اي دوله بخد انترست فاست دينكا خد انترست فاست في ساوث السودان واتس رونج انا ما قاعد اقول لسه لو جينا للسياسه انه دينكا السياسه بتاعه مو ماشي انا بشوف دينكا السياسه بتاعه they are organized لكن انا ما organized عشان كده قاعد نجيب كل ولا دينكا تعرضيه بتاعي دينكا قتلوا النور لكن they are organized they are organized حتى في الشوارع بتاعنا لما يمشوا يتكلم بروتانا they respect themselves لكن تعال شوف كده خوي في الشو بتاع كتوريا وان او خوي في الشو بتاع نور وان داي ناس نبذل نفسهم وين organized ده عشان كده انا قاعد نتكلم لاهالي ايكواتوريانز انا حتى زول كاب تشيل منه حاجه سكاير دينكا ديل yes they are very 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 wild they are very 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 worse they are very very دينكا ناسو زي والله انا ما بقول لك حاجه فوقه لكن أنا نتعلم منه نعمل organize لأنفسنا زي ما هو دينكا organize. Equatorial need to organize themselves. ما تنبذ جونو تشان، ما تنبذ أوتيسو.
أنت كذاب.
معلش انا كذا بيتا يوم ده معلش يمسك بتاعك ما عندك مشكله انت ليه عندك حق ليه يمسك بتاعك ما عندك مشكله
I had to move him down لانه he's not respecting the
طيب معلش
هذا المحادثه
لا هو يوم السبت بتاعه كمان انتم ما تزعلوا من زول كمان ليه يوم السبت بتاعه ما تزعلوا من زول اننا لما نزول يكون يوم السبت في الجنوبيين ما نزول يكون يوم السبت ما تزعلوا منه بس انتوا خلوه يستمع ويقول كلامه ويمشي تاني so ده هو كلام بداية نقول للناس اننا we need to think إذا لو Equatoria need to think Equatorian first إذا لو نوير think نوير first إذا لو من واو think واو first ما أنت بتفهم خد محل بتاع أهلك first إذا بعدك you will succeed in your politics بل لو إنت دير politics إذا بس ده تمسك فوق قال نحن جنوبين يعني نحن جنوبين أيوة جنوبين تعملوا ما بتاعنا كلنا ما نمسك نحن جنوبين ده وانت ساكت لا أمسك أنا Equatorians in the land in the أهل أنا ممكن أعملهم defense ممكن نموت عشانهم you think about that first and then بعد كده think about جنوب السودان لو يوغندا جا كينيا جا السودان جا هجم جنوب بعدين بنمشي كلنا جنوبنا ما بتهزر واحد لو جا هجوم برا كلنا نقوم يجيبوا دنكاو بيجيبوا نيرا بيجيبوا شلكاو بيجيبوا باريا تشولي شنو ماشين هرب ده ماشين دافع الجنوب لكن لو نجي جنوب you think Equatorian first وإذا لو نيراوي think نير first زي ما دنكا هسه بتthink دنكا first أنا كمان we think that one first فده المصيبة بتاعي لكم زول كل leader think about your people first put your people in front of you and then you back don't put yourself first and then your people back later you will lose the politics in South Sudan ليه كير قاعد يوين عشان بلغ النوير اللي بخطوا نفوسهم قبل الناس بتاعهم بيمشي بيشتروا بدون وظائف وبيسكتوا لانه هم خدوا نفوسهم قدام شنو قدام اهلهم لكن لو لقوا زول الخطا اهله بس قبل ما الزول اللي بيخد اهله قدام بقدر بنجح لكن الزول اللي بيخد نفسه قدام بفشل ليش ده نقوله في كلمه ليدرشيب بس انا ما بدي نمشي كثير على الليدرشيب ولا فاس ستدي ولا فاس ريد بوكس انت من هي انت بتعرف ولكن ده ندي كلمه بتاعي بس الليدرشيب انه خد اهلك قدام اول بعدين خد نفسك ورا انت لو خدت Equatorian قدام انه Equatorian ده بعملوا نظفوا كيف بعملوا كلين كيف برجعوا بيوتنا كيف ولا نعمل هذا كيف you will succeed بعدين انت لو خدت مسؤوليه فاس انا ده نكون عندي دوله ده يكون عندي بيت ده يكون عندي قروش ده نكون دوله جنرال you will fail my brother بالسياسه بتاعتين كان فين you will fail انا بقولكم حقيقه قدام كوريتو ناس اللي عملتوا Equatorian independent ده first thing Equatorians ما الناس دول كلهم ما بيجوا في يوم واحد يا اتيسو وديدي الناس دول كلهم ما بيجوا في يوم واحد الناس دول كله Equatorian ده ما هيجمعوا في يوم واحد Equatorian ما بيجمعوا يكونوا يشوفوا في زول succeed في ميشن بتاعه if you organize yourself what do you think Equatorian first ناس بيجوا وراكم ما موسى ده قصه بتاع موسى مش هقول بتاع موسى اول حاجه هو عمل نفسه اول حاجه اندبندنت بعد ما خلاص وسكسيد الله جا قال خلاص طلع نازل انا جيت بقيت راجل طلع ناس ده برا دي سيم ثينج منكم في ناس ربنا بيقول ويزدم في راسه بيطلع Equatorian من مشاكل Equatorian فوق لكن first don't think myself think Equatorian first قرن دنا مانجا example قرن دنا مانجا في امريكا قرن قاعد في امريكا زينا قرن 4 years بتاعه ولا 6 years بتاعه قرن في امريكا ما في دي بتاعه وجا برضه ما قرا مرات فتحت اتلانتا جورجيا وكان قرا في اتلانتا جورجيا وممكن وتيس عارف الكلام ده انا لقيت اسمه في بوست انا ما ادري نقول يا بوست لكن في اسمه في مالتا جيس في اتلانتا جورجيا في فورت بيني وقرا في فورت بيني برضه عمل سنين فوق وعمل تايوه سنين لكن هل جونجران عشان هو خدت دينكا فاس جونجران فات في جنوب السودان لما ماشي عمل لجنه زوليون برا عشان هو خدت انه ماجورتي هو هيكون فاس وبيجي فاس ودينكا طلع فاس why we cry for that إنت أرتيست ده تكون Equatorian first my friend وقت أنا في أمريكا هنا ده أنا بوصيكم كلكم ناس قاعدين هنا ده وقت بتاعنا في أمريكا هنا في استراليا ما بيحل لنا مشكلة وأنا اقتنعت من كلمة بتاع واحد من أولاد جورشول من أولاد واو ده اللي اسمه منو وشالا قال كلام قبل 6 months or 3 months ago كان في شونا قاعدين فوق قال كلام سمع ده انت تقول يقول شالوه عربيه بتاعي شالوه علي دو قتلوه علي وده ناس قتلوها لك يا اولد انت ما لك تقول سيتشل ما تنزل تاني وقال كلامه ده ماشي في قلبي حقيقه حتى انا لما قالنا كلام في السوشيال ميديا ام بريبيرنج ماي سيلف عشان لما يجي على الواقع انا احسن من انت لو مت في امريكا ولا مت في جنوب السودان انت لسه هتموت دونت ثينك اباوت هتلي في نور تشال في نور اللي ممكن تموت اخير زول يموت في وطنه ده انا بقول لكم دغري وده حاجه قررنا وصلت له في النهايه مع نفسي انه اخير زول يموت في بلده ولا تموت في التهجير بتاعك اخر بما تموت يجيبوا لك كفن شنو يخطوه في عربيه ويمشي يدفنوه هنا في امريكا ويدفنوه في استراليا. يو ويستنج يور تايم. موت كل واحد، تموت باكسيدنت، تموت بسلاح، تموت عيان، موت كل واحد. It's better for you تموت من اجل بلدك than انت تموت من اجل كلام فارغ ساكت. سو كلامنا انه نقول لناس ايكواتوريان دول اللي قلبوا ايكواتوريان سي تيجي ايكواتوريان فاس. حاجه سياسه ده كله قالوا في ناس مرونه ده كويس، لكن تيجي ايكواتوريان فاس. or you gonna have a party بتاعك تقول ده لو نزلت في جنوب السودان بيكون ما عندك مال. فاتي ده تتكلم فيه في جنوب السودان ما يكون عندك مال. لو ما لو انت يوم تنبغى ايكواتوريان فاس. لما نقول ايكواتوريان انتوا عندكم حاجه حلوه شديد بيت معكم يا ايكواتوريانز. ده نقول لكم بدوري. نقول حاجه كثير حاجه سامه بيت معكم. عندكم حاجه سامه كبير بيجمعكم. الحاجه بيجمعكم قاعد نطلع في بلد بتاعكم وقاعد نطلع في ارض بتاعكم، الارض بتاعكم. ما قالوا بس في جوبا بس براو، قالوا برضه في توريد، في ناحيه عجولي، اي قبيله من قبائل ايكواتوريا قالوا ارضيه بتاعهم. طيب ما راجل ما بيجمعكم. what you gonna depend again؟ انت ما قاعد تديبند ارض بتاعك قاعد تديبند شنو؟ عملوا ريب اللي هم كده. if you don't depend your mom انت بتديبند من ثاني. عملوا ريب للرجال زي اخوانك، انت لما تديبند الرجال ده تديبند من ثاني. عملوا قالوا ارضيه بتاعك، انت لما تديبند ناس تديبند من ثاني. في منو you will come in you depend what؟ انت فاضي you depend what؟ كده ask yourself what you gonna depend؟ انت لو ما حميت، انت لو ما حميت جنة، ما حميت مرة، ما حميت راجل عجوز، ما حميت ارضيه بتاعك، ده تقول انا شايفين ولا انا بهمي ولنا بنعمل كده بارتي بتاعنا هيمشي قدام وبارتي بتاعنا هيمشي نور جنوب السودان. تنور جنوب السودان ما عندك بيت في جنوب السودان؟ are you kidding؟ تم الجنوب كله هيكون خير، الناس كلها هينوموا كويسين. الناس هينوموا كويسين هتنوم وين؟ والناس كلها ناموا في اراضي بتاعتهم هتنوم وين؟ انت خلاص طلعت جنوب السودان الناس كلها ناموا في اراضي هتنوم وين؟ اصلا لما نقول زول يمون ماشيين يدفنوك بيدفنوك في بلدك، انتوا هتدفنوك وين؟ ناس ايكواتوريا اراضي كل شغله هتدفنوك وين؟ هيدفنوكم وين؟ وروني. لا زول بيدفنوه مغابر هسه بيجي مغابر عامه هسه بيجي مليان بيمشي بيدفنوكم وين؟ في ملكان؟ في واو؟ كده يوم جربوا كده يشيلوا جثه يوم قول ماشي يدفنوه في واو، كده يوم ينزلوا طياره في واو شيلوا من جوبا قول ماشي يدفنوه في واو. شوف هيحصل شنو؟ كلامك جد. كده يشيلوا جثه بس هكذا من جوبا ده قولوا الزول ده مات في جوبا وكان شغال في واو استاذ زمان، كان شغال في استاذ في واو ماشي يدفنوه في واو. شوف هيقول لكم شنو؟ It's like you accepting the garbage in your own way and people don't accept your garbage. And then if you don't accept my garbage, I'm not going to accept your garbage. This period. سواجن ده نقول لكم في محل ده في ناس كتير بعدين بيجي بيجود ما ولا يادين ويتا وناس بيجي نا وانا فتح روماد ولمبارة باشاني بمشي بينبسوا، لكن الحقيقة ده مر. حتى لما تيجي لنوير نوير ناس ما organize وغير ما قدام ربنا ما بنكروا نوير حاولنا. انا قدام كنا حاولت انه تو اورجنايز دم انه كتلوهم 2013 عملوا لهم الكلام بيرفع لنا صوت تاين تحت، لكن نوير ده انا اورجنايز ما غير يعملوا برايز لانفسهم. تعملوا شنو؟ سيبوا كلام يمشي يكون في جوان. انا مالي مولو انا ما نيجي دور ساعه كمان بعمل جاباتي بعدين ما كنت بعمل جاباتي بعد كده، لانه نوير دول لسن نوير دول لسن ديك بعمل فيهم عمايل ما عملوا في الدنيا ده في نوير. جلاد ما عملوا في النور. النور ده يستل لسه لسه بطاق باكل ما جلاد ده موين لسه يا ورا دينك. دي الناس ما عندهم ضمير. في ناس الله خلقوا ما عندهم ضمير. في ناس الله خلقوا ما عندهم ضمير. فايتوا ايكواتوريا دي سيم تيجوا ماشيين في نفس الخط. لو انتوا ما عملتوا حسابكم وتيسا هو ولكن لو انا في جيب ولا بطاق فوق جنة بعدين ولا انا تعتمد جيب وانا بطاق فوق كيف؟ انا بطاق فوق. اي انا ما انتهينا في جيوان اذا شفت هنا ده حتى دينكاو اسمه هنا ده يوم ما تقاملوا شنو لما برطلون دوغي سالم برطلو قران كله. سو انا ما انتمشي جنوب السودان انت عندك مشكله ده انت يو نو يور سيلف يو دانجرس. فعندنا نقول لكم يا ايكواتوريانز think Equatorian first. Don't think South Sudan first. Think Equatorian first. South Sudan خطوا في جنبها. شاء الله South Sudan يقص ما عندك مشكله لكن خد Equatorian first. انا هسه قدام كنا خاطر نوير فس نوير يبقى نيشن نوير يطلع نوير يعمل بين انا خاطر نوير ساعتها فس. انا ما عندي قضيه تقول لي والله لما تيجي معي تدينكاو تعالي تدينكاو نوير نقعد تعالي تباريو نقعدوا لان كل زول بقعد في حل بتاعه، لكن ما تقعد تقول لي قال انا جنوب السودان وانا ما مستفيد منه. جنوب السودان انا ما مستفيد انت مستفيد تقول لي ما في دينكاو بيرسل زي 5000 هسه 3000 لجنوب السودان ما في 500 بيرسل جنوب السودان كلهم شبانين يرسل قروش لمنو. لان كل مثلا يجي لي اكونت ممكن فوق $1000 ولا فوق $500 بس ما فوق عادي بننتظر تشيك عشان ترسل الناس في يوغندا كينيا اثيوبيا وين الناس كلهم مشاركين السودان مشاركين، لكن ده قاعدين في المالواي ده اورجنايز. فانا بقول شكرا لاخواننا دينك الجايين زي براج انتوا ناس اورجنايز يا اخوي وكل جنوب السودان لازم ما تفتروا ولو بيجي Equatorian فكر Equatorian and then maybe we'll have a solution ولو نوير فكر نوير بعدين maybe we'll have a solution ده نقول كلام ده بس Equatorian think Equatorians نوير if they don't think نوير they will be a loser so دينك شكرا لكم لأنه انتوا organize تقتلوا ناس ترهبوا ناس تشيل أراضي تاع الناس تستعملوا رجال زي النسوان انتوا ناس كويسين فانتوا ناس كويسين انتوا ماشيين كويس دينك انتوا ماشيين كويس ما في زول ما في زول يملكون حاجه هسه زي نور انتهى كلام ما في زول بقدر بعمل حاجه حتى ناس زيك لو كاركوزا معموله زي النسوان هسه من قاعد في جوجبا بعمل شنو تاني ما بيلدي تاني اي زول ودفي بلاو ما بيلدي تاني ويا ارسيس معلش ممكن في زول في امريكا ودفي في بلاو انا ما ادري نقول اسمه لكن ما بيلدي تاني خليه يجي ولا زول من ودي بلاو زولي هسه خليه يجي ولا زول ودي بلاو زولي ما في لانه كله كربو معلش انا اللغه بتاعي بعربي البسيط انا ما ادري نقوله بعربي الثقيل ناس يقولوا خلاص
الا they have to join the navy يا جاك ما في طريقه
ده او كلامنا don't tell so معلش انت بتاع اللغه ده ممكن ناس كثير جنوبيين ما عارفين الكلام ده في لغه في الجيش بيقول don't tell ده او لغه الكاشين فوق الناس المشي جيوان don't tell يعني ما تسال وما تقول حاجه فانا بقيت في المحل ده ما بمشي قدام بدي فرصه لباقي الناس لكن ده نقول تيجي Equatorian first انتوا Equatorian جيتوا هنا 10 نفر 20 نفر تجيتوا ليله هنا ده تيجي Equatorian first don't think about جنوب السودان first اول حاجه فكر Equatorian first زي ما قالوا اول حاجه طلع كشف الفينك عشان تطلع كشف الفين اخوك جنوب السودان ما طلع خلاص بيجي علم خلاص في جيش شنو تعمل في جنوب السودان ما كل زول بقى يسال نفسه Equatorians الناس اللي بيقولوا انا قاعد نجي في شو بتاعكم كثير ليه؟ لانه انا برتاح لزول اللي بيجي بيقول انا داير نكون انا بنفسي انا برتاح لزول حتى جناي لما جانا يقول لي يكون ديفن انا برتاح لجانا ده لانه ديفن خليه اجر ابارتمنت براو انا شنو يجي يزهمني في ابارتمنت حقي ما خليه اجر لها بقول بيقدر ياجر لنفسه ابارتمنت جناي كويس if Equatorians they want to become independent ايه شنو هنا غلطه وين what do they want from you دي اتلان بيشيلوا منك انت في بارغزال جايين يشيلوا بارغزال منك جايين يشيلوا منك لا ما خلاص في Equatoria ما هو لسه قاعدين في Equatoria قاعدين حتى لو انت اديته مرضي ولا ما اديته بس ده Equatorian انت غير منهم شنو عشان ده تاكل اكزول وما ده حقه ده تاكل حقك واكزول ثاني كده قاعد تقول لا خلي زول ده معي ما عاد نعمل عرب زمان انتوا بتهيبوا لنا نطلع من العرب وما تهيبوا Equatoria يطلع منكم يا جماعه كده ده انانيه بتاع وين ده كده اسال نفسك يوم من الايام اننا قلنا عرب ناس كابين عرب ده ما هو زوج مننا عرب ده عنده عيال معانا عرب ده عنده عيال مع دين عنده عيال مع عنده عيال مع Equatoria عرب ده ما كان قاعدين معانا عايشين معهم مش العرب كابين ان انفصلنا كويس انت معي سو انت think first لو كان عرب كابين طلعنا منهم ليه Equatoria ما يطلع ليه Equatoria معامله بينهم ما كان
how long is there for this war how long we waiting for
this guy
انا بدي فرصه خليه يسال
okay man مفترض يديك فرصه كانت finish and then he can ask I will bring him up once he need to know the respect of the law here like he cannot just come and interrupt you he needs to listen
yes انت ما تخلي زول لما نيجي يسال ما تخليه لو ما بينبس زول ما بينبس خليه يسال عشان كان دينكاو جاي يسالني ما بينبس انا بجاوب لانه انا عندي full of information انا ما جاي نكلم شويه ساكت لو دينكاو داير يسال عنده حاجه يسال انه في ناس انا بفصله زي ما هو يسمع داير يسمع زي ما انا بقوله لكن حاجه زول يلبس وزول يقول كلام فرق يا زول ممكن مو في شيء تاني ده جنب بقول لكم اللي قدام ده تقولوا انتم في شو بتاعكم انه زول اللي بيلبس ده زول ما كويس لكن زول جاي يسال اسئله وزول جاي يناقش جاي يقول يا اخي الكلام ده ما صح خليه ورا صاحب بتاعه وين لكن خليه ورا بالدلائل ما بين بس انا بجي في معدل في زول سؤال زي ما هو كان سؤال قال هردا يكون هذا يا دنيا ودي شاكن عرب خمسه مش شاكن عرب خمسه من 21 سنه وزياده ما برضه ده ممكن ياخد 21 سنه وزياده سو انا ما نقول انه حرب بتاع ظلم ينتهي بسرعه لا سو اسال يا اخوي جوك اسال سؤال
okay then I'm a son of the Jonglei state and I've been listening for you every room you just go and you preach the war is bang to the two people from the north and are you gonna buy them or no guys please let it answer the
quickly Asma joke can I hold your thoughts and I heard you بس ما interrupt الدور بتاع طبعا like the moderators said they're not going to speak now, but I see Uncle Bill and Behnak and Brother James also came in.
It's hard
Yeah, joke. I heard you. You will have a chance, please. Okay? The topic about leadership. I don't know if you understood the meaning in the title there. The Q&A on harassment, because we harassment, and then also the role of public leaders, because these things is very important. So we will give you a chance. Just be patient with us, please. We're giving you the respect. Also give us respect back.
Thank you.
That's all we ask.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's go with Baraj. Baraj is adding the point he wants to speak, and then on a big body, I will ask the moderators if they can let you speak and ask question to Brother Deng. But just hold on. Let Baraj speak because it's his turn, and then from there we'll see the moderators. Go ahead, Brother Baraj.
Thank you, Odysseus. Actually, I've been here from the beginning, listening. This is very interesting, And just, I want to say this. I've heard DJ actually speaking and talking about leadership, and I have understood very well what he meant. But I'll just go on the topic, what you meant and how the leadership, public leadership, sometimes is good. Can you explain?
أنا ما قاعد أسمع زول يا جماعة. أنا ما قاعد أسمعه.
Network hago kanga dikta Helen. Hi Barak, your network I think is cutting.
Yeah, I skip. Okay, let me reposition myself. Okay, كده كيف.
Yeah, you clear now.
Yeah. I think I've heard the conversation from the beginning, but I wanted to jump up, talk about the harassment and the role of the public leaders. And I just want to go back a little bit on history. And I think our leadership in South Sudan, when you look at it, and let me even put it back to regional leadership. And it's good sometimes to re-criticize yourself and to reappoint. Where is the issue? Yeah. Leadership has a serious problem since a rebellion started in South Sudan. And literally I wanted to talk about, even the politicians of today, they have taken the same mindset and the same things, they're just rolling it over to the next generation. And I think if you see the leadership in Equatoria or in Upper Nile or in Barkazal, there is a huge vacuum, and it's depend on the era. The leadership, especially when from 60s all the way to 70s, it was based in Equatoria. And what happened in the leadership, even if we see when Joseph Lago came up and took over, I think there was a grooming of leaderships. What happened actually, I think there's a lot of Equatorian, they had the benefit actually to go somewhere to study and try to come back to be groomed as a leadership. But what happened? Most of the Equatorian actually who left the country, they never returned back. And even Joseph Lago felt the need, where is this going? So there is something there behind that. And then after that, for 70s, even when the Cockerel come in, and people who handle it, and they carry on until the leadership moved to Upper Nile, And if you see in the Upper Nile, the crisis of leadership when Garan came in with a vision.
No, listen.
And try to.
You don't know the history.
Yeah, Jama, please.
Yeah, you don't know the history.
Please.
Focus on the history.
Focus on something like. Yeah. Even when the leadership come into Upper Nile, you know, and then people start pushing, you know, and then the SPLM come in. When after the SPLM finish, we have the independence of South Sudan, and the leadership went to Barakaza. You know, if we see the limit of time, and then it became confusion here. Right now, when you have a lot of problems or so many problems, our struggle turned into a digital wall of information. But if you see people who actually are fighting on behalf of what is going on the ground, is the people actually maybe through the struggle, some of them, they were enjoying their life. They happened to be married. They went to their, you know, family doing their private life. And a lot of things went wrong. And there's personal problem. And all these groups, they come in. And then when they find people actually who are fighting for their struggle, they're trying to join. And I can see the development, you know, from Odysseus since you joined and see how you're trying to isolate yourself from all this, you know, and try to see a clear way of how to finish this. And this is what I want to say. Even as an Equatorial nationalist or separatist, I think there is an issue here. There is a leadership gap, and this leadership gap is open up generation. If you see Didi and Odysseus generation now talking about separation, and if you see people who are actually supporting them, is a whole different generation who lived the failure of Kokra and other things, but they don't want to really reveal that to you. And things become open up and mix. Even with your own Equatoria, you have a problem. You're trying to clear away. You're trying to do things. At the same time, when you come overall to the leadership of South Sudan, of course, you know, things are flipped around. Leadership recently just went to Barkazal, and we have the country, and things are flipping around. And this, the start of tribal allies comes in. We fought, the problem come through 2013, Equatorian make the same mistake. When 2013 happened, things start developing in Equatoria. Equatoria start support that movement. And then after that, when the movement, they start getting hot, they slip away a little bit and the movement move on, you know. So the same thing is repeating itself within right now. When you look, the regime or the government in South Sudan now is using what you call tribal allies. Now Dinka and Nuer, they are getting together, you know, and now in the Equatorial regions, when you step back in, the recent president actually reinstate the kingdomship of Azande, and even when the king come through the road, everybody trying to nail down in 21st century. And now,
but I don't forget. Now they're coming back to power now.
I don't like disturbing, man. So, let me finish here. And then when you see now Dinka and Nuer trying to come together, on the third largest tribe, Azande, they're trying to pull it. Didi, please, can you control this? I think they'll shut the door of Karizado. But anyway, just to conclude, this is what I'm saying. Like, if you look at it, is the situation now, whether you like it or not, is 1 + 1 = 2. There's a government in South Sudan using the tactic of tribal allies. Dinka and Nuer are coming together. Now they put in Azande as a third large tribes, and the movement is moving on like that. This will be like for the people who are actually trying to figure out what is the right thing to do here. If you see the opposition's leadership, they actually replicate the same mindset, and they are all from the same era of SPLM, and they split and they coming through. So there is a lot of confusion in leadership. Sometimes it's not even about only Dinka. They have a better leadership than other tribes. But the situation right now I call it catch-22. This is the situation of South Sudan. But at the same time, the people who are actually leading the fight in social media is an individual effort rather than an organization effort. If you see all these single media, it's just only personal effort, and they're trying to attach it to organization in order just for them to feed the public what they think they can survive on. I think I will land my point here. This is what I want to say, but I'll be done just listening. But this is very interesting. Even people are confused when it's the title there. They want to make it Dinka and Nuer, and they're trying to make it Equatoria, land, all these sort of things. But I don't believe the title is very interesting. Even we need to criticize ourselves as leaders and people who actually feed public information. Thank you.
No, thank you, Barrett. We need to correct the title. I don't know what the title is.
Yes, I think I'm buying my fish. Did you buy my fish? يا كلامك في محله في بعض النقاط وراك يا في تداعيات كثيرة حصلت هنا في النص، وده شيء طبيعي في حتى في التاريخ البشري. هي مرات السلطة بتنتقل من جهة لجهة، حتى الممالك اللي كان بتورث زمان في نهاية المطاف أحيانا بعض مرات السلطة بتهرب من يدين، ودي ظاهرة إنسانية كونية. لكن في حاجة نحن ناخدها في بالنا برضه أستاذ براك، نحن في دولتنا جنوب السودان دي، يعني أنت عارف استغرينا كم سنة فترة وجيزة جدا جدا، يعني 155 نحن مدورين، خليني أتكلم بلغة الشارع والشباب عامة، يعني مدورين 155 لحد 72 17 سنة. استغرينا 10 سنين بس، 83 قامت الحركة الشعبية. شوف السنين دي كلها ما جات وقفت إلا في 2005. في 2013 قامت حرب لحد هسي آثارها موجودة لحد هسي. أوكي، يلا الحتة بتاعت القيادة هنا أنا يتخلي فيها خلل كبير جدا جدا، لأنه ما هي القيادة أنك أنت إنسان والحياة تكون موجود من المولى عز وجل، وتنزيله في الأرض أنك أنت جاهز أنك تكون تخدم الناس بدون مقابل وبتجرد وبدون محابة ومحسوبية. هل السؤال يعني كل مواطني جنوب السودان بيسأل نفسهم السؤال ده، هل القيادة الموجودة يعني في دفة الحكم جنوب السودان من 2005، نحن ما نقول من 2011، نحن نكون ناس صادقين واعيين. جنوب السودان أخذ استقلال في 2005، في 2011 يمين، لكن حكومة الجبهة الإسلامية اللي هو المؤتمر الوطني سلم الجنوب للحركة الشعبية، يعني بكامل أجهزتها، يعني كامل الدسم زي ما بيقول. أوكي، أنت بتحارب الفترة دي أمسكها من 55، ما ضروري أنك أنت تكون مع الناس دي. وإذا جينا في حقيقة الأمر، في جزء من قيادة الحركة الشعبية كانوا ضمن الحركة الأولى بتاعت أنيانيوان، فلنقول أنه ما كانوا معهم. الإنسان دائما بيستفيد من الأحداث التاريخية السابقة. هل احنا استفدنا؟ ما هي الفترة أنت اللي تكلمت عنها بتاعت ناس كان ناس جوزيف لاج وأبي الأريال دي، منو خرب الفترة دي؟ الخرابة منو؟ ما دي هو ظهرت فيها الترايبل لاين، ظهر في الحتة دي. معناته الناس الحركة الشعبية إذا كان عندهم رشد سياسي كان يتلاشوا الحتة دي عشان المسألة دي ما تتكرر. أصلا أنا ما بحب أجيب الاسم الثاني ده بالعربي صراحة، خلينا أقوله بالإنجليزي ولو أنه نفس المعنى. الترايباليزم ده دي يعني معنى غزيرة حاجة ما تواكب ذات حياة البشر في أي عصر كان، ولا حديث ولا غير حديث.
يا قول بإنجليزي كان كيلو شرافة يا جيمس.
ما في مشكلة أستاذ جو.
وهسه أنا أقول لكم الصباحية في جنوب السودان هسه رئيسكم هسه دلوقتي يوصل في مدينة البور، يمشي في مدينة بور هسه بعد شوية رئيس.
وخلينا نواصل يا جو احتراما للمنصة. فنحن ما استفدنا من الحتة دي. كان الخطأ اللي حصل في الفترة الأخيرة من حكومة المجلس الأعلى لتنفيذ الحكومة المصغرة بتاع جنوب السودان دي، نفس الأخطاء جذب الكربون.
التنسيق بيجي من وين؟ التنسيق بيجي من وين؟ كل مجالس.
فده معناته في صبغ إصرار وترصد الأخبارات والإخوة المستمعين تحت معانا هنا. أول حاجة يستمعوا فيما بعد. معناته في ترصد على الكلام اللي بيتقال هسه في الساحة. أنا ما أقدر أكرره لأنه يعني بيخدش النسيج الاجتماعي، لكن إذا عينتها كده بعين فاحصة بتلقى إنه الكلام ده حقيقة. أنا ما أقدر أقول لأنه الوقت اللي إحنا فيه ده يعني وقت ما كويس، وقت حساس للأسف الشديد، ما كل حاجة تتقال. لكن أنا متأكد أنت عارف، والناس اللي معي في المنصة عارفين، والناس اللي في الغرفة دي عارفين، يعني متابعين ما شاء الله عليهم، ما دارين نقول الحاجات اللي بتقلب المواجهة. يلا في الحتة دي دور القيادة دي. القيادة دي شنو؟ أنت بيتنزلوا ناس من السماء؟ القيادة ناس بنو آدمين بيتفاعلوا على العكس، بيتفاعلوا مع القاعدة ذات. أي قيادة بتتفاعل مع القاعدة لأنهم من القاعدة، من صلب من رحم المجتمع. أنت لقيت المجتمع منقسم حتلقى القيادات حينقسم حتى لو استخدموا اللغة الدبلوماسية الناعمة. تصرفاته مهما كان ما هم ما أنبياء، نقول أنهم مصطفى بني آدم كده. يلا دور الشارع شنو؟ اللي هو مربط الفرس، دور شنو؟ هسه نحن الكلمة الأخيرة ذكرت أنه تداول السلطة دي يس لكل دور إذا ما تم نقصان ولا يغر بطيب عيش إنسان. هذه الأمور كما شاهدت دول من سر زمن أساءته أزمان. دي سنة الحياة كده أصلا. الحياة ربنا شكلها كده، لكن دي مسلمات نقبل بها. دور نحسب في القيادات شنو؟ إذا ما جاء اليوم أن إحنا نحترف أنه في فشل وفي مسؤولية تاريخية نحن كجنوبيين كلنا منهم وتفر الحدود اللي نحن ما عارفينها وين دي أقصى شمالنا يعني. إذا ما احترفنا أنه في إخفاق سياسي بغض النظر هو من السبب في الإخفاق السياسي ده، ما حتجي قيادات. القيادات دي حتجي من وين؟ القيادات دي أنت وأنا وغيري كلنا، لكن بشنو بنتفاعل بالانفيرمنت القدام ده الحاصل قدامنا في جنوب السودان. وأنا ما أقدر أخوض خالص في الحتة دي لأنه بتغضنا لحاجات تانية لتداعيات يعني ما حميدة. الاحتراف أنت منتغل أنه في إشكال سياسي ما ده بداية الحل، لكن لو قعدنا ندسدس ونمشي بحمد ونمرق بحلة خوجلي ما حنلقى نفسنا قاعدين بس في البحر هناك. الخرطوم دي ما حنجيها ذات بكبر الحديد ولا بكبر كوبا. دي حقيقة الأمر السياسي في بلدنا. ما في حاجة اسمها أزمة بتاعت قيادة أصلا في الدنيا، ما في. لأنه الإنسان القيادة قلنا هنقرن وده كان عنده صفات بتاع القيادة مات وكلنا حنموت. نقول خلاص القيادة اللي كان بلم الناس مات، نقعد بس نربي يدينا زي ده؟ انه مفترض يكون جنوب السودان ده كله قيادة. ال 12 مليون نفر ده قيادة. اللي استلم الكرسي هناك قاعد يخدم الناس بس بغض النظر هو جاي من وين، لكن ده هسه حاصل ما حاصل. إذا نحن دارين ده يحصل لازم نحترف نقول إنه في مشكلة.
ممكن جيمس في حاجة كده لازم أوضحها. ما شفت أنت جيمس، أنت في حاجات كده أنت وضحته، لكن خلينا نوضح أكثر. أنت لو شفت الإشكالية ما بدأ الليلة. الإشكالية جات أنت لو شفت مثلا من أنيانيا 1 أنيانيا 2 and then تعال SPLM النشأة بتاع النشأة أنيانيا 1 لما النشأة في توريد معظم اللي كان بيعملوا سبورت دي أبناء توريد، يلا باقي ناس جابوا وراهم. كده. حتى لما جاء حتى ايفن زارو لما الموفمنت عمل سويتش لجوزيف لاغو the nature of supporting كان from بيجوا ناس زي الاول يلا بيجوا ناس الثانيين the same thing يتحول.
معلش انا ما بحب المقاطعه، لكن في حاجه صغيره كده. انا شايف معظم الجنوبيين جنرال يعني ما خدين بالهم فيها. انت عارف غاية الحركه بتاعت الانيوان الاساسيه هو سطر لنا اخرى، هو خفيته دينيه يعني. ليه مثلا الامر جاء الان لجوزيف لاغو؟ لان جوزيف لاغو هو تقريبا من القلائل شخصيه عسكريه كويس معاك. وانت عارف العمل الثوري ده لازم يقود عسكري. زول مؤدلج مثلا يجي يجيبوه من الحياه المدنيه يركب دبابير ما بيكون زي زول الكاريه بتاعته عسكري يعني مهنته كده. اثنين يعني ساتورلين اخرى كان عنده النباهه يعني برضه هو زي قرن يعني قام يختار لاغو ده بمواصفات انا ما دار اذكرها لانه نحن ذاته في احترام جامد في جنوب السودان ان جنرال لاسباب هو بيعرفها. لكن اي زول بيحلل تحليل سياسي صحيح بيعرف انه هو اختار جوزيف لاغو ليه. فالقياده يعني شوف ما ابنى توريد برامه والمنطقه انت زي بتقول علي باتالا ده من اقصى الغرب الاستوائي. عندك ناس اجري جادين ديل ذاته قريبين للغرب الاستوائي هناك جو اذا ما خان التعبير. كل زول كان من محل ثاني يعني. دي كمان حاجه المفروض ان احنا كجنوبيين نستفيد منها. ما عيب انه القيادات السياسيه الايكواتوريه دائما ما بيجنحوا للقبليه دي للامانه التاريخيه، ما عشان انا منهم لكن التاريخ بيقول كده. النيوان ما كان ضامن كل الناس. ما فعلا كلامك جد تاريخيا اي ثوره تقوم الناس الاوائل المنضمين بيكونوا من اهل المنطقه بحكم الجغرافيا كده. لكن التنظيم بتاع النيوان ما كان فيه حاجات زي دي وكانت شامله يعني. شكرا يا واصل اخبارات مع
يا بالمناسبة جيمس التقرير بتاعك ده شوية كده بيختلف لأنه أنت لو شفت الليدرشيب زارو لما أدو لجوزيف لاغو جوزيف لاغو زارو شفت كان في رئيس بتاع يوغندا وفي ناس الفترة داك في الحكومة بتاع الشمال يعني عملوا برشا عشان جوزيف لاغو يعمل تيك اوفر. بيفور جوزيف يعمل تيك اوفر قام ودوا الكلية الحربية يتخرج وجاء يعني بأي طريقة يشيل الموفمنت. سو رئيس الموفمنت في الزمن ده أساسا هو كان مجبور ما هو يختاروا بحريته لأنه الوضع كان وضع شوية كده. لما هو مش عمل إلا في يوغندا never come back but الوضع كان وضع سياسي ومعاصر. anyway عشان أنا أجي لقدام الشكلية بتاع سبورت بتاع المنطقة ده يا جماعة اللي قدام هنا في الليدرشيب. ولو شفت الليدرشيب يا وانا قاعد اقول لك ايفن هسه يا جيمس انت بتعمل فايل للناشوناليزم، لكن انت شفت الجنريشن اللي بقول لك سيبريشن ده الجنريشن اللي كان عايش زادوا في زمن بتاع كوكرا ولادو you know. وانت هنا ده جنريشن جديد ودوس جنريشن جديد. انتوا عشان انت تتفقوا وتشوفوا الناشوناليزم في جاب كبير هنا. في حاجه هنا ده مفترض معلومات مدسوسه منكم ومن ناس ثانيين. سو الحكايه دي هنا برضه شنو بيجيب لخبطه. ده يا كان انا قصدي في الاول لانه في leadership vacuum on each region you know. even جيرن لما قاعد في الموفمنت بتاع اس بي ال في فتره طويله كان في leadership vacuum بعد. وطبعا هي موفمنت. انا بشوف جوزيف لاغو لما حكم كان حاكم. لما جاء حكم عند السودان كله ودوا السلطات بس بتاع الباور. even عرب زارو كان لسه ضده. لكن انت لو شفت اس بي ال كان موفمنت. لكن الغلط الكبير من 200 اس بي ال لها بقى يجروا لسه جارين له لحسي دي السودان people liberation movement اننا ناو in the South Sudan. So there is a lot of things went through what you call revolution movement from Anyanya 1 Anyanya 2 the SPLM. And if you want to talk about justice or about domination it becomes waste time what you're doing because اي revolution movement هو قال بيعمل في justice هو بيتكلم عن justice but لكن يعمل في justice وين يعني بيعطوا system بيعطوا عقل. revolution ده طلقة وسلاح شفتها. So but when we come to leadership at the moment we've been influenced by other people the same old people. When you come at the moment now, if you see the clash right now, people are fighting themselves in leadership. It's very hard to attach with the reality. لأنه تحسي أنت في الغرفة ده في إكواتوريا تاني كده هو ضدك، لكن لما تشوف ضدك ليش ما بتفهم الحاصل شنو. You know, the same thing. So even on the other side, so things have become confused. That's why you see people.
ده ترجمتك sorry ده ترجمتك أخي. لكن go ahead ده ترجمتك. But I'll tell you why.
Yeah, you know, and people become confused. So anyway, I hope you listen to me from the beginning, but this is what I wanted to say, just to let somebody else come. There's an harassment and public leadership role. This mindset of leadership, you know, the people who قاعدين بيحكمونا هسي دول كلهم ناس بتاع movement. من أنيانيا 1 أنيانيا 2 أنيانيا 3 لسه revolution mentality. There's a leadership gap in the middle. And when there's you in the middle and then they want to say something, there's a lot of hidden information there. And the failure of leadership, Madari, I'm going to explain to them what happened. And right now, everybody is just on trap. And I believe things look impossible right now because the way people look at things and they don't really want to attack things with reality. I think there is still in leadership selfish. Even if you see those opposition now, like what I said before, this is an individual effort. They will come and talk, but they're trying to attach their effort to an organization in order to appear this is working and feeding the public what they think they have to do. So, because everything became a critic, regardless of how you put it on tribe. But I'll learn my point here. I will be listening. Thank you.
أتيك معلش كده أنا وصلت معقولة براك يا شكرا براك يا كلامك جد يا في تسابع الأجيال. حسيت الكلام أنت اللي بتقوله ده في ناس تاني ما بيقولوا، يعني ما أقدر أوضح أكتر. ده في تسابع بتاع أجيال ودي سنة الحياة، لكن في حياة البشرية عامة أنت عشان تتخطى الجيل اللي قبلك أو بما يسمى بجيل الآباء، ونحن في الجنوب هنا مصطلح سياسي نقول أنقولات، أنت ما بتقدر تتخطاهم بالرغم أنك أنت بتكون أقوى منهم فيزيكالي وبتكون مطلع أكثر منهم. هم ما بيكون ماسكين يعني حتات مفاتيح الدولة، ما بتقدر. ما زي الثورة السودانية دي قاموا بها الشباب لكن سرقت منهم. الخبرات بتلعب دور هنا والعلاقات الدولية بتلعب دور وحاجات كثيرة جدا جدا، لكن ده برضو ما مشكلة. الأجيال أصلا ما حدهم لزول أصلا. لكن في حاجة بيت الحركة الشعبية دي هم يعني ما قصروا كلهم، يعني كله والمات منهم ذاته نحن قدموا النفيس قدموا كده، لكن الأحياء منهم ليه ما تحولوا من حركة ثورية إلى مثلا لرجال دولة؟ يعني في فرق كبير جدا. والغريب أنه الناس دي يا أخوي بارك والمستمعين الكرام يمكن قبل كده ما حصل في تاريخ الدنيا. الحركة الشعبية نجحت في لما الجنوبيين في الغابة ما في مؤسسات هناك مبنية، كان نجح الناس دي بنسبة يعني بنسبة تفوق 70%. يعني يوم جو بقوا رجال دولة سقطوا. يعني دي الحاجة المحيرة ذاته. إذا سألت ذاته واحد منه ما حيقدر يجيب لك إجابة شافية. أنت ما حتقدر وأنا ما حقدر لأنه نحن ما كنا هناك. الإجابة دي تجي منهم هم. كيف هم قدروا يلموا الجنوبيين زي ما هم بيقولوا أن الجنوبيين عبارة عن متناقضات؟ ما في حاجة اسمها متناقضات. نحن كنا متحابين وقاعدين مع بعض. كان في إشكاليات صغيرة ودي سنة البشر كده. لكن المتناقضات دي أنت لما بقيت رجل دولة ليه ما مثلا اشتغلت معاه مؤسسيا وكنت في الغابة هناك قدرت تمثل الدور الصحيح؟ يبقى هنا العلة فيهم هم ذات، العلة في الناس دي ما في ناس تانيين. ودورنا شنو؟ أنه نوريهم أنتوا هم غلطانين. ما في زول تاني يجي يطلس للناس. أنا سعيد يا براك عشان كده. يعني بعض مرات الواحد يكون مواكب. المواكبة كويسة بتخليك تعرف الخلل. يعني الصراع الأجيال ده موجود في أي الدنيا وأنت ما حتقدر لزول قدامك. أقول لك الحقيقة ما حتقدر مهما أنه مثلا الجيل الوسطي أو الجيل الشباب هم الأغلبية الأكثر، أنت ما حتقدر تتخطى الديناصورات السياسية. صعب ما تقدر كله وصعب. جربها توماس سينكارا ما قدر، كتار جربوا ما قدروا، ما حيضعوا لك العراقيل قدامك. لكن ده ما معناته نحن نسكت، بس نغير انه في فشل. الحركه فشلت في اداره الدوله لانه ما تحركت، ما انتقلت من حركه ثوريه في الغابه الى رجال دوله عشان يديروا الدوله. اداره الدوله ده حاجه صعبه جدا جدا. وانا حقيقي هنا شكرا الاخ اتيكا، يعني نقاش يعني كويس، دي بادره خير، عندنا نقاش صحي. شكرا للاخ باراك. اتيكا استلم المنصه نمشي.
انا بس سؤالي لك، انت قلت الصعب في ناحيه انا ما فهمت، ممكن فيك توضح لنا
الديناصورات السياسيه دي، لانه شوف يا اتيكا السياسه دي مع لعبه، بعض مرات التجارب بتلعب دور. يعني ما يزول مثلا مثقف او اكاديمي كده ممكن يلعب دور سياسي، هم بيقدر يعني بيستغلوا حاجات مثلا الاكاديميه، السينوريتي والمعرفه الاكثر، يعني بيحجمك الى حد ما، ممكن يكون لك عقبه. فلما يحصل يجي تغيير وبيجي تغيير، لكن الا بعد ده يعني اقول لك القدره الالهيه تلعب دور، لكن دائما بتلقى صعوبات عشان تتعامل مع الديناصورات، لان انت لو شفتهم هم بيتكاتفوا مع بعض. انا قبل كم ساعه ما اقدر اذكر ذاته عشان المساله ما تبقى، ما قاعد احب الشكل. بحضر لي في واحد من المنتديات، وش اسمه المنتديات دي كويسه يا اخوي اتك، في ناس من الاجيال اللي كان حضروا يعني التداعيات الاولى لكاكورا مثلا. نحن ما حضرنا، ما كنا مولودين التداعيات، لكن ما كاكورا في جاء نحن موجودين يس كاطفال، لكن البدايات بتاعتها ما في شيء في الدنيا ده ما بيجي وقت، بيكون في بعض المؤشرات. ناس من الناس اللي حضروا المؤشرات دي جا الليله جو قبل الايام اللي فاتت بيتكلموا عن حاجات يعني ما بتخش في راس الجيل حقنا ده. زول زي ده انت حتطلع ناس زي ده تطلع لهم في المنصه ده تفي تحددها معاهم. نحن بالعرف الافريقي حقنا ده يا اتيكا نحن كان ما الناس حتصفك بقله الادب طوال مهما كان. باراك انت اي زول مشى قال بيقول له والله الواد ده قليل ادب طوالي بيرصدوا عليك كده. يا يقول لك انت زول صغير انت ما عارف اي حاجه، اسكت. لان انت اول شيء بيصفوك انت بتتحرك بالعاطفه، انت خبراتك تعبانه ما بتعرف، نحن جربنا و تكلمت اكثر من اللازم حيوصفوك بقله الادب. يلا في الحاله دي انت حتعمل شنو؟ حتضطر تكون زول عندك ادب. انت ما تقدر تكون زول ما عندك كذا لانه دي ثقافه مجتمع. يلا تكون تمشيها واحده واحده. لما تلقى منصه فيها ناس مثلا من جيلك او ناس يعني من نفس الدفعه، ما الجيل ما ضروري يكون قدرك كده نديدك، يعني يكون نفس المدرسه الفكريه بتاعت العمر بتاعك. انت النديه هنا بتصل، لكن جد ديناصورات ما حتقدر، حيحجموه، ما حتقدر تمشي قدامه. وده قاعدين في جوبا هناك في زول قدر يعمل لهم شيء وموجودين من كمان. انا اكون اونس معاك، ما في زول يزعل مني يقول قنقلها الليله ماسكه العصايه من النص. الناس دي موجودين في كل المكونات بتاع جنوب السودان. نسوي شنو؟ ما يوزي حديثي وحديثك ده يقول نحن بنقدر نتحلى منه، لكن ما في مثلا نظريه معينه يا اخوي اتك عشان انا اقول لك ان احنا نعمل شنو. ما حنقدر نعمل حاجه، دول لسه نحن نتكلم. لما نتكلم كثير العدد بيكون اكثر، في جزء منهم بيقتنع يقول يا اخي والله صراحه في شيء غلط، واليوم اللي يقتنعوا الحل بيجي. بس ما نقيف، نحن نستمر، المسيره تستمر، يعني ما نقيف كله ما نيأس، ما يصيبنا الاحباط، نتكلم. لكن عشان نتخطاهم صراحه والله الا تحصل معجزه. شكرا يا اخوي انت ما ضارك.
انا بس ممكن انا بكل احترام ممكن اغلطك في الموضوع ده، يعني اختلف، مش اغلطك، اختلف في الراي ده، لكن كلامك انا شايفه فيه منطق وواقع. لكن ما تنسى كمان انه نراجع كده تاريخ بتاع الدنيا. دائما الدنيا لما بيبدا يعني تخيل الناس القدام لو جابوهم بحث في وقت بتاعنا هم ذاتهم بيفزعوا، يعني بيوصل لهم نوع من الفزع او الخلعه، على اساس كيف الناس التو بقى بيطيروا بطياره وفي كهرباء وفي لمبه وفي حاجات ديل.
تلفون سوشيال ميديا، بتشوف ناس من جهه لجهه، تتكلم مع ناس عبر التلفون. فالناس دي لما هم بدوا في بيقولوا شنو الصندوق اللي هم جواه، يعني الباكس، هم مقفولين في الصندوق، فمستحيل هم يشوفوا للخارج. لكن احنا جيل لقينا الفرصه ان ننظر من الخارج، من خارج الصندوق. وانس نحن نظرنا لخارج الصندوق فهمنا العالم ده كيف. يعني زي في قصه كان متذكر قال لي، كنا في زماننا الصغير قاعدين يقولوا لنا في المدرسه، قال يا اخي في ضفدع ده بيحب مغامرات، فيوم كده ونط في بحر، وطبعا حاجه ده مستحيل، كان ضفدع دخل في البحر اصلا وجاي لانه فوق ملح، وضفدع بيحب مويه، مكان مويه يعني مويه بيقولوا مويه يعني مياه بتاع الخور ولا شيء بيسموه المناطق ده. الضفدع مشى شاف بحر، قام بقى يجي ينادي الاخوان. وعاوز قصه انا وريتكم يوم ذاك بتاع قلت جاي نعمل توبيك اون كهف افلاطون او the allegory of the cave. allegory of the cave هو عنوان مهم جدا، وبيتكلم عن قضايانا. وانا متذكر وبشكر واحد كمان لانه this topic كان في راسي بدري، لكن بس ما قدرت القى الفرصه. and then I saw some of one of my friends also kind of brought it up, and so I'm like, yeah, that's thing I want to do it too. And I participate, but like in the writing I wasn't speaking. فallegory of the cave في قصه انه قال ناس مربوطين في كهف، ولدهم برا. المهم ولدهم جابوهم في كهف، يعني جابوهم هم الصغار ما عندهم اي اطلاع للعالم. فهم قاعدوا في الكهف، ربطهم كله في جنازير، بيشوفوا الطول بتاع الكهف ده كل يوم في حصان ماري هنا، الشخصيات ماري. فبقوا هم بيسمعوا اسامي بتاع حاجات ده، كلهم بقى بيتذكروا اسامي، بيقول اوه ده فلان فلان. بقى يعيشوا الواقع بتاعهم بقى كله وين في الظل. يلا في واحد منه قام فوقه قال له اطلع برا وشوف الهنايه ده، اطلع من الكهف ده وشوف البرة. فانا منو شافه قام اتفزع، يعني جلو خلعه، لقى انه الناس هنا ديل عايشين في وهم. وهو لما شاف الناس اللي كانوا يحركوا الدميه وحاجات ده، خلى الناس يؤمنوا انه دي الطبيعه بتاع الدنيا هنا. يعني ظهرهم كله مقلوب، ما كانوا يشوفوا على الخارج، كانوا يشوفوا داخل الكهف والظل بتاع الحاجات اللي قاعد يمر ده. بمعنى شنو؟ في ناس في الدنيا بتاعنا هنا عايشين على العقليه ده، يعني هم بيشوفوا الحاجه اللي جنبهم، ما بيطلعوا اكتر على كلام بتاع الاخرين. لما الاخ ده جاي يوريهم ان يا جماعه انا شفت حاجه هنا، I saw something new, you need to guys come back and get out of this. طبعا الناس قام حاجه ما لو قتلوه، they kill him, they said this guy is doing something wrong, يعني ما ادوا فرصه. فده بمعنى شنو؟ and this philosophy was written like thousands of years. ممكن تقول like maybe 5,000 years ago before Christ was even born. And imagine ده في وقت بتاع سقراط وناس أفلاطون, Socrates and Plato. For these characters يتكلم عن society, يعني حتى عن القيادة وعن الايديولوجي، لأنه في ناس بيمشوا بايديولوجي اللي بتقولهم and they don't question it. Some people who question it, they are really the ones who are living outside this cave. لأنه إحنا بنقول اليوم box، لكنه actually cave in ancient time. طبعا بشوف ناس على الكهف ده ناس جهلة، يعني زول قاعد في الكهف جهلة. إحنا هسه بنقول اليوم this is people in the box. عشان كده إحنا جينا اليوم مطلعين على حاجات كتير، ما معناته إننا أحسن من الناس التانيين، لكن معرفتنا للحاجات الكتير اللي عرفناه بيدينا الرؤية الحقيقي. Compared to these people are looking only on shadows. عشان كده لما نحن نقول صعب علينا نقدر نغيرهم، I understand your point، لكن still ما بيعني إنه ناس الكهف ده هم خلاص، أو ناس الباكس ده هم حيكونوا هناك إلا ما تكسر الباكس أو تعمل حاجة اللي بيقدر يخليهم. طبعا الناس دول هم عدد بسيط، كمان ما تنسى عدد بسيط، لأنه كل يوم في وعي، وكان في زول عنده الحكمة وبيفهم كلام إحنا قاعد نقوله ده. لأن هدفنا هو القيادات اللي هسه بيمشوا ده القيادات مربوطين بالكهف، مربوطين في الظلام، هم عايشين على الضل. عشان كده بتلقى كل أفكارهم وسياساتهم ضعيف جدا، لدرجة they cannot achieve it and they cannot even mature up. يعني ما بيقدر يتطوروا تطور حتى evolution in a critical thinking in evolution in this political, today, 21st century is very hard. I think the Europeans are always advancing because Europeans, they always like to see something new. They accepted أي شيء new. We give them understanding to what is past and what is present. لكن بتاعنا ده احنا كان جينا بحاجة new, there was a challenge. Why you say that? يلا لما احنا نكونوا أجيال بيقولوا بقى بيصغروك بشنو بعمر انت صغير. بعدين بينحروك يا اخي انت لازم تحترم الكبار. احنا احترمناك ما شتمناكم. We didn't say any profanity. يعني هم عاوزين يصغروا. يلا طبعا ده انت كمان كان بقيت تشك في نفسك طوال انت بتقوم تسكت. And you will never ask anymore. You will never challenge. But you must not do that. Now, as long as you got to use profanity, you're not profanity and you're not disrespecting them in the extent of calling them a derogatory way. You have to challenge their mindset. عشان كده تلقى الناس ديل بيكونوا confused. بعدين هم كمان they are what they call romantics. بمعنى هم عاطفيين. يا هم يقولوا عاطفيين لأنه الناس ديل عاطفيين لدرجة هم اتبنوا بنوا الخيال ده كحقيقة اليوم. عشان كده العاطفة بتاعهم بقى very much مركز على الفكرة إنه ما في شيء تاني إلا هم أفكارهم ده الصح. كده سياساتهم بتلقاه ضعيف. يلا لما هم يكونوا قادة عاوزين يمشوا الناس بالعاطفة على أساس إحنا نمشي ونفهم القيادة ده. يعني واحد كان قال لازم نتبع كله تبعية وده are wrong هنا السوسايتي بتاعنا كده بيفعل. مش كده قاعدين challenge Equatorian to wake up from these things. And I appreciate you guys, but yeah, if anybody want to interact on this, go ahead. And I think also the people who never spoke yet, I want to welcome you. أيضا into time command limitation, please jump in. I want to hear from you guys. Yeah, welcome, Uncle Bullen. Thank you for joining us. You're there, Elder Bullen?
Hey,
yeah, welcome.
I'm here.
Yes, sir.
شكرا جزيلا. Audacious
Yes, sir.
And CPI. And that's CJ كمان في بينك ودeng James براك I think أنا ما بعرفه كويس but as always very good subject, good topic and intelligently put, difficult as always. Harassment kalam da kan wanas na ko bikide concerning harassment, and then role of a public leader. Our brother also put it like the traits of effective leaders. I think that's the perspective that I'm going to take. If you take a person like Odysseus and Didi and James, Teresa or Channel, there's something they have in common. People like Dr. Al-Hajj, people like Dr. Dr. Hakim. There's something about their energy level. It's always high. I consider that to be one of the traits of an effective leader, to have this Mandela. You could speak for hours and hours. And not just speaking this, that. There's not a tone in their voice, that strength. It symbolizes some kind of a strength. So it's high energy level generally. Most leaders, effective leaders, they have that. The other thing that they also have is this high stress tolerance. When I take the people I've just mentioned, they could go on and on and on, and they can observe high stress. They could observe that. They have that high stress tolerance always. And then they can also maintain focus for many hours. And I think these three traits that I've just mentioned, the high energy level, the high stress tolerance, and then maintaining focus for many hours, it helps leaders to cope with hectic pace, long hours, constant and relenting demands from the rest of us. And also it provides them with effective problem-solving ability. You know, whether these traits, whether they're born with it or it's something they develop, maybe we'll come to that later. Also, one thing that I also realize is the level of self-confidence. Now, I'm not talking about vanity here. It's simply the belief that I can do this. I can put these, I can answer this question. I can put this in the best language that I know, in the best terms that I know, without stepping on somebody. That's the diplomatic part. And also, if you're going to fight, I've also experienced that. If you're really up for a fight, you also put up a fight. You make a decision, you're going to put up a fight, and you go confidently and put up a fight. So the trait here is the high level of self-confidence that I've witnessed. So leaders with self-confidence are more likely also to attempt difficult tasks. You know, like putting up the topics that you put up for discussions. These are some of them are very, very difficult. You know, it takes some level of cognitive understanding to be able to actually discuss them for hours. Not just 1 hour, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or 45 minutes, but for several hours. So leaders with self-confidence, people like James, people like Odysseus, people like Didi here, CPI, who can just stand up there, walk up there and say exactly what he wanted to say. And put it forward. This is a very difficult task. Sometimes in front of hundreds of people, you know. And not only that, you also set, by setting this kind of, this is my understanding, by the way, by setting this kind of topics, difficult topics to discuss, political topics that require sociological understanding, that requires a lot of understanding. And then you set these challenging expectations. It's only a person with sufficient self-confidence who can set challenging expectations for themselves. And then you persist in solving the problem. That's also the persistent part. And then there's this optimism that I've also realized in the middle of all this stress, there's still that optimism. There's still that time for laughter, for you know, for jokes. And in the process, it seems like it also increases the commitment, okay, by others, like us, the listeners. I like listening a lot. When you have that optimism in your voice, you have the self-confidence. It's contagious. It keeps, it maintains the audience. Another thing that I've also realized is that your locus of control is internal. You know, you're driven from the inside. It's not like somebody whipping you to do the things that you're doing. You're controlled from inside, from your minds, from your souls, from your personalities. The control comes from inside, not from outside. And it's good because having an internal locus of control also means that you believe that you are responsible for your actions, for what you say. The reason sometimes say it out like I'm responsible for this and I'm going to say it, and you know, at the end also sometimes they apologize. It's something that I've said, which I've heard somebody, I apologize for that. This is taking responsibility. It's because you have an internal locus of control. I think that's important. You're also future oriented. You're future-oriented. Most of you guys are future-oriented. You can bring history, compare it to the present, and put it in a future context. Because that's exactly where good leaders do. They look ahead. They use the history, they use the present to shape that vision, because visions are things that are in the future. And there's also flexibility in the middle, adaptation also in the middle, innovation also in the middle. And that comes when I hear you people discussing stuff like what you've just done, discussing things with each other. That's the flexibility. Listening to your colleague, adapting and adjusting, adjusting the understanding, and then the comprehension settles in. That's the way to go. And then there is something that I've mentioned in the beginning, whether all these that you have in common is something that you're born with. Of course, you have aspects like the intelligence, this is something biological, but then there's also the nature. It's the environment that you're in. If your environment is chaotic, definitely a lot of things are also going to be chaotic. So it's both. It's both the biology and also the nature. It's like a talented kid, a talented footballer born in the jungles of Equatoria, and he has all the traits of a footballer, but there's no ball to play and there's no field where he could practice, so that talent would actually not come to fruition. There's also something that I've realized is also the emotional maturity. You could discuss all these subjects in a long time, but your emotional balance is maintained. You know, I've realized that you're less self-centered. It's the subject, it's the topic, it's the vision, it's the question, finding the answers, using the right words, communicating. That's interesting, you know. And also some things like you're aware of your strength. You know when to shift to English or when to shift to Arabic. When things get a little bit who you're talking to, and you know you have to talk to them so they can understand. You jump in with Arabic, and then you come back to English. That's fantastic. Self-improvement in the middle of a difficult task. That's fantastic. You know, and there's no mood swings. There's nobody going up and then falling down angry like sometimes with a chunk. Sometimes it happens with him, where he really goes high up and then boom, he comes back down and swings around and closes the place down. And you know, those mood swings are not advisable. They limit cooperative relationships when your mood swings so much. So that's one thing. Also, the level of cooperation among you is fantastic. It's something in you. It's something you got from home. It's something from your background. You know, it's something you bring it along. You didn't just pick it in the streets or somewhere. So with that said, there's also something that I realize is and I'm very, very glad for this, is this: you're not impulsive. You just say things for the sake of saying them. You know, everything is measured. The moment you come there, you come to that meeting, you come to that discussion, you come to that to solve that problem, then that's it. You become focused. You exercise this. You limit this power of impulsivity, where you just say things without structure and seeking dominance. No, you give room, you give space to one another and to your audience. You give them space. You're confident, you know, and that's the reason you guys are there on the first place. You also desire power for others. You do things for the benefit of other people. You don't do these things, all these things you're doing here. You don't do it for the sake of doing them. You want us, the audience, the listeners, also to benefit from it so that they can grow, they can develop. You're less egotistical. You're less defensive. You're out there. You know, and that's interesting. The need for power. The need for power, that strong need for power to build up the organization is also positive. You know, it's positive. It's good to have that. The other one is, I've already mentioned it really, the achievement orientation. You do things because you have a vision. You just don't do something for the sake of doing it. It's okay sometimes to do such things, but in this kind of settings, you do things because you have an objective, you have a vision, you have a mission that you want to accomplish with the topics that you put up, with the rooms, the names of the rooms that you create. There's a bigger topic that everybody's working towards. There's a destination that everybody's trying to get to. You set goals, you organize yourselves, you set deadlines. You set action plans. I've seen some of your topics put up 2-3 days in articles. That's fantastic. Gives you time to prepare. And then also there's this balance need for affiliation. You know yourselves. You know what you want. You know, so your need for affiliation, your need to be supported, that hunger for attention to be supported is not there. So it gives you better stamina to do the things you really wanted to do. You don't just show favoritism to Uncle Pulen simply because he's Uncle Pulen. No, it's because you wanted him also to deliver, to give something, not just a free ride. He has to deliver something. With that said, I can go on and on. There's also the self-discovery thing. I've written to Didi once, and I think also maybe to Odysseus, that is a good idea. You prepare yourself. You always make sure you prepare yourself. Because the moment you come out there, stand out there, people expect you to deliver, to give them that thing that they wanted to hear from you. They really wanted to feel that they've been nourished, they would have received their bricks extended, or their understanding improved, and the requirement of self-discovery. And when you're preparing yourself, where are your strengths? Where are your weaknesses? What is it? Which words to use and which words not to use? This kind of stuff, and it's very challenging and it's very difficult. But with practice, it comes like now you're actually well versed with these things. It comes automatic. It becomes part of you. It becomes internalized. I can go on and on. So I would rather stop here. And then, of course, the temperament. That one is special. His temperament is different from one person to another. Depends. Is it negative or positive? Sorry to ask, to cut you. Is it positive or negative to have a temperament as a leader? No, temperament is part of you. It's part of your personality. It's part of your personality. It's not a temperament. I take my own temperament is very mild. I might look very brutal or something, but my temperament is very mild. And always I don't sit in the front and I don't sit at the back. Also in class, I sit in the middle. I keep asking myself, is this something to do with my eyesight or what is it? My eyesight is okay. I can sit on the back. I still see the blackboard. I can sit at the front and close to the blackboard and I can still see. But I keep asking myself, why do I always sit in the middle? Also in the meeting, I always sit in the middle. You know, so it's got something to do with my temperament. Understanding your temperament, understanding it, understanding your extremes and your excesses, and balancing those two, balancing them, understanding your power and your weaknesses and balancing that, understanding if you're people oriented or you're mathematical oriented or whatever, and balancing that. They have a word in my culture to say the middle is the best. Look it and well led. They used to sing that which lies in the middle is like the safest, is like the best, is like the mean, the philosophical mean, the average, the standard. So it's a very interesting subject. So I better end here so that I give other people the chance to say something. And what else? The functions of leadership. I think you guys know that already.
What about? Sorry to ask, because I think you have one thing. I think earlier did you mentioned, and I kind of like understand. I described it into gang harassment because like there is some organizations, for example, where leaders will allow their groups to harass and intimidate and silence others. I can give example of 20th century incidents like the Nazis, for example, because we all have read and even maybe saw documentaries, but actually reading it more interesting because there's details on that. I read that the Nazi, before they became powerful, they used to have these groups like the stormtroopers. They will come into areas where the communists will speak, and then they will begin to harass them, beat them, insult them. So do you think this thing is actually going on right now? Because especially for us as nationalists, Equatorian nationalists, we have faced these things. I want to know: do you think this is a quality of good leadership, or just think it's just it shows a dangerous future if people are following such leadership? And this leadership, so I was give it here. I'll stop here, but you can elaborate on that. Thank you.
This is always in conjunction with compliance. If you try rational persuasion, which is always the best, because its effects are long-lasting. If you tried rational persuasion, it's not working. You tried rewarding, and it's not working. They call it reinforcement in psychology. If there's always coercion, that's what you're referring to. It's referred to as coercion, where I think they use it, the SPLM-A used it, where they force people actually to do the job, like carrying all those guns and all those ammunitions and the floor, the food ration for longer distance. So they force people to do that. They actually force the sultans, the chiefs, or even the British, by the way, they also did that, where if they wanted carriers to carry their luggages for a long distance, they forced the chiefs to actually give them people to carry their stuff. So you only use coercion in situation where compliance is limited. People are not doing what they're supposed to do, then you can coerce them a little bit. I hope I've answered you.
Well, Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
But always remember that with coercion, people comply because they're afraid.
They're ignorant, right? Or ignorant.
Ignorant also.
Yeah, because ignorance play a big role for these people to follow, to be a follower. That's why we call them, they are kind of cult followers, where they will not question but follow the order. Even soldiers, they used to call us like that, like military. It's like, oh, you guys soldiers are followers. But in reality, soldiers abide by the commitment and the laws that's given to them, compared to thugs or people who are just blinded and they think these people know better without questioning.
Yeah, but again, with soldiers, it's a little bit different because they're actually socialized into that role. They're socialized through their training into that role. They're socialized even to use the gun and shoot without conscience, without remorse. Socialized into that. If you also socialize them to have conscience, then you have that intelligent soldier in the field who can discriminate between an innocent and an enemy. Because that split second, that split second, what you have between doing something right and doing something wrong is your conscience. If you don't have that properly socialized, then you actually have a potential criminal. As the show did, that's what what's his name? One of Samora Michelle, I think Michelle. He once said that an untrained soldier is a potential criminal, and that's actually the reason why the officers' school is put in place. Because these are the ideologues of the military. They're the ones who tell the cohorts to turn left or to turn right, to shoot or not to shoot, to withdraw or to run or to lie down or to stand up. So the rest of the military is about taking the orders from the superiors, you see. So I hope I've answered that question to the best of my capacity, but we can take it up one time. We can take it up again.
Yes, sir.
So, I think I would end here, and if there's something I'll add later, or if there's any question also, I'll add.
Thank you so much. Congrats, Elder Bullen. I appreciate you. Of course, these things also, like we say, and it actually, this is going to be, hopefully, we're going to make it another episode on it, the role of public leaders. And the reason we mentioned this earlier, because it's about the harassment. And, for Didi mentioning that, and we explained, harassment is one of the things that most people do kind of like, don't follow. In particular, when it comes to leadership, because some leaders, they depend on the people who willing to do everything. I can even give you an example of Machiavelli, and and like what you mentioned on John Garang using this kind of method. Well, I won't call him Machiavellian because he's not even close to that. He might use the method of Machiavelli, but Machiavellian book on The Prince is very much unique because he kind of like delves deep into the idea that leaders have to sacrifice and are willing to sacrifice those who need to be sacrificed, and also he need to focus on objective. Well, in South Sudan, it's a cutthroat thing in the leadership, and I've seen leaders also. It's also there is some people who are desperate for leadership. I mean, they are. They love that they have that kind of like so much love to be leaders, but they don't know the responsibility of leadership, because everybody can be a leader, but there's always one leader that will always succeed. I mean, I know you can lead your house, you can, most people have wives, children, or even have partners in life, or not even have their own place if they're not having their wives or anything. And of course, the same thing with women. Today, women also have played a big role in leadership. Recently, just You know, even recently, just like the British Prime Minister today, she's a female. She was elected a couple of days ago. And you could see women now are even very strong in their leadership. But one thing that differentiates between leaders is that some leaders, they will go to the path of enlightening the people that they are leading. If they see the people are not enlightened, they will try to work with them so they can be enlightened. Some leaders, they prefer their people to be unenlightened and blinded by, just submitting to them because they are come from somewhere. Or they, like for example, now some South Sudanese, why do you think the Society of South Sudan always like to use PhD doctors, Kharij, give titles to people? Those titles, it shows these people who claim to be leaders, they lack understanding of the leadership quality, because they begin to feel like, and they are comfortable to use the people by their title, because if they really have a specific message or a specific vision, they will not even want to worry about their titles. All they will do is they open the eye to people, and the people will become very clear who is the person or who is that person, he or she are capable to actually lead, because they're giving a form of knowledge to the people. Because that's what I always love Robespierre. Maximilien Robespierre, one of the French Revolution, like he quoted this saying, like, the secret of freedom depends on educating the people, where the secret of tyranny is keeping them ignorant or keeping them in the dark. And we have seen this
Yep.
right now.
Sorry,
in South Sudan.
I read this.
Yes.
I think yesterday. Thank you.
Yes, and this is my favorite. This is from Maximilien Robespierre, one of the French revolutionists. And unfortunately, of course, he was murdered, executed. You can judge him good or bad because he has his flaw, and that's normal, because leaders are always not perfect. But one thing about leaders, if they are visionaries, people will always get attracted to them. But if leaders are not visionaries, they're just holding titles, growing around with the title, the name of their background, where they come from. This shows even not only that it shows to the people who are following them, they are naive, they're ignorant, they are not wise enough to understand that the leadership is not based on that. And that's what Germany have learned the hard way when Germany followed Hitler, because and he was so bitter, like he's a man bitter with hate. The man taught the German to believe that he actually get them to the promised land or get them to the salvation. Even they call him the savior. But what he did, he caused death to Germany. He caused death of millions. And he was he was charismatic. And he played slogans, he played gimmicks on the people, he played propaganda. And I could see. And that's why when we talk about tribalism in South Sudan, these things is there. Because some people are using focus, even though they're tribalistic, and you could see the tribalistic move, they will manipulate others, and they will manipulate those people who have they don't hold pride on their identity. I'm not talking about identity in tribe, but pride in their identity by mean they don't see the value of who they are, where they come from. For example, like us Equatorian, we're supposed to hold that ideal that we have a history that makes us who we are as a nation, as a people. Our ancestors fought against the Ottoman Turk, fought against the French, the Belgium, the Germans, the British, and at the end, it cost us to lose lands by force because they are colonialists, and they took part of our land to the Congo, to the Central Africa, to what they call the Uganda and Kenya, and even we are part of Sudan. They took us to Sudan. So this is supposed to be a one thing that will actually give the encouragement to every Equatorian to say this is the time, because if we hear this and somebody acknowledge this fact to us, that is the time for us to take action and to stand with these people who speak on that. But you could see the sad thing, there is a challenge where you see people like, why do we want to separate? Why we have to have a nation? We are South Sudanese. For God's sake, I just gave you an information that you have a history. You don't belong to South Sudan. You don't belong to Sudan. You belong to a history that is now need to be reclaimed. All you need to do is take advantage of it. But no, you see people are afraid, say, oh, we are South Sudan. And some people want to play like they are church, or like they want to play their Sudan. They're pretending like, we are God good people. We believe, everybody. Yes, and guess what? Even Kangal fi ma صغير الفار الصغير ده, he know how to fight for his child, for his family. So why are you worried, concerned, when you're not even concerned about your wife who is being brutalized over here, who's being abused by here, and then you want to go and focus on your neighbor's wife and say, no, I'm not going to protect them. Then for me, I'm outside, I would say, you know what? Because and then you want to go and worry about that wife because even that would not make sense. But of course, they're holding that as a sense that they are very patriotic, and all this nonsense. It just showed me that they are playing gimmick with the people who are ignorant to see their essence, their reality. And also when I see, like Brother Dinka Bashir mentioned, when we're seeing the murder of their people, they did not go and sit down and say, they reacted because they saw this is a crime against them. They didn't question they didn't put that in their thought because they have been violated. So when they took that, but Equatoria, when we've been violated, we are just still holding the word South Sudan, and this is the problem. And there is the leadership quality is breaking here. And then again, when you begin to challenge such questions to people, then you see the gangs coming in like stormtrooper on us, and and you guys, separatists to us. Like, who are you? Giving us the most ridiculous like, listen, like I said, Mark Maximilian said, freedom starts with knowledge. If you don't have the knowledge, you cannot fight. See, Nuer have the knowledge that the people have been murdered. They have knowledge that they are Nuer and they're proud of it. Why can we have knowledge of our own, that we have a history, we have our own people, have lived together, did something. Now when our people getting killed in the region, what do you mean? In the mind, in the cowards, in just ignorant beyond ignorance. Because there is two things. And then when you harass your brother speaking the truth, that just shows that leaderships are they do their thing. And this is when you see a leader who allows such thing to happen, then I see this is the same thing that the Nazi Manat is all the main interest for us. And this person is trying to destroy us. That's why when we look at it, we have to be very careful in these things because there is a lot of challenge we're facing, but some people try to kind of like cover it up by saying, giving excuses or trying to send harass, like people group with that stormtrooper with the harassment, actually go out and attack us, and then they don't want to hear, only just want to attack and also go to a personal attack, which is so ridiculous and naive. And then to challenge them, like logically they cannot answer. Only you see the intellectual of them who are able to kind of like debate with you because they have a understanding, they can reason. But for those stormtroopers in the background, then they will be like in the background sitting, just running around, making all these nonsense. Ashaniki play role with Ashinu. Actually give that boost. They can get a Telga communist for Germany can't silence so quick because the stormtrooper really actually devastated them by bullying them. And that's what we see here. This bullying thing of harassment is going on so deep with our situation right now. Shikira, this topic about harassment and leadership is very important to discuss. But I will give a chance to Nasser Matkalam and welcome Brother Robert. Yes,
yes, a slight comment on what you've just said. So these are very good points that you came up with. There's only one thing that you did include is the fact that it doesn't matter whether you are in America or in Africa or in India. Our behavior, our human behavior is the results of our effort to satisfy some needs. And this needs becomes the motive. And this motive drives our behavior, right? When you have many people together, you aggregate these motives and you institutionalize them. Maybe in a political party, you become social democrat or whatever. And that in turn becomes an ideology that can drive political motives, an agenda. As for the leadership part, if the motive is personal gain, you end up like our ostriches in the savannah back home. If you are driven by the common good, then you become a different caliber of leadership. Okay. Four functions of a leader: straightforward, planning, organizing, leading, and then the fourth. Okay. With planning, you set the objectives. You identify the action that need to be achieved, and then with organizing, you divide up the tasks into smaller, manageable. You divide them up, and then of course allocate the resources that's needed. How many people can carry this, or can do that, or can accomplish it? That's the organizing part. And then the leading, of course, you have to encourage, you continue encouraging. You're putting in the hard work. And then, of course, the controlling, that's the monitoring. You see if the objective is achieved, you know. So these are the functions. And then you come to the role, there are three of them. For the role, it doesn't matter where you are, there are three. There's the interpersonal role. You are the figurehead. You make the decisions. You're the leader. You do the liaison. And then you also, the disseminator, you give the information. You're the spokesperson. You're the monitor in the class. You're the monitor. You're the spokesperson. That's your informational role of a leader. And then, of course, the decision. You're the entrepreneur. You are the resource allocator. You're the negotiator. Those are three: interpersonal, informational, and then decisional. And then the skills that are required, there are four of them. You need the technical ability to do your job, and then you need the human ability to be able to work well with us, cooperate, communication, talk well, read fast, understand more, this kind of thing. And then, of course, there's the conceptual, it's the ability to analyze and solve complex problems. It's the conceptual. And then the ethical part. You know, the right and wrong, the good, the acceptable. This is the biggest part that I don't know if even Juba University has ethics, or they don't have. In most places, the secondary school students are already introduced to ethics, because absolutely they have it. I mean, imagine somebody holding public office and they don't have ethical education. How do you know what you're doing is right or wrong? You know, this is important for us in our backyard. This is part of the education that we get. And then at the church, you know, this is where the socialization institution plays a role. But you go to school, it's a different, it's the subjects, it's the English, is all that, the literature and all that. But these elements in Equatorian societies are inbuilt in the culture, something you get from home. You do this, the do's and you don't, the do's and don'ts. You get it from home. I don't know about the rest, but these are some of the things that I wanted to add. And then the last one is that effort. High effort is a standard deviation. High intelligence is a standard deviation. It's equally distributed. High capacity leaders like the DDs and the auditions and the CBI, it is a deviation. Most of us are in the middle, the 95%, the normal. But to be able to run faster, to jump higher, you have to be extraordinary. And that's a standard deviation that you have to try. It's like having a high IQ. It's a standard deviation because there are so many people who carry that. you know. So it's something that you also need to be aware of, that most leaders who have higher IQs and they have good grasp of their ethics and obligation and their approach, they perform better. You know, it's not like shooting a gun and running faster in the jungle and shoot a gun and killing it. That's another socialization, of course. It also requires a different kind of intelligence. A football also requires a different kind of intelligence, and problem musicians requires a different kind of intelligence. So, and the good news is that we inherit intelligence from our moms. So it's interesting. So our mothers are very, very intelligent.
No problem. No problem. I just want to say, yeah, thank you. I agree.
Yeah. And then if you isolate them in anything in society, are you functioning at half level? The society is functioning at half level. Because that's the other supplementing part. They both an issue. So a society where also women are highly valued, prosper, kids are more stable, families are more stable in some instances. So I better end here. And
so no problem. You will come back.
Yeah. So this is. Can I interject in 2 minutes?
Yes. If you can, because I want to give also a chance to Mr. CJ, the CPI, and James did not talk, and then also Robert. So quickly in that 2 minutes, do you want to rebuttal to what Elder Bullen was saying? We have another thoughts in that. Just quickly, 2 minutes. Thank you. Your network. You're in matrix.
Let me reposition myself right now. Okay. How's it now?
Yes, no, I hear you well. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is just a few clarification on what I think about the leadership. I don't want to rebuttal, but I'm a good listener. I've been listening for quite a while, and the way, say, Uncle Bullen talking, and actually he mentioned a few things and a few points, and this is the example I always say. This leadership, generally, especially in Africa, we always have the mindset of leadership as a moral dose. Like, let me respectfully say, Uncle Bullen was giving you a moral dose of how you could lead and how you could do so, and encourage you to be, at the top of your game. But at the same time, we are always like some people who always trying to pray God without a structure. We don't have a structure in place. For me today to pray God, I need a structure of my life. How to pay my bills, how to do the daily things. God will not do it for me, but I have to do them and then pray God after. But mostly, we have that moral dose. Your uncle can give you a moral dose. My uncle can give me a moral dose. But for a vision and a structure, there's a huge vacuum. There's no structure in place to support the vision or even to support your moral dose. And this is where we're lacking, as people, most of the time. And again, as people claim or actually link the issue in South Sudan mostly as an ethical issue and morally, inherited problems from tribe to tribe. But I think you mentioned Odysseus, you mentioned Hitler, how Hitler actually, as a leader, succeeded to mobilize the most educated people in the world to massacre other race. And they're not primitive, they're well educated, but it's happened. Hitler has a structure in place. He's a leader to create a momentum and how to go on. And last thing I want to do, for example, in Africa and in Sudan, when is the last time we had a high or a leadership in a caliber of John Garang who actually create a momentum If you look at Sudan even, maybe only John Garang has created momentum to the point, if you look at it, we have those kind of leader every 100 years in the continent. It's not an easy to find, you know. So just to land my point here, sometimes we are trying to relate some issue as an ethical issue or something actually culturally that these people has adapted. But I think people can change, but the leadership itself, there are some people that are just bosses. They try to manage things based on, but they don't create momentum for leadership, because when you create a momentum or your leadership in a level of momentum, things can actually move without even you doing an effort to move things. So even our issue today, where we're talking most of the time, we can talk about our issue perfectly and we sort them out, but there is no structure in place to support this step to really, achieve what you're doing. And this is how the series continue to go. But thank you. I landed here.
I will ask you later. I'll ask you later about the structure. But okay. Go ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let me give a chance to Mr. CJ if you want to add something or you want to pass it to James. I think James spoke, right? James, and then I think CJ is not here. So, Mr. CJ, are you able to speak right now, or you still have some issues with your network? We want to also hear from you. Are you still just gathering some points there?
I think because yes, I only came here to really ask Brother Bolin, Uncle Bolin, the question. Would you be able to allow me to ask him? Or?
Yeah, I don't see CJ ever opening the mic, so you can go ahead and ask him. And then if Bolin can wait to see if CJ can speak. I don't know where is he at. Are you there, Mr. CJ? Do you hear us? You can blink your mic if you're hearing us. But I think go ahead right now. You can ask the question, and Bolin, please note it down in case Go ahead, Mr. Robert, please.
Thank you, Etika. Every time I actually see or follow Mr. Bolin speak on every room, I usually, understand a lot of things from him. Although I don't know his background, what he actually studied, but the way he articulates himself, I usually know that, this is a guy with a lot of knowledge. And let me just table my two questions. The first question is, there was a discussion in one of the rooms, or young rooms, and one of the elders, maybe elder than Mr. Bolin, he said it clearly that Equatoria don't have leaders. As such, we should not be talking about the self-determination or suppression, a potential suppression of Equatoria. Mr. Bolin, can you please say something on that? Do you believe that Equatoria doesn't have leaders? That's the first question. The second question is it's also based on what that elder stated. He stated that one of the reasons he doesn't want people to talk about suppression now is Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia will not be able to support any talk about suppression. So what is your take from that? Or what do you want to educate us, some of us who are really standing tall about self-determination of Equatoria and, of course, a potential suppression? Thank you. I just came for these questions. I'm taking a break. I'm not coming to speak today.
Thank you. Appreciate Uncle Bolin. I don't know if you want to answer. If you guys go ahead, answer it. Give you 4 minutes. Yes, sir. 4 minutes.
I think it's a good idea.
I can answer it immediately. Equatoria has got leaders. But the problem with leadership is that you need a space for it. You need that political space. And that political space has been missing since independence. So the leaders didn't have the opportunity to blossom. The Equatorian leaders, they didn't have that. Equatoria is full of leaders, both in the military, in the civil society, technocrats of the highest caliber. They've just been relegated to second-class status by the military elites, if you want to put it that way. The gun class. But the leaders are there. Many of them. As for separation, Equatoria, this is a political issue. You choose to support it or not support it. It's the same. With unity, you choose to support it or not support it. These two elements have been dominant in the history of the region itself. There were those people who wanted unity with Egypt. It was a big discussion at that time when you read the literature. The separatists won the state of Sudan in 1956. And there were also a lot of people who wanted union with Sudan. But the separatists also won. Okay. There were a lot of Eritreans who wanted to stay in the unity or alliance, or whatever you call it, with Ethiopia. But there were also separatists. And the separatists won. And believe me, I can give you a list of more than 50 countries that broke up. And the discussion is always the same. And nobody's going to support you. Nobody's going to understand you. Okay? They're all going to gang up and annihilate you for saying that. But people, countries are actually breaking up. South Sudan broke up. East Timor broke up. Got its independence. Eritrea got its independence. Soviet Russia broke up. Okay. Into multiple, I can't count them on my fingers, the countries that broke out of Russia. Gorbachev just died, I think it was 5 days ago. He made that happen. The whole communist bloc came down without a fire or even of a pistol. And everybody got to be themselves. People like being themselves. Particularly Europeans, they don't want to be under anybody. People wanted to be themselves. They wanted to be masters of their lives. They don't want to take second-class citizenship. They wanted to have equal rights. They wanted to sit on the driving seat and actually sit in the classroom and teach those kids from kindergarten to the university, produces the best doctors, the best lawyers, the best pilots. We want to do that. We want to produce our own food and make sure that it's healthy consumption. So this is what it's all about. Separation is not about war. It's not about oil money. It's not about this. It's about being master of your own life. Build your own houses. Build your own bridges. Cultivate your own food. Educate your own kids. Treat your own sick. Manage security in your own backyard. And if you don't know, learn it. It offers an opportunity to learn because now you're sitting there. There's nobody. It's you in front there. So you have to get to do things the right way. That's what it's all about. It's not about war. It's not about being master over somebody. It's mastering yourself. The art of life, of living a good life. How do you master that? How do you do that? By taking second class position or by being there, going to the field with your tractor or whatever it is they use these days and actually grow that food, grow those vegetables, bring them to the supermarket, bring them to the kitchen. This is what it's all about. What Uganda? You think Uganda cares if Equatoria is Equatoria? The land is there. The land will be there. This is social construction. You construct society. The lines are not there. The borders are not there. Time is not. If you I don't know if it's there, it's not there. But these are socially constructed things. We construct them and deconstruct them. There's no line between J and there's no line there. There's nothing you can see that there's a line here and it's dividing people. It's not there. We constructed those and put it into our own minds. They don't exist. So we're becoming slaves to things that don't exist. But we made them look like they exist, but they don't. You take some pieces of cloth, you stick it together, and then you call it a flag, and now people are dying for that. You take a piece of paper and you draw some horns on it, and you call it money, and people are murdering themselves for that. But there is something basic, and that's our humanity. That should be the beginning of everything. And you know what? Most of it is actually for free. The land is there. All the money you want. So this regia, this postmodernistic regia, where you do things because you think that's the way it should be, or because you like it or whatever. No, this is the reason. This is actually the reason why the Renaissance happened in Europe. They have to go back to the basics because everything was going wrong. They have to go back to the basics and rebuild society to what we know today. It took the Renaissance, and in the middle, it also took the Reformation, where even the church broke up. The Catholics went their way and the Protestants went their way, but the Renaissance was it. We call it the Operation Inclusion. This is it. We also need to do that. We need to have our own cultural revolution, like in China. Where was it? Russia? Where? I cannot remember. So it's not about what my elders say. I mean, I know him personally. It's what the people want. What is it that they want? Are they comfortable submitting to the hegemony? Or are they comfortable living in somebody else's house, somebody else's home? My grandfather didn't put a stone where I live.
Sorry to cut 1 minute. Yes, sorry.
I hope I've answered his question to the best of my capacity.
I think you did.
You have answered. Really so happy. Thank you.
Yes, sorry about that because of timing. So I want to give sure. But I also have a
Finally, my respect for him. I respect his point of views, but they're not mine, and I hope they're not also yours. Because this is what maturity is all about. You make your own decisions, and then you work for that. You set the price tag for your decisions, and you work for it. If you want a free Equatoria, that's a vision, then it's a mission, and then you work for it. You pay the price for that, whatever that is. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go, CJ. Are you able to speak or not the fursa the CPI? Because CPI is back. CPI, if you're busy or you're in a hurry, you can speak, please. Because I know sometimes you'll be very much busy. So if you have anything, please go ahead. Give us your thoughts in this also. I want to hear from you. CPI. Okay, I don't see CPI responding. CJ, you blink, go ahead.
Give CJ, then I will come after CJ.
Okay, great. Mr. CJ, please go ahead, put your thoughts. You're not heard. Do you wear a microphone? Can you take it off? Because I cannot hear you. Or you can exit and come back again, because it seems like I cannot hear you at all. Mr. CJ, I'm not able to hear you. Can you exit and come back? There's one thing also I wanted to later answer on. I want to kind of like, not answer, but just kind of like comment on what the question of Brother Robert mentioned. It's kind of interesting because these questions very interesting. Matter of Equatorial independence and Equatoria don't have leaders is very good question. And these are the questions that always, what you can call it, I will just say it later. Mr. CJ, please can you like exit and come back because I cannot hear you. I see your mic out there. Your mic is off. Like you gotta get out and come back because we cannot hear you. Can you do that, please? Because it's very hard to. I see you open your mic, but you have no voice.
Let me just go ahead.
Please, yeah, because he's still having a hard time. Let him fix it.
Thank you very much, Etika. And can you hear me?
Yes, comrade. Very clear, loud and clear.
Okay. Comrade Etika, Comrade Didi of Freedom Fighters, Bulen, James, and our neighbor Baraj, and Comrade CJ, and all our separatists here, and those are the colonists who try to impose their identity on us.
How you label people is very interesting, my neighbor.
This is General Charles Pearson, the Chairman and Commander-in-Chief of the Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement. We're a separatist movement because I'm proud to be Equatorian from the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. Thank you, Comrade Didi and Etika, for coming with this topic, question and answers on harassment and the role of a leader, a public leader. As separatists, we as leaders for separation are here for jumping.
Your voice disappeared, became low.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Can you hear like this?
Yes, perfect now, perfect.
Yeah. I say, why are we fighting as a separatist? Can you hear?
We hear you clear. Yes, okay. Now you're present. Yes, sir.
Okay. So we as a separatist, because we don't want any imposition of norms that does not even go with Equatorians. Equatorians is a unique society in a colonial South Sudan.
Equatorians, their identity is not like any other identity in Upper Nile or in Bargazal. We from day one, from when Equatoria was established, we are known to be Equatorians. From Equatoria. So, your question today, the role of a leader, the role of a public leader. For us, we do not yet have a government, but we are in phase one, what I call phase one, creating awareness to our people, pointing forward that this is what is good for us and who we are as Equatorians. We are trying to send them a message, communicating to them why we are separating. Who are we? And what are the reasons, the factors that make us as leaders to tell our citizens of Equatoria why we are advocating for separation? And that's where the question of harassment comes in. That's where the question of bullying comes in. The question of intimidation. When they intimidate our freedom fighters like Didi, do you think that, it's going to stop her from championing the liberation of Equatoria? No, because she's a strong leader. She has a vision. The reason why people intimidate her, because she communicates. Her message is fully, clearly understood. So that's why, leaders are harassed or intimidated or bullied so that they can give up. But the good leader will always continue regardless of all this intimidation and harassment and bullying. It cannot only be from our oppressors or imperialists or our colonies, but it can also come from our own brothers and sisters within our country of Equatoria, and those who want us to be assimilated, to be recolonized by the colonial South Sudan. So we as Equatorians, we cannot look at those people, whether they are from Equatoria trying to bully us as a separatist, they are just as losers. Great leaders, separatist leaders, they are always honest in championing the ideals of what they believe for, the vision that they see. Not those of Barrage leadership of who are not honest, like those of Salva Kiir and the Gerings, who have hidden agenda to colonize Equatoria. These are not leaders. These are opportunities. And they use different tricks to lie to people. Look now how they put the Nuba Mountains into problems. Look now how they let down the Blue Nile people. Look how they left the Gesna people. So those people are still fighting. Is this a good leader? No, he's not a good leader. A good leader must send his message clearly. This is what we want. This is our borders. This is what we are fighting for. These are our resources that belong to our future generation. etc. This is what we don't want from this colonial government. Getting lied and put the Nuba Mountains, the Gesena, and other parties in the north into a problem. And today, those people that contributed during the colonial South Sudan liberation, now they use them again to touch Equatorians, to take the land of Equatorians, to occupy Equatorians, and also mistreat the Equatorians. Is South Sudan a country that we are supposed to be part of it? No. We give them the benefit of doubt as Equatorian leaders, like Brother Ohide asked, do Equatorians have leaders? Yes. We give South Sudan a benefit of doubt from the time of liberation. And it should be reminded, these people, the colonial South Sudan, that we Equatorians are the people who started to see the vision. Our leaders see that South Sudan independence is the only choice for the future generation of South Sudanese. The Equatorians see that an inclusive South Sudan will be more peaceful than a divided South Sudan. Baraj was giving a wrong history of a Dinka, but we know that it is the Dinka that caused the chaos during Anyanya 1. The defection that is inherited by Dr. Riak, he inherited them from the Dinka. The people who started to defect during the Anyanya were the Dinka. William Nyalden is a good example. And what happened when he defected? He was also assassinated by the what? By the same regime that he surrendered to. And they caused chaos in the movement in Anyanya 1. But because the Equatorial leaders were very strong and very inclusive, very multi-visioned leaders, that they need a multicultural movement, a movement of all the people of South Sudan. They stand firm until they sign the agreement. The Sababa agreement of 1972. This is because of the leadership that the Equatorians have. The Equatorians leaders were having a vision. They were decision makers. They decide based on what was on the table, based on the interest of the people of South Sudan, based on what they as a leaders see that the future of South Sudan is this what we see. They managed and they did it. We did all this today and give it as a benefit of doubt to the unity of South Sudan after secession from Sudan. But the Dinka regime, the Dinka government, and the Dinka kingdom in the colonial South Sudan reflect on the objective of the movement, on the solidarity of the people of South Sudan that waged the war. Why they choose to be greedy? And I said this in Paga conference, until later Edward Lino cried. Dan lakini ita wale deke ita Dinka greedy au kibi na fijwa gaba ini de ya kutu katulunu wele wetu mekotore ma greedy oko hii. It was the camera. But the greediness of the Dinka will break the country, and it's already breaking it. For us as a separatist, our gear is going forward. We don't have a reverse. Our steering wheels have no reverse. They are going moving forward. Our brakes stop at the independent, regardless of all any other thing that will meet around. Whether death, whether what, is still the vision and the break of Equatorians will be the independence of Equatoria. That's our message clear to the people of Equatoria and the colonial South Sudan. We are not going to blindfold people. Oh, we want unity. We are fighting for unity. But you have that Gilbert Equatoria. And then there covers on nothing. It covers on nothing. He cannot. The body language. The body language. First of all, can tell what you are talking about. When you communicate a message out, there must be some doubts. There must be some doubt. So this ideology of a united South Sudan fighting for a unity government, it will not work today for Equatorians for many reasons. Even though they are saying that if there's a good leader, then Equatoria will be more better. They say if they elect the Equatorians as a leader in the new colonial South Sudan, things will be okay for Equatorians. Shameful. Never will be okay. The Dinka will never trust Equatorians. The Nuer will never trust Equatorians. They will never. Because of what they did to Equatorians. Neither they will even the Dinka give Equatoria as a leader. Look at us as Mahmoud. They are there. You know? But Akolkor is on top. Imagine a director on top of the minister. Those of Lumaro, they give them directions. Do this, go and talk like this. Those of Waniga. Thomas Chirilo gives just a testimony 2 days or 3 days ago, or 4 days ago, the leader of National Salvation Front, that he was there as a picture. But he has no powers. So how do you think that Equatoria, who is going to be leading the new colonial South Sudan, will be more powerful to make the Upper Nile and Barghazal to submit to the country national laws? It will not happen. It will never happen. So, if in leadership, we must be integral. Integrity is very important. You cannot ask for integrity from other people when you are yourself as a leader is not. You don't have integrity. That cannot come. The leadership, if you are in a role, if your role as a public leader, or the role, one of your roles as someone who is a public figure or maybe a leader, you should always inspire other people. Like others said, what is inspiration? Supporting them, guiding them, giving them information that will make them strong to send people. Respond effectively when they are challenged. Inspiration is very important. For us, as separatists, if we don't inspire people, nobody will be following us. If we don't give that strong message, the reasons why we are fighting for independence, nobody will be able to, to support our ideology. We, as Equatorians, we are not confusing any unionist that is blind, who does not see the problem that is faced by Equatorians. The land occupation of Equatorians, the territorial occupation of Equatorians, especially international borders, forcing our people to live in exile when they don't choose to live in exile. Exploiting our resources for their interests and for the development of the colonial South Sudan citizens. Forcing our people to be in a reserve camp. These Equatorians, unionists, they don't see the reality here. What is the consequence of being in a reserve camp? We have seen what happened in Malakal. What is happening now in the Cholo region? What is happening now with the Nuer? It is a matter of time. They can slaughter you. They can genocide you. Do Equatorial leaders see this? Do Equatorial unionists see this? the choices of hope and the choices of assimilation, the choices of freedom and the choices of oppression under colonial South Sudan, the choices of independence and the choices of imperialism. We as Equatorians, leadership is very important. We must be optimistic. We should not be people who have doubts. Leaders, they don't have doubts. They don't have any doubts. They have the vision. They have the purpose of meeting their objective. In any institution, in any government, in any revolution, there are challenges. It does not start with the Equatorians. People, these colonial like those of Barach, who are proud today. Minar Fafaham, Kalas Biga Limousine V8, and they think they are leaders of generations. Your leaders we just started in 1983. You have no history. Your history of betrayal started with the Abilale. That that's why South Sudan is divided. Because you like hijacking. William Nyalden almost hijacked the leadership of Lagu and the leadership of those of Odugo and Agri Jelen. Abilale hijacked the leadership from what? From Lagu. The same leadership also hijacked it from Joseph Odugo and he killed him. The person who built him up. Leadership with killing is not always a good leadership. When I always say, when you kill, you'll end up also being killed. What happened to the killers? They kill their friends, but they end up being killed. And the same will happen to Salva Kiir. The same will happen to Paul Manyang. All these killers of the Jenge Council of Elders and their products, they will be also killed in one day. Because they have a vision of death, the vision of killing, the vision of occupation, the vision of greediness, the vision of taking other people's land that does not belong to them. All these are the characteristics of the current regime in Juba. Do you think Equatorians will give their land because they have guns? Because they have the resources? Because they have the power? No. Even in the Western world today, people, the colonizers, are now giving back the land to the owners. They are listening to them. They are trying to resolve the problem of the past. But today we have a black colonial regime from Barazal and Upper Nile, and want to impose this British whatever colonies ideology to us. That will not be tolerable. It cannot be tolerated in the current situation. Even Warasinta unity, they will never tolerate this. That's why they unite people who are the Equatorians who are focusing on unity of South Sudan. They are more confused when it comes turn the other way. It's like they are driven by emotions, not by ideology, not by a vision, not with a purpose. Because if you have a vision, you cannot be emotional. Regardless whether they attack you, whether what. I used to tell the people during the December 2013 that I tell the Nuer, be patient. All the South Sudan that say that are mentally sick, you are what? You are warmongers, they will one day rebel when Salva Kiir is stepping in their hands, or in their houses, or on their tools. What happened today? My message come through. And there are some Equatorians who also give me a warning. Charles, the people that you are fighting for them today, they will be the people who betray you tomorrow. Did it come true? Yes, Dr. M betrayed. He betrayed me. Because he saw the vision. He saw that I'm not just there for just as a Charles, I'm there for a purpose. In the Pagan conference of 2014 December, I'm the person who said in the Equatorial conference that any state that is going to be cheated by the current government, whether we have a government under IO, that state have a right to self-determination. And it was put in a Pagak resolution. When Apanal and Barazal jump out that they don't want this, Dr. Yak said this to them. You guys don't behave like Bashir and the Sudanese. When they refuse this, what happened to the Southerners? They secede. Are we happy with the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan? No. We as Equatorians, we have not put our interest in that agreement. The agreement is a fraud. The agreement does not reflect the interest of Equatorians. The agreement becomes an oppressive tool against the people of Equatoria. Because the Equatorians who are leaders in that agreement cannot say anything that can be of interest to our people. And that's where the role of a public leader comes in. Should you subject yourself or should you represent your people? You should be representing the interests of your people. That is the leadership. A leader who stands for the people, but not for himself, but a representative of his people. The Equatorians, separatists, are people with a vision, with goals that represent the territorial integrity of the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. It represents the interests of the citizens of Equatoria. It represents the future generation. Our messages will be recorded for future generations. And I hope Equatorians, historians, are compiling our messages. Imagine the short messages from our chief, late, who said during the 1947 Juba conference that, it is not time for us to unite with this Jalaba. It is like our stomach is very important. We Equatorians, we are not fighting for separation for no reason. Our children are dying. They don't have food. Our land has been taken. We don't have homes. Our resources have been exploited. Where can we feed our children? Our territories, international borders are occupied. Where can we have a breathing gap? Our airways are blocked. What will happen? We'll die. There will be no oxygen-rich blood going to our brain cells. And then what will happen with the brain cells? The scientists will say, they will die. But I'm talking, stop flashing. So, this is what the Equatorians are doing. They are moved out, I think, Almanas, Magi, respect, Nascar, Lisa, going to So, your brain cells will die. What is the brain cells of Equatoria? The future generation will not be there. surudum, artag bi mahal foga le foga akil, bishilu, marza artag bi abugar bi bakul fogo. Moya alta gaso de karta abagara be akao be bulu fogo mabulu makara bulu fogo, insata do bakara fogo. When in your own country, in your own land of Equatoria, you are subjected to work with an ID. You are subjected to, that area with that Chinese, Budilomon Botakat, as an Bidormo. That's what the Dinka are doing today to us Equatorians. And even though if you want to go, you have to subject yourself. They refuse to live in a coexistence, in a multicultural society. Arrogantly, they are taking lands by force and they are killing the owners of the land. Who will claim? Who will take these people to court? They are unionists. If they kill all these Equatorians, who will take them to the court? Galfield laws, Pishirufi Mahakama. Yakizole Katolo. Sidi Art Katolo, it's a Munubishi Zole Mahakama. So a good leader must always, that's why I say he's a visionary leader. We will see something before. And I salute those of DD, those of all they say, for consistency in championing and all other separatists in championing the separation of Equatoria. Somebody say, please switch a minute and mute your mic. So, we as Equatorians, let us not being disrupted by our brothers and sisters in a blind unity South Sudan, in a colonial South Sudan. Even Jesus said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Do South Sudanese love Equatorians? Yes, we love them. But they don't love us. Love is also a two-way. It's a two-way. I cannot love you and when you don't love me. Masharata kanzatu gite isumara. Maana bekela mara na hipita. Basi mara de bidugu na mzee basi ana hipita kama. You see? Kalas, Mungu lazitaka alquays. Lakini kani hapo kule na bihibu nasi, ina bihibu hapa Hassan. Wewe tuma bihibu. Hal muhaba fini?
It's always, it's not funny.
It is like Kalu Mara and Kalas al Maidu, Maidu Rujal and BTSO. Just want to force ourselves to one at least. Alidu Ashara Nuswan or Lakamsa Nuswan. To be part of that. No, we Equatorians, separatists, we have decided to move Equatoria for independence. We have decided to be who we are, to keep our identity, to keep our own freedoms, to keep our norms, to keep our customs, to keep our traditions, our beliefs, and our morals, not to be diluted with the colonial South Sudan. And we say, as a Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice movement, neither we want this Barghazal and Upper Nile, the Dinka regime, and the Dinka occupiers of the land to go peacefully out of Equatoria. This is phase number 1, talking. Can I also be phase number 2? That's going to be a different story. But why don't you take this phase? Number 1, go peacefully.
besot. Say that. Yatani. Wala kan hujar kuwaga firastaki. Ita barfa yatani. So our neighbors should take this seriously. That we are not here playing. Yes, we will be talking. Finas Gibel fi show fi Tojang, Gal Nazel will separatism for America, fi Canada, Ushuru Hano will deliberate Equatoria from there. Kanu Kanu goes in Juba. Where Kulu goes in Denmark, goes in America, in Canada, was why do you lie yourself, the Equatorians? Kula Kumbe Union is a Kulu to Bedink. We have been all chased, and you cannot even go there. We are fighting for your future generation of young Mitanda. We are fighting for future generation. And to save our land. Asa musu be kororata na separatiste, musu now Equatorian is there now, number 3 in the belt. Can't be Equatorian? They are trying to appease Equatorians. They are trying to divide Equatorians. The policy of a divided rule. And if you're a leader, don't accept a policy of divided rule. Don't divide your citizens. Don't divide your followers. Don't discriminate them. Don't marginalize them. You are there as a leader to champion the interests of your people and your followers. Don't have interest. That's where integrity comes in. That's where honesty comes in. Because you're inspiring others so that they can copy from you. So for us as Equatorians, separatists, we don't care. I say to you, we don't care. Those who are doing propaganda, whether from Equatoria, in what type of social media, if you are given a chance, go and talk, pass your message. If you're not given a chance, write down. If they delete it, no problem, someone read it. We must continue this fight until we are free. And we will engage them anywhere. Whether it's on social media, whether it was what grouping, if you have a chance, enter there. The message of separation is not just a message that come now. People say, oh, it takes 50 years, 100 years, so what? Do you think if after 100 years, yes, Equatoria still will be what? Will be liberated. That's the vision. It did not die. It takes 10 years, that is vision. 50 years, that is the vision. That's the objective. If you can think at any vision and can do vision of the independence of South Sudan, they will know ya baraki no lilana.
Yeah, the Gorgaran Kanindo. Today, no reason.
Who give them inspiration? It's like who? You should give credit to you. They can Barat actually like if it's done with I mute your mic. Put your mic off. Mute your mic.
You asked me a question though.
You answer already muted. Mafia Gimenini. Garanda, the Talib, Laguzat is the one who gave him a departure order, a scholarship to go and study abroad. Today, don't even give Lagu a credit. Our mother, the wife of Lagu, passed away last year or 2 years ago. The Dinka never lower the flag to mourn her. That is an insult to Equatorians. That is an insult to Equatorial leadership. That is an insult to Lagu. You see, local Garagadefi, local to Makatul Zato Barat, don't you see that coming will lower in respect of
Mama Lagu, they would have given you that respect. They would have. But because you are the people, you look like when we are coming from Africa to Canada, Australia, Kida. When you see Ajata Medina Rekalas, you change totally. That's the behavior now in the colonial South Sudan, under the Genge Council of Elders, the government, and Salva Kiir regime. It's the first time you test the leadership. But because you greedy mobility, you are not able to keep the leadership. And you will never keep this leadership for another 25 years. Loisela Yeshua Jah or Loisela Muhammad Jah, you will never keep it. Because that country is going to break down. Locality to Nas him, you would have not started with greediness. You would have shared when you say, oh, come at the Dinka, oh, come at the Dinka, the quest. Mafi zol zati benadi Dinka. Lakini tumbada be Garaman, itumbada be Silo Artanas, and itumbada Katulunas, itumbada Silo resources Tanas Tanini, itumbada force people to go out from their own land. Who do you think that will love to stay with you? Itumbada Numu Marojal, they kalamta sunu, kalama Numu Marojal to Equatorians. But it's no Marojal to Equatorians. Fita ne kan kem nana Charles Stalin na bijanu menna biniku Ginita takere. Ana kole mutendo jaba. Ole tendo Ginita, okani Equatoria liko Ginita net bamu shinu later. Allah history car sorry. Umu bamu later sunu. This is the realities that we are facing. But we don't have that mentality. We don't have that spirit. Bad spirit. Here, can give us some Galubo Nasa Kenisa. Rob Natamu let us know. Charles. It is okay. So, if you assault a Robona, sometimes you have leniency. Sometimes you have sympathy. Sometimes you have empathy. Sometimes you put yourself in other people's position. But it arrogantly, you are proud, you are what? Giladabin? Huh? Mortain? Haramiyat kaman bi haram ilita tala morta? Shame on you. Especially those who are benefiting from the system. Those who are grabbing our land. That is not leadership. A good leader must accept his mistake. Do the regime in Salva Kiir accept their mistake? They still arrogantly get Namakatulunas. Cattle to 400, now coming to 1 million maybe. Lisa, you are lying now, we did not kill people. Yala kan dege so why kalas nas ki correct nas bag dem nas na ma dem no fi social media. It is time for us as Equatorians not to listen to anybody. Let's put our message forward. Don't entertain this nonsense here. This is a separatist room. Anybody else a separation room, remove them, drop them out. We don't want our message to be mixed with the colonist messages. Giving wrong information like Barat. Okay, comrade, don't interrupt. Let CPI is one of the members behind the Equatorian nationalists. So let him talk. When he's finished, he will give you a chance. Don't dictate. Even Mr. CJ did not speak yet, so do not interrupt him. And I give you kudos, brother. Continue. It's our land or death, freedom or death. Continue, my brother. So, go ahead. You can drop yourself, Barao, no problem. We are not crying for anybody. You are our neighbor, you remain our neighbor.
It's okay, Charles. Kamamul Basit, that's my son, Dana Musa, Charles. Yeah. Espere, can you calm down? Kali, CPI finish, then we'll give you a chance.
So Nena as separatists, harassment, coming to the harassment that is going on us, it is just a sign of defeat. It is a sign of fear. It is a sign that the separatists have a strong message, have a strong position among the Equatorian unionists. That's why now the unionists are sabotaging our messages. If the unionists have objective, they say that they can make laws, and those laws can change, and they can unite the people. Like my brother say, he's a member of Council of State. He should be going to Juba to change the laws. Must be the clubhouse with the separatists. But because they see that the separatists, including myself, we have a strong message to our people. We have a strong position. And that's why sometimes Etika and Didi, CJ, and all the separatists, whenever you go to a Equatoria faction and you see these confused unionists, they will not give you a chance to pass the message for our people. They will not give you a chance. Why? That is suppression of our messages, so that our people will not take the message, so that they remain damned. They remain subjected. They remain submissive to the colonies led by the unionists from Equatoria, who are slaves to their masters. The current regime in Juba, who cannot see and say no. Today, Equatoria have one reserve camp. We have reserve camp in Yambio, in Tombora. Our people are they are gazetted in a new reserve camp. That reserve camp need to be open. We cannot allow a reserve camp in Equatoria. You cannot be in a reserve camp in your own land, the land that you liberated, the land that God gave you. And the Dinka must stop lying that they liberated Equatoria. Think another of Equatoria? If you cannot liberate your own in Bor, you cannot liberate in Gogrial, you cannot liberate in Melut, you cannot liberate in all these areas, how can you come and liberate Equatorians? The majority down that. Today there is a noise. They say we have a Red Army leadership. Red Army leadership, the Red Army are the followers of Asida, Tamedida, Tabushkuyu. Now you claim Galina Red Army. Even in the definition of Red Army during the SPLA, it has a limit. Once you are an adult, Kalas, you are no longer a Red Army. You incorporate it into the battalions of Red Army at Jesus. And they call you Jesus. Red Army, I think I Magi Kalaso. I'll go and do some peace Kalana Red Army. I'll do sort of Figure Medina Kalana Red Army. Hatta Habubat. Even Abubat Zato. Galana Red Army. Yakwana. You bring shame. You bring shame to the people. Especially those who don't know history. They think that is true. That's a wrong history. I give you a good example that the wrong history that has been played by the Gen Council and those of Barrage. If we look at the Dinka Broadcasting Corporation, known as SSBC, they bring a Nyanyawa Ukudu Kunata Dinka. Kalam de Hasil when you bring your song, you bring your videos from Barhazal during a Nyanyawa, bring from Barhazal Apana Kulupira, Yala, then prove it. Besong Tomon. Like in Tama Brady videos, the Equatorians, and then you put the Dinka song. This is plagiarism, open plagiarism. Serga Benahar. With the poor leadership in Juba, and they say that's okay, just put it. Nobody will talk. Equatorians are command guiding enough, they cannot even correct it. What is your purpose as a public leader? Oh. Changing the history, trying to assimilate people. Look now how the Dinka are assimilating people. All the program in the TV by this Dinka. They are trying to orient the Equatorians. Even in the you see? And we are our cool culture standard 56 plus tribe of Equatoria that Mabi Jibina. Bijibusu ya sura alomon assimilate Algarazo almost to be assimilated Yabu Kutina. No, we cannot tolerate that. We cannot tolerate that. So that's why we say that for us as Equatorians, we want Equatoria that belongs to Equatorians, Equatorians that belong to Equatoria. Period. No subtraction, no addition. You're not from Equatoria, get out. Itamara, Josuma Dinka, Role Rojal Taku. Itamara Tadinka, Josuma Equatoria, Talif Equatoria. That's how our cultures have been. We cannot, Itagasumana? Okay. Yeah, so we cannot mix cultures. Oh, in Nakulu Joso Sawa. Oh, in Nabanger Gini Sawa. No. Lena Fitakila Tamakera will be better than Zip. It's a Japan. No. We didn't say that Josu Batar. But you say Alita Josu de Silu man. Alinda Josu Minakamana Bisilu. Kedan the culture zato alasa fifi ju gen regime that. Even their in-laws, some cattle country where they cattle, they don't mind. Is that a good culture? That's the culture that Equatorians don't have. And I'm warning our Equatorians, this may happen to us Equatorians. If you are not careful, if you continue to subject yourself, if you continue to entertain unity that is not attractive, you will be the victim of tomorrow. You will be the victim of tomorrow. We don't refuse anybody to, as a man, Kawajas, Bijos Minina, Bijos Minu, Bijos Man Nigerian Masuno, Visual Lava, lakini nesiba bukwes. Mana sinesiba alta kijagin vibeta zolta nitagira alkulu makela makulu shuru kulu majeta nitagira mo vibeta zolta. No. Silu mara de kwet mayalta kirwa mu vibeta. Rabinuna. Nesiba kija visit umugura Magura Guinea not permanently. That's how life in Equatoria was. The leadership that has been planted by Equatorians have been diluted. For those who did physics, when you put a they call it litmus paper, figure moyo, the water changes. It turns to blue or maybe to red. They don't want to dilute his water. So, we say that it's a guy get him outside. Kinda again sawa. Let's visit each other as good neighbors. Let's share now. Can I tell you that Jana na body kitaba akulu was good to tell fikis na body garwa odile yan. Lakini mata jana ita jan odile ita kelita akulu obunna tabada katul siri akille o ita der akulu get fi beta zone. That does not work. It doesn't work. That's not Equatorial culture. And I have to respect. Ito dila na akila na bako mkulu sukuran. Lakini takude mafi sukuran. Equatorial die in this revolution in thousands. Equatorial make the SPLA survive. Madinge make them survive. It mkoni kulu jarail fi lajin camp, in IDPs, in refugee camp. That's why you have thousands fi diaspora in Canada or America or when. Do you think how many thousands of Equatorial military settled from the war areas? None. Because you have just on the refugee cards. Today, this refugee card become turned out we are revolutionaries. Wrong history by wrong leaders. Misleading the public on the correct history. The Equatorial leadership play a vital role in the liberation during the SPLA. And that question that I want to answer to Ohede. The Equatorians play a vital role even during the independence. The Equatorial leaders play a vital role during the Nasir faction. During Torit faction, the Equatorial leadership play a vital role that sustained the so-called SPLA today. But all with this participation of great leaders from Equatoria, they turned to be cowards by wrong leaders from the regime in Juba, led by the General Council of Elders. Imagine those of Baradi want to teach us history. Alabuza to participate for. Only Jidu to participate for Yanyawan, only the Equatoria Corps. What history do you want to teach us? This type of history teach them the Mahalabugar, teach them enough. So that other people cannot say, cannot know what you are doing. But even we are going to direct this Abukar as an area of history, and we will make them go where they come from. If they don't want to go where they come from, they will be forced to go where they come from. You have to reform yourself before you reform other people. You refuse to be reformed. You refuse to be transformed. You refuse to be advised. You refuse to take medication. You refuse even to eat. What can we do for you as Equatorians? Can we force ourselves? In a body letter, on a clarification with Angadi. In a galtal numini fi motor of Bejai. Ita bidugu zone. Ita de reduce si debate fi your motor. Is this how the people live? No. So you need to adapt a new. People are adapted to a new system, but I don't know what makes you more radical or more resistant to new adaptation. And most of you who went through sciences, Charles Darwin say you must go with the environment. But the problem with you come with the environment. You want to change the environment that you come to.
spies, those counterinsurgencies, those with the wrong history to come and lecture to us and mislead the people here who are attending to a vital topic. They don't even deserve to be here. They just deserve to listen. Let them go and, let them call their topic and we go. If they want to reason with Equatoria, let them go. We can go there and reason with them. But not giving us wrong lectures. Wrong lectures. Equatorial separatists, be strong. Be strong, ladies. You are doing a great job. We are the majority in Equatoria. We are the hope of future generation. We are the fruits that will feed our people. We are the energy that keep the brains of Equatorians to work today. We are the tree that gives shades to our people. We are the heart of our people. We are the blood that feeds the brain so that the body can work and send its signals across the body. The Equatorians, unionists, is like a branch of a tree that collapses and burns itself. Equatorial unionists, they are like the South Sudanese unionists who were opposing the Southerners, that you cannot separate. At the end of the day, the Southerners separated, and those unionists also, they come following the Southerners who fought for separation. And remember, you separatists, they have planted counterinsurgency within us. They planted double dealers, spies within our separation groups. You need to be very careful. You need to be very careful. Because those counterinsurgency, they are coming to confuse us, to divide us, to be neutral. And when you want to talk about separation, no. Before Equatoria, family. Family. I could give my respect to my brother, or I could go to Europe and enjoy a life there. But Equatoria is more than my family, is more than my brother, is more than my life to enjoy. It's the life of the majority of Equatorians to enjoy, and the future generation to live in a land that God has given us, to live in peace and harmony, to have justice, equality, and prosperity for every citizen of Equatoria and the future generation to come. Even though I'm dying today or I'm ill today, these messages will always be a fruit for any freedom fighter to champion and to send these messages, signals to our future generation. To send those signals to the unionists that unity is not the attractive. Unity is not a choice for Equatorians. Unity is an indication of surrender. Unity is a signal of oppression. Unity is a symptom of marginalization. These symptoms, we don't want them. Unity is like a doctor giving you a wrong medication for a wrong disease that causes more damage to you, to your health. That's the unity that the unionist Equatorians are fighting for. We as separatists, we are like doctors who have ethics. They do their job according to their qualification. They do their their professional ethics. They acknowledge their mistakes and they correct them. That's the leaders. That's the role of a public leader. We as Equatorial separatists, you should put in mind that the people who killed South Sudanese separatists were the unionists. You need to watch your back. Equatorian unionists may be a danger to us, but we are not a danger to them. And we are saying to our brothers, we are not a danger to you. But please, don't mislead our people. And don't put our people in danger. Don't take our people to this dangerous path. Tell them there's a lot of songs. Fiso ketir. Fimoyo ketir na kalomo mabag de langa. Moya algijero al sedit. Moya algilifu zeina kan fijuba na kan gilifu zeita kan waka fukode. Gilifu ta zero na hadu siri ta teta mageri jatani mara. That's where the best of unionists are doing to Equatorians. No, we are saying no. That pace is wrong. Sika de batal. Moyo de batal bishilita. Lena fi Equatoria ma vizol kiduku lukusi firasaje fi jua moyo. Katar fi ujari na ita makuduku fogo lukusi. You cannot. Ita pura fogo mahala fogo ramula. Dea mahali tabiduku fogo lukusi. Isala kanta duku lisizia wa ramula dema ba affected. So unionists want to take us Ujara ugar kena nutu fogo. Kene Equatorians nutu fogo. Ujara ta colonia South Sudan. Colonia South Sudan is so. So kalma alikuwaja lahadi mofu kurata ke lahadi kurata kan mofu ita kiliko kalas tete na swigisi ita kimutu. We don't want that. So we don't want that. We want to continue the pace that will not affect Kurata Yaltanma in future. As Omo Bidor show. Omo Bidor Kala. Ayano Beja and Bawara and Gidam. We don't want them to do that. We want them to be focused. We don't want Jonathan Bija and I will Gija manipulate Yaltanina. We don't want that. Equatorians are naturally bright, but because of the fear today imposed on Equatorians become subjective to the colonial South Sudan citizens. Become subjective. Even in diaspora here, you have that freedom to explain. Leadership. A public leader will always sacrifice his life for the interest of the majority. Where is our first freedom fighter, Father Satulino Ohore? He died. Those of Joseph Odugo was killed by Garen. Gatagatafi Heta, as a how this merciless Dinka regime and leaders did to our people. What do you think they can stop us to be done like that? Even Thomas Cirilo Delo Kobukibukura, what can they stop them from doing the same thing? What they did to Odugo, what they did to Oba, what they did to the 4 police officers who were shot in Yambio. What can they stop them to do what happened in Blue House to our leaders? They can do the same thing. So you want in the future generation I am today? Let them do it to me, like in Equatoria will be free. We Equatorian separatists, regardless of any harassment, we are the champions of the voiceless Equatorians. We are the champions, we are the voices of our people in Blue House. We are the voices of Equatorians in refugee camps who are forced to live in a refugee camp. We are the voices of Equatorians who are fighting for the interests of Equatoria within Equatorian land. We, the separatists, are the choices of our people. We are, as I say, we are the heart of our people. So they can harass us, they can insult us, they can focus. Keep with your vision. Keep your purpose of separation. Communicate. Make good decisions. Don't subject yourself. Don't surrender. I think I say freedom or death. Mafi choice standing. Either we get our freedom of independence or we die. I don't want to see my people suffering, my Equatorians, my children to suffer when like this. I have 28 years of bullets for Gizim die. What did I have benefit from South Sudan? I lost a mother, I lost an uncle, I lost a brothers. What do they benefit? What other people who do the same? Some families are close. Nobody even talk about them. And that's what you want to bring to Equatoria. Now got power. Then Akulu Nasa unity. One line. Yala ki katuluta hol. Alindo arade boduru. Bodi Blue House. Bigata gata radi bishilo. Bukara. Asa biga zato dinga ginya kamulata Equatoria fi bela Equatoria. Keda alifadia mavi kef. Wita msimu lanta ukebili na. Mahal kifaya albaki lu abgarta. Resources tamulindu kulina. Bati tamubeti kijak asuru nas bekuwa. Yakona dema zaman ta colonialism. That's why Nasrasha can fight. Ita mabijia corrupt fi lantai. That's when I say Ukraine give fight. Women in interest someone come on. But remember, a person with a genuine purpose will always be victorious. Azola lindu hande ya binaja. Wazola ginya kamuda ya be fail. So nine Equatorians, we are victorious. Nine separatists, the victory is in our hands. Because of the suffering of our people, it gives us energy. I'm not gonna. Some of us will fight for the unity of South Sudan. How unity deja? We have been crying for unity. Man, I went to SPLA when I was 20 years old. 20 years old. I went to the liberated areas when I was 17. And I see medicine type in 1988. When I was going to finish my intermediate school from Block A. The best school in the whole of the country. Everybody knows Block A. An English pattern. English Block B, they call by Arabic. But because we have a purpose, I have a vision. God has given me a purpose. So we, as Equatorians, with our neighboring country, South Sudan, we are not the same. No. And always I tell I'm not a South Sudanese. I was a South Sudanese by era. And that's why in the God said to Galitama, you're not a South Sudanese, you're Equatorian. And it's true, I'm Equatorian. And I feel happy, I feel proud, I feel you know, you feel like it's an insan. You feel really that yes, you're a citizen of a country. You have your own values. So So we Equatorians, you Equatorians, at least I mean the value of Equatoria, in the value of the unit al Molak Bada, Yakwana Mavi Yom Tan Lakbatukara Mola, Galea Polo, they come out as you. From a CPI, just alert, because some people never spoke, but I will give you a chance later. But yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you can. So yeah, I'm gonna drive now. I'm gonna be concluding. Okay, thank you very much. And all our moderators here and our separatists here, your question and answers on harassment is not even, you should put it forward. It's a harassment on Equatorial separatists. Yes, there's a harassment. You see how people insulted Didi, how they insult your Etika, how they bully some of us. Even they insult, minutu minini. Karu de muni amanutu. Nena manutu mini Sudan. Nena manutu mini Sudan. Olimaza, hakim gali limaza na mabinutu kamani mini colonial South Sudan, which is worse than Sudan even. So be strong. Continue to send your men of separation. Be a strong separatist. And pass that message of Equatorianism. Equatoria belongs to Equatorial. Be proud to identify yourself as Equatorian citizen. Be proud to belong to Equatoria. So, brother, I say for justice and equality and prosperity for all, Equatoria will be free. I'm proud citizen of Equatoria, proud to belong to Equatoria, and Equatorians belong to Equatoria, and Equatoria belong to Equatorians. Thank you very much. This is General Charles Spencer. Thank you, Etika. If you have a question, I can answer, but otherwise. Okay, yeah, we might have a question later. Thank you so much, comrade, and I'm really honored to be with you. You're one of our colleagues and also advocate for Equatorial independence. As you see, our people have suffered enough. We've been duped. We've been, deceived by this idea that we are South Sudanese, and then later we find tribal hegemony on our territories, where the occupation is fully going on. And that's why we will have a topic later in the coming days, including you, Comrade CPI. You will also come to elaborate. Mention that there's going to be because now, if you look at it, the Dinka community or the Dinka regime, according to what they're building also a systematic apartheid. And we will talk about it later. And this thing, because some people never saw it, but we have analyzed it carefully. And if Equatorians are not rising up to take advantage or to fight back against this tribalism and this hegemony that is going on, we will lose our land, because right now, not only just our land, even they're selling it out without our consent, without our right. And they're using exploitation, they're using displacement, demographic change. That's the same system apartheid before did it. If you look at South Africa, they did that. But this time it's because now they feel like they have the power. And that's why we want to, when we talk about leadership, because Equatoria, some of these so-called leaders have failed us, and they were never in our side. They were always in their own interest. And yet those, tribal regime will use them as an image to Equatoria, when Equatoria is not one tribe, it's many. But we don't even look at ourselves that, because we evolved from that. We evolved since the time colonialism entered to our land. And when we first fought the Ottoman Empire, we fought the Germans, the British, the French, the Belgians, until Britain actually are the one who actually dominate the country, and later the Turkish and the Egyptians manipulate, and then they took us become part of Khartoum or Sudan. But whatever it takes, we as Equatorian, this is now the right time, the genuine time for us to reclaim our land and to reclaim the parts of the land that was taken from us. And for us as Equatorian who still want to hold themselves into this mentality that they are South Sudanese, you are not even acknowledged as a South Sudanese. You're not even acknowledged for your right. You know, the murder, the crime is committed against us is become too much. Even the international community are not paying attention to it, because what's happening is that our people have been massacred, genocide continues, and you can see every time they talk about Upper Nile. But who's committing the crime? It's the same people from Upper Nile coming to our territory. And that's why we have to stand up. We have to fight against it. I don't want to go far, but of course we were talking about the harassment and the role of public leaders. And one thing you mentioned earlier, Comrade CPI, empathy and sympathy. And this is one of the things that some of these leaders, they lack, you know, those so-called political leaders. Because right now we see these leaders are only playing manipulation, you know. They're using this to incite, they play emotional games, but they really don't have the empathy nor the sympathy for what's going on. And you could see the game had been played time and time. And only a wise person will see it. And I feel like also our people have become submissive, like you mentioned earlier. And this submissiveness is because some of us, they don't want us to speak. They tell us, no, you don't speak. If you speak, you're against what is right, against the tradition, against the elders. But who is the elders? If the elders are going to be wild, and that's why I always, and we will have a topic about the allegory of the cave, because when I talk about the allegory of the cave, because it's very, very interesting, and by playing to how he kind of described a society where people are just captivated by those who are in the shadows. You know, they're in the cave, they don't have any knowledge about the world, and they're so immersed under that ideal that this is the real thing. And that's why these people, they want us to believe that South Sudan is the way, and unity is the way, but there is nothing called unity anymore. Unity has been broken. That's why you see today South Sudan is living under peace, in peace process, where the two tribes will rule, and the rest are just subservient. So we will not allow that. And for us, Equatorian, our independence is a right for us. Our land is ours. We are not taking anybody's land. And we are deciding to be a new nation, because we are, what do you call it, homogeneous society. Plus, we're actually more of developed compared to others, because when we fought and tackled the foreign colonialism at that time, our people united, and that unity even brought us today. And I'm proud to say I'm mixed from all these tribes in Equatoria, from east, west, and central. So I cannot divide myself into any. And that's why I take this as my badge, as my honor, as my identity. And I will never look at myself as one tribe, because I cannot, because I'm mixed with everyone. So how could I see that? And that's why I want Equatoria to see we are the new generation. Those elders who are immersed in these ignorance, they need to wake up. And for us as Equatorian, it's time for us to stand. Like I say, freedom or death, liberty or death. As if, you remember in US even, I forgot the name of the one of them. He was very interesting. I read his story. He talked to the British, liberty or death. And I love that, because that's what exactly is. And we talk about our land or death, liberty or death, no compromise, no any other solution can bring the freedom for our people. It's only our land and our people. So I'll leave it here now. Thank you. I'll give a chance to Mr. CJ if he's around. Mr. CJ, I know you never spoke, and then also Brother Escobar, who just came in, and I see Mr. James also here. Also Elder Bullen, thank you for being with us. I see Barat earlier was here. He left. He wanted to say something, and then the other guy, I forgot his name, General Curtis, he was here earlier. But anyway, so for now, let's move on. CJ, are you able to speak, sir? I hope you guys hear me. Yeah, we do. Hello, Etika?
Yeah, I do.
Etika, your voice is sound well.
Can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Yes, Didi. Thank you. I think, CJ, if you can, please enter, and if you have anything to ask us, earlier Mr. Charles said, if you have any question, it's really good. And I really appreciate you, Charles, for bringing a lot of things, even like the death of the wife of our great leader, and I'm really honored. And even when Equatoria become a nation, I really want to see him to be the president of Great Equatoria, Mr. Joseph Blanco, because this man have left a legacy. And none of us Equatorian, let me be honest, none of our Equatorian ever gave him thanks for what he did. He sacrificed a lot.
Amazing. Sorry
And
to
I wish-
interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt you. Amazingly, I just shared this photo on my profile. What a coincidence.
Thank you. Awesome. I love him. Like I'm really honored, even though I never seen him, but I know one of my parents have saw him. My father have saw him, and I'm really like touched when I hear his story, because he is a man who need to be thanked by every Equatorian. Unfortunately, I don't see the appreciation that much. You know, we always want to talk about Gereng, we want to talk about South Sudan, and this man has dedicated his young age. He could have just stayed with his family, but he dedicated his time for Equatorian and for South Sudan, yes, but at the end, it was for Equatoria, because he is from Equatoria. So without further ado, I wanted to make sure Mr. CJ is able to speak. Mr. CJ, if you're there, please speak. If not, we go to Escobar, and then we come back to James. And if CJ, you're ready, please unmute yourself and start speaking. Or Didi, you have anything to add while the time? And also want to welcome the newcomers. And if anybody who don't speak Arabic, please also let's be mindful. Like some maybe don't speak Arabic, and those who speak English also write to us that you speak English or you speak Arabic, so we can make sure we can speak to you both in both language. That way we can actually interact with you. And if you have any question, also welcome. Feel free to come up here. The main topic was about role of public leaders concerning harassment, because we've been harassed, we've been mocked, we've been insulted as an Equatorian nationalist who believe that Equatoria have to be independent. And yet we just want to question, is this role of leadership encourages such ideal of harassment or not? And I've seen, like earlier I mentioned, I gave an example of how the Nazis used to harass others who do not share the ideal of the Nazi ideology, and they have killed and even have abused others until Nazi took over. That, of course, earlier Barad kind of like put some point. I like what he said. You know, that the submission of the German out of fear made them not to fight back. And I think this is what they want to put. They want to create fear on us for not speaking for our right, not speaking for our land. And we cannot do that. We will never. So like we say, either our land or death, nothing else. So anybody who want to ask us a question or want to interact, please feel free, come up and you can have a chance. And thank you. Didi, go ahead. I see you want to speak something.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me another chance. And I want to thank everybody that have contributed. I think James has spoken there earlier, come on powerfully. And thank you, Odysseus and Bullen. Thank you so much for the very beautiful attributes that you have given us. And CPA, you know, thank you. You're amazing. You've given us a very good knowledge and speech. You are an inspiration, you see. Thank you so much. You see, CPA has spoken a lot of things that I think if I could remember, I think I wrote it down. Yeah, he spoke a lot of things. Sorry, I could not pick up one, but he mentioned Wanitombe, I think, Mosh. He mentioned Wanitombe or something like that. So
yeah, he's here. He can answer. Are you there, Comrade CPI? I know he said he's going to drive, so if he can also, yeah. But go ahead, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So I think I agree with everything that he say. You know, the problem it comes down to, you know, as in Equatoria, we have to have really very great, strong leadership. We need to be confident in ourselves. You know, without that, if we cannot be confident and we cannot really back each other up, like for example, we spoke. Yeah, I was just agreeing. I was agreeing to what you said earlier, what you were speaking. I was agreeing to your point, your strong points that you have put forward. I was saying thank you.
Oh, thank you. You're welcome, Majid, our freedom fighter. Thank you all our freedom fighters here. Escobar and all the separatist Jamis and all those CJ and all our separatists down here, you know. Our train only is stopping at the independent celebration of Equatoria. Thank you all. I will be listening. You know, if it's only the question, you can ask me now. I have still 5 minutes to go or 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I just wanted to say that, strong leadership and confidence and, competence and all these things will give us a vacuum whereby we can withstand what is happening right now in our situation in South Sudan. Because I've mentioned earlier that you guys, everybody have heard of what has been happening in Upper Nile, and you guys have seen the rooms that have been happening yesterday and to early this morning or night to other people. It's really saddening, you see. It's very, very saddening. And very soon, Equatoria will become even like that, even worse than what we think is worse now. And we've been telling this every time when we come out to speak, we say that there is worse to come, and it does come. But if we don't become the good leaders of today, if we only here tearing each other down, and we just want to line up for ideas that, sometimes, it doesn't suit us all. Or, for example, I would say that our approach as Equatorians, we like to resolve issues with the same ideas of the past. Like, I would say that the solution for yesterday cannot be the solution for today. It's impossible. You cannot do that, because what you've resolved yesterday is different than what you're facing today. And that reminds me of always when people are, it's like I've never sat down and listened to the whole speech or all what Wanitombe was saying in the past, but I managed to hear a lot of it that is being quoted around, and in our room too, it's being quoted, and even Odysseus spoke about it. But to my understanding, so quickly I understood what he meant exactly when he was saying those things. To me, I felt like he was being really misquoted so much and misused so much. People have used his words to serve their purpose. Even I hear it in some of the people, who are saying to Equatorians now that, look, that's what Wanitombe was saying. But actually, to me, Wanitombe was a keeper. He was a heroic person, a brave person that was a keeper, and he had a great conviction. And what he saw was haunting him so badly that he could not even be silenced. And when he was saying, he was talking about Equatoria, the visions, the things that he was saying. He was speaking of Equatoria, the great vulnerable, woman, Equatoria, the motherland, and her children's, the murder, the persecution that is awaiting them. And he did everything in his power, you see, everything in his power to speak against the separation, because he know the sooner that South Sudan separate, Equatorians will be vulnerable. So some people are misquoting him and saying that, maybe he's worried about the entire country or something like that. But no, he know what's there to come upon his people, and he knows the importance of numbers. Because what happened is when the enemy come to your territory and they begin to massacre you, to kill you, destroying you, is cleansing you, is to reduce your number down. And when they reduce you, you become the minority, and you just become a history, and you become like the aboriginals of the other countries in the West that we see, and some aboriginal in the African countries that have been colonized by Arabs, And this is reality that is happening. He was quoting these things or saying these things to his own people, But this thing has been misused so much, to manipulate Equatorians, to convict Equatorians, for Equatorians to feel like he was speaking it for everybody or for South Sudan at large. No. To me, I see what this man was saying. I saw the vision that he was saying. He's speaking of the things that he has seen. He's speaking of the things that probably he was really in a very strong conviction in his heart that he could not be silenced. He probably is, have seen or known of a lot of things that have happened to our people, And just as now we're speaking with no fear because of the conviction within us, because the spirit of the ancestors that is driving us, the spirit of our people, the blood of our people that have never cease to cry or to complain, that have never gone silent. They were screaming down there on the ground. And it makes us so uncomfortable that you tossed and turned throughout the night. That you don't feel comfortable at all. And that's what is driving us to speak. And that's what is driving us to let Equatorians know the importance of we Equatorians healing ourselves. We Equatorians saving ourselves before we save other people. I would have wished that, in our leaderships and in our role, as Equatorians, that we back ourselves up first. We have to pull aside. Yes, I remember the thing that Charles was talking about, the agreements, the peace agreement and stuff like that. But I agree with you, Charles, that I spoke it, the other day. I said that the reason why Equatorians were not considered, in these peace agreements, because Equatorians don't have any part in it. The war was between two parties, two leaders with their tribes. And where does Equatoria fail in this? Ask yourself a question. Now, when it comes to the table, Equatorians will be the puppet that is talking to these people, calming these people down. The mediators in between. But then her story has never been spoken. The victimization that she's been victimized has never been talked about. Because the question is really to Equatoria that, who are you? But Equatorians have never realized that this question has been projected to them all the time. That's why we don't talk about you. Who are you in the middle of this fight? Because this fight is never about you. It's never a call for you. Who are you? Your role is to talk about yourself. Your role is to defend yourself. Your role is to articulate yourself. Tell who are you and why this war has been brought to my door. Send this war out of your door. Equatorians are meant to come together and strengthen their region. And when they do that, that's when these people will get out and go back home and restore their problems and restore their homes. But what the Equatorians have done, they have interfered in between the fight, and they are forcing themselves to be part of the quarrels that are happening, part of the tribal war that is happening. That's what the Equatorians are doing. And they're now telling themselves that, trying to convince themselves and trying to convince others that they are the solution. They are the salvation for South Sudan. Salvation for what? Yet you're the victim. Yet you've been silenced. In the day, you're the woman. In the night, you're the woman. Day in, day out, you're crying. And then yet you say that you're the answer. That's why I said, the importance of understanding who we are, where we're standing. The importance of understanding what we are facing and where has these issues come from. If you had to ask an Equatorian, how has this war begun? They will tell you about 2013. They will tell you about 1991. And then they will begin to quote about what Kir was saying on the media, what Riek Machar was saying. They're condemning Riek Machar, condemning Kir left and right. They're just running in between. But in reality, when these people sit down, they're threatening themselves with issues that has been going long down the generation, that you're never part of it. You need to ask yourself, who are you? You're a busybody. You've been busybody enough. You're a busybody that has victimized yourself and allow yourself to be victimized. You cannot be in between two people fighting and you're narrating their stories and you want to act like you're a negotiator, and then you come from there and you're not narrating the stories. I was with her. I was trying to negotiate with Kir. I was trying to negotiate with people of Riek Machar. I was like, you think that sounds really right, but you're never part of it. Just listen to yourself. What were you doing there? So these are the things that I wanted to come in with it. Just I wanted to add in it, and also wanted to say to Charles that what he has said is actually true. That's how I see it. You see, the reason why Equatorians cannot be part of this peace agreement, because to the beginning you have to see how this war is started. this tribalist war that has been started. How has it started, and what is the purpose of it, and how will it end? And this war is brewing on, holding Equatoria's hostage, because Equatoria, it's been used as a buckler, as a shield. People fighting, running in between you, killing you, shooting you down, and you have allowed yourself to be the shield and the buckler for people. So people are hiding behind you, and then you're shielding them, and yet you're dying. Your children are dying, and you say you laugh and you enjoy it, and you throw a pretend beaker and say it's fine. Or you turn around, you turn your back, and you cry for them, for Maitin, that the same person that killed their own people. This is what Equatoria has been doing. Equatoria has never been a help to themselves, no help to any of these issues that are going. They allow themselves to be used. They allow themselves to run around between these parties. When IO was created, it was not created because Equatoria was invaded. When SPLA was created, it's not because of Equatoria, but against Equatoria. But Equatoria also joined in and created a highway and brought, SPLM home to invade, to conquer, and to colonize. And yet, after they were colonized, they're still not realizing it. Their mistakes. They're not tracking back. That's why I'm saying solutions for yesterday cannot be the solution for today. You're not realizing your mistakes. You're not waking up. You're not waking up and realizing quickly that you brought these people home. The minute you know that these people said the thing that pushed them to the bush is Kokora, you know that this is anti-Equatoria. But you went in, okay. But you brought them home. But you know that they were turmoil before. That's why you sent them away. But then again, you went after them and you brought them home. You created an avenue for them, a safe haven for them, a highway for them to come to your home. And now you're also telling yourself, convincing yourself that you're the savior. You cannot be lied to twice, 3 times, and still lying to yourself you're a savior unless you give up. Unless you give up. So I will just, this is just what I wanted to add in and just say that, look, the solution that we looked upon yesterday is not working. It did not work yesterday. It did not work the other day. It will not work today. So we should stop people appointing us. We don't want any more Equatorians to be appointed by people, to be used as puppets, to be used as the racing dogs. You know, when you want a dogs to race somewhere, you know, like the horse, you got to put a meat or dog food on a stick, you know. Well, you know, this automatic electronic gadgets that keep running. It keeps moving, but then then the dogs will chase after it until the dogs will reach, you know, the destination, you know, of the winning. Then the dog that is, the dog that races faster will be the winner. But the dogs even actually does not understand that they're in the race. They did not understand also that they've been used. But because their favorite food is being appointed, been put up there, and that's what Equatorial has been used, been appointed in the past, appointed again, and now we are appointed again now. And we are not telling our people that we have been appointed to be used as these dogs. And we are telling different stories to ourselves. We are convincing ourselves. Kir is appointing, other people are appointing. So Equatorians are puppet. There you go. And the difficult part is the older generations. They're confusing their people. They're confusing the confused head. This is our issue here. Now you will see an Equatorians will tell you that, yeah, we've been marginalized, we've been abused, we've been kida and muno. But then ask them, what is the solution? Then they will tell you, we just have to unite with South Sudan. We just have to, make peace. Nobody is talking about peace. The people who were talking about peace yesterday killed themselves horribly. The entire year, they've been killing themselves. The entire months, they've been killing themselves. And they kill you too. They not evacuated, that's a nicer word. They displaced you from your home. But yet you said what? What did you say, Equatoria? What did you say? You speak the language of love. Yesterday they were insulting you on your faces. You bring them up in your rooms and they insult you. Like Goliath standing up on the hill to break you down. But he took David. Goliath.
May I cut you? Sorry.
Yeah.
Not even that. The insult, the worst insult is that they take the graves of our ancestors, desecrating it, and then they build on top of it. That's
exactly.
like they want to wipe our history. So that's even more worse insult than a verbal insult.
Yeah, but those insults and those threats, undermining, even though in the social media, is to break your spirit down, to break your morale down. And some Equatorians are very, very clever using this, using the enemy to break Equatorians down, to keep Equatorians trapped. And the Equatorians think that these people are for them. These people are not for them. You've been hypnotized. You were lied to. Because you don't have a self-identity. You don't have an individual mind. You don't have a critical mind that thinks. You don't think beyond. You don't challenge things. You don't question things. And I've always said this, there's a difference between respect and fear. And if you're afraid every time and you think that's respect, well, you're a useful idiot. You're not used, really. You're not of any benefit. You're a useful idiot. You're not of any good benefit to the society. You're part of the problem in the society, because you will take the confused way, the dangerous way that will really with that will create danger to people, because you're a walking hazard, really, because your decisions are all hazard, your decisions are all wrong. You had to have a critical mind that question things. That's why you went to school for, to activate your thinking, not just to get the paper, or not just to go associate yourself and then say that I went to school, I have this, I have that, but to activate, because you've been training in specific things. You're not trained to be a doctor and then now you have the answers for everything. You can be a plumber, you can be this, you can be that. No, but to activate your mind to think. So use that to be, approach things with questioning. You see, don't be quick to be captivated by people or what people are saying, but rather listen with a question mark. Judge things which are right and judge things which are wrong. And especially the Equatorians, which are pick-me men and the pick-me women. Most people are just in here to be pick-me's. They're not actually serious about anything they do in their life. And then they're in here to create enemies for themselves. They're busybodies. They just pick me. This is just the problem that we have in Equatoria. Busybodies who are pick me. Today they're here, tomorrow they will agree every left and right. Judge things right, judge things wrong. Judge things which are right. This is the purpose of righteousness. Righteousness does not mean it are perfect. Look at the story of David. He's a prophet, he's a king, but he wasn't perfect. But the thing about him, he managed to judge himself even wrong. But then he will come and repent and don't go back again in what he did. That's why you've been looked upon as righteous. That's why it's been saying that the righteous will fall 7 times, but he or she will still get up. It does not mean that you will not make mistakes, but you will learn from your mistake and you will get up. That's called conviction. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by Goliath, who stands up on top of the hill and begin to insult you, intimidate you, and then you shrink down. But it takes only David to come and take him down. And this also refers back to the story of Joshua, because everything that is written in this book has connection with each other. As he said, he will never speak anything new, but the same words he recycled it. If it's anything new, it's not of him. You can go back and forth in the First Testament and the New Testament, and the fulfillment of the First Testament is the same things. Basically, the same thing happened when Joshua when they went to assess the land, and some of them started crippling people, lying to people. Is the same thing with David. It's the same thing. What Goliath was doing. So I looked at those people who was insulting Equatoria yesterday, but then what clicked in my head is just Goliath. Goliath will tell you, you cannot do it. You're afraid. But what happened if Equatorians created a resist system that they resisted the enemy together? And then when you are strong enough, then you can talk about that you want unity with these people, or you want to create federalism, or you want to create confederation. Well, whatever. Yeah.
Confederalism.
Yeah, the language that colonizer, there's something else. So this is reality. You first secure yourself first. First secure yourself. Look at the Agbalek. What do you think Agbalek is doing? Look at Nashuluk that they defend the Agbalek. What do you think they're doing? Look at them. They support Agbalek. Look at them. What are they doing? They're fighting for their land. They're securing themselves first. This is a separation. But they're very clever enough that they gave it a different name, that they're fighting for their land. But we are not dumb. We know what's going on.
May I interrupt you a little bit? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm actually done. I'm actually done. Thank you very much. Yeah. So you can come in and then you can move on and give it to someone. Thank you.
I'll give a chance. But I was just saying, like, for one thing I noticed about the Sholo Kingdom, if we talk about the land, really, I don't think that's their main objective. Their main objective is the kingdom. Because remember, they call themselves kingdom. I've noticed that something. And correct me if I'm wrong, guys. They talk about their kingdom mostly as a kingdom of Sholo because they have a king. So they're not focused as much as on the land as much as their kingdom. And the kingdom that they're looking at is the idea, the thing that hold them, the identity. Because they're looking at their identity as Sholo. And this is why even as Equatorian, when we look at the Upper Nile is holding themselves in that tribal identity. If Sholo can call themselves kingdom, and Equatoria can call themselves a nation, because we are a bunch of many tribes. We're almost like 52 tribe plus, and we have lived among each other with harmony. We have kings, but we abolished this idea for the sake of that we are strong in our unity. Yet in Upper Nile, this thing was never learned. And this is why this issue have become so complicated, especially when we separated from Khartoum, Sudan, and then we became a nation, yet immature. And plus, you add on it the mess of SPLM. SPLM ideology was tribal. And then in the good thing, there is some, Western, observers like from United Nations and from other countries who have noticed that John Garang has a different view because he talks about the new Sudan. That's just verbal words, but he never implemented it in South Sudan. So if he really was a man who believed in the new Sudan, would have implemented it in the society of South Sudan, starting with his own region. His own region was Upper Nile, but he failed to do that because he never had this intention. See, that's why you could see now we Equatorian are the victim, especially when Equatorian bought the idea of being part of this organization because they thought maybe this guy have, improved himself. Like, he repented from his tribal mindset. Because when he first came up, he attacked many tribes within Upper Nile, including creating conflict with Nuer, with Shuluk, with Sholo people, with people in Bahar Ghazal, up to the area in Equatoria. That's when Equatorian started with Clement, General Clement started attacking the forces of SPLA. But then later when Equatorian began to see that this man is actually reforming himself into the idea that he's a communist, and later, even the communist question. And I remember I like this professor, she came in, and it was very good that even I put, I was reading some of the things that she was saying, and it was very interesting that she questioned about SPLM, and even I myself, like I've always seen that SPLM is a contradiction in itself, the same as the founder or the leader of SPLM, because SPLM was never honest with the people, and in what happened, Equatoria bought to the idea. Some of our Equatorian brothers. We don't have to blame them, but we have to give them, they have to take the responsibility that they are part of it. Those who call themselves leaders. I'm not talking about the people who followed as military soldiers, because some of them were forced against their will to, because, there was a crime against humanity committed by SPLM and all that. And that's why today we are facing this. And the way today the whole world noticed that South Sudan is, as a government, which we don't even acknowledge it, as an Equatorian nationalist, that this government has never been legitimate because it wasn't formed by the people, for the people. It was made by warlords and tribal warlords that came up and forced themselves as a liberators, as a government of the people. And that's why Equatoria, we have all the right to be a nation. SPLM formed themselves wrong. SPLM created a false notion that they are for New Sudan, and it wasn't. And then again, you look at us as Equatorians here, we are always want to mix ourselves with this thing. So when you look at all these things, there is a lot of intermingled things that we need to kind of like isolate ourselves and look at the wrong, and then we can find our solutions. I don't want to go far. Let me give a chance to CJ, if you're able to speak, please. And then we have Escobar, Brother James, and Elder Bullen never did not speak yet. But CJ, if you have any question to CPI, because CPI only said, or if you want to speak on the point that we spoke. And let's also remember that we might have brothers and sisters who don't speak Arabic. So if we can try to speak with them in English. And if anyone who don't speak Arabic, please remind us so we can have some interpretation if possible, or we can just wait to speak, because we want everybody to know what's going on in Equatoria, because we Equatorian nationalists, we're not inciting hate as some people call us. We're not discriminating, but we want our land, our people to come back, because we have 2.5 million, and add to it, even there is unaccounted numbers of Equatorians who have been displaced in Upper Nile, displaced in Uganda, Congo, Central Africa, and other countries, even in Egypt and in Western countries. Those are the numbers who are unaccounted, and we are more than the number they call that we have 2 million. 2.5 million, it's only accounted in the United Nations camps in Uganda. That's only 2 million in Uganda. Add to it the people in Congo, people in Central Africa, and other areas, even Ethiopia. So I will leave it here for now. I will let Mr. CJ to continue. If you have any question, please ask. And if anybody is in a hurry, they can speak. If they want to speak first, because I can give them a chance. Mr. CJ, if you can wait. Okay, Mr. Bullen, Blink, I think he's in a hurry, because I want to also hear from you. So what's your thoughts? I know you spoke earlier, but if you have any thought to add or question, please go ahead. And thank you so much again.
Yeah. Wow, it's been enlightening. It's been fantastic hearing what you people had to offer in terms of a struggle which is absolutely very, very intense. Like I used to say, we're not brought up to kill or be killed, merely to attain unity with somebody. Well, if I want unity, I can go to Juba and kneel in front of Joshua and tell him that I've come to build and construct the land that has been preordained in the Bible. I can't remember the verse. Some of us will fight and kill or get killed in defense of self, in defense of our own, defense of innocence, children and the weak. That's the Catholic morality that we had to adapt, because it reflected our own thinking. I'm not going to fight or even kill or get killed for my own ideas and my own beliefs and my own hunger for pictures and water. Because you know what? My ideas and beliefs could actually be wrong. So it's not worth killing for. But that's my own. Historically, there have been more bloody conflicts between the Nilotics themselves than between the Nilotics and the Nilo-Hamites, actually, whom we call Equatorians, actually, today. exchange of paradigm. For centuries, the Nuer and the Dinka have had endless inter-ethnic conflicts. And we reject the role of being hostages because we don't know how long these conflicts are going to continue. We don't know. We don't know. These conflicts have been there for centuries and centuries and generations, and we refuse to be hostages. We also refuse to be hostages to the culture of revenge and hatred and animosity between the Nilotics. We reject that. We're not going to be part of that. We don't want to be part of that. It cannot be imposed on us. So we also reject the role of being hostages in a failed state, a state that's killing us, a state that's chasing away our people from their God's-given land. We reject to be hostages to that state and to the ideologies used in building that state. We reject that. We can't be that. We reject the idea that disagreements over grazing land, water resources, scramble for political power and economic predation flares into a bloody national civil war. We reject that. We don't like it. Absolutely, we reject that. Okay, it's sad, absolutely unfortunate that the shared history and the shared identity that has been used by the groups in the Nile Valley, that identity called Black, African, Christian and animists, that identity that the people in the region successfully used in the past to fight foreign hegemony and brutality have totally failed to unify the people. Finish. Khalas. Khalas. That's it. There's nothing left. We can do this and we can do that and we're going to do that and we're going to do this and we're going to, there are limits to everything. The limits to what the human spirit could endure. And we're not going to walk into those gas chambers in the savannas. We're not going to walk into that. There are undeniable indications that global warming is already contributing to detrimental climatic changes in the region. These climatic changes are going to cause gradual increase in temperatures, leading to changes in precipitation patterns, causing extreme weather patterns such as erratic rainfalls, floods, prolonged episodes of droughts. I think South Sudan, there is a source telling us that South Sudan is already experiencing an increase in temperature of 4 degrees centigrade every 10th year. From 1960s up to 2000, that was when these measurements were made. And it's been increasing gradually, 4 degrees centigrade, and you can only imagine what that's going to be. In 2017, the region, particularly the region called South Sudan, was ranked as 5th most vulnerable to climate change globally. So climate change, its effect on the socio-economics of the region is here. And you can only imagine what's going to happen with all these 60 million cattle in the region floating around farmlands. You can only imagine cattle herders with pickups and Kalashnikovs, and you can only imagine what else is going to happen. The impact is scary. It's even more scary than the failures that are prognosed to happen, that are envisaged to happen by the failure of the current Artigonum. The effects of the climate change impact are more scary. It's estimated that by 2060, it's actually predicted that by 2060, climate change is going to cause a lot of havoc. Extreme climate events such as droughts, prolonged ones, and even prolonged episodes of floods, and it's going to cause even more havoc. So you can imagine, if these Nilotic ethnic groups have been fighting for centuries when things were better, now imagine when things get worse. We're gonna get herders coming all the way from Chad and all the way from Central Africa to find water in the Nile. And you can only imagine what's going to happen by that time. So the world we're going to leave behind to our children is not going to be secure. This is why it's important that some conscientious people, like the people sitting here, the people sitting down there, start thinking seriously about the world they call home, or the place they call home. They need to define that properly. They need to secure that properly. They need to think forward, find solutions to all these problems. And this is where I'm going to end. If there's anything, I will add later. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me go back to James. CJ, he said he will speak later. So CJ, when you're ready, let me know.
I think you said Escobar has not spoken much.
Yeah, Escobar, sorry. James, you will come after Escobar when CJ is ready. And again, thank you again, Uncle Poland, very much for your points. Truly, it's like the global warming and these natural effect also is the most threatening. And that's why even as an Equatorian nationalists, we feel like we better do it. We better take our independence because even we can protect our environment, because even our territory is one of the greatest savanna in this region, in the Equatorian area, you know, the equator area. So yeah, we'll definitely talk about that. Even we'll have a topic on this matter. Brother Escobar, please welcome. Thank you. I know you're back home there, the network, and good morning to you, by the way. So Tfaddal, I know you're going to speak in Arabic, so go ahead, brother. And for those who don't speak Arabic, please bear with us. If you have any question, ask us, and we'll try to answer you. Brother Escobar, Tfaddal, welcome.
شكرا. صباح النور كمان عليكم كلكم فوق هنا أتيكا دي أنكل سي جي أنكل جنرال شارلز ودوكولاوي والأنكل معانا هنا بولن بيصبح عليكم. أنا ما مداخلتي هيكون بس بسيط. طبعا خطاب بتاع أو مداخلة بتاع جنرال شارلز قبل شوية، يعني كان خطاب قوي. وأنا عارف في ناس طبعا معتبرين جنرال شارلز يعني محمد موسى بتاع استوائية. يعني محمد موسى ده الناس ما بعرف إنه ده زول بتاع النكات وزول يعني بيضحكنا فلبعض الناس، لكن لنا نحن فخورين بجنرالنا ده، وخطابه دائما قوي وزول شجاع يعني. ودائما بقول بجيب في كلمة حق. فخطابه ده كان يعني خطاب مشجع. الحاجة بس اللي أنا كنت داير أتداخل فيه كان غرفة بتاع امبارح بتاع أنكل جون ومعه أنكل سيستو. يعني كان أنا في وجود قعدت زي 10 دقائق، فأنا سمعت الحوار الدار هناك. فأنا برجو إنه يا أخي ناسنا الكبار أبهاتنا يعني هم في مقام طبعا بتاع أبهاتنا، هم لسه يعني شباب، ما بنقول هم بيقوا يعني في عمر كده اسمه شنو. خلي يكون بيناتنا يعني تواصل بتاع أجيال، زي ما دينك عندهم متواصلين عندهم ميزة بتاع تواصل بتاع أجيال. خلي بيناتنا يكون يعني في تواصل بتاع أجيال، إنه دينك بيمتازوا بتواصل بتاع أجيال ورابط قبلي قوي بيناتهم. الميزة يعني بتاع نحن خلي بيناتنا يكون في تواصل بتاع أجيال، وخلي الأنقلات بتاعنا دل يعني يكونوا هم منارة، يكونوا منارة بالنسبة لنا، ما كمان يكونوا يعني واقفين في طريق. لأنه نحن يعني اسم جيلنا وجيلهم في فرق. هم طبعا لسه هم في الجيل بيؤمنوا بأفكار في وقتهم، وهم عارفين إنه الحاجة ده من الصعب إنه يكون موجود في الوقت الحالي. وبالنسبة لناسنا بتاعنا الوحدة، خطاب بتاع السوائيين الوحدويين، هم دائما يعني الحاجة اللي أنا بس داير أوضحه إنه زلت ذاتك في ظل الوحدة ده. أنا صوتي واضح يا أتيكا؟
Yes, very clear, brother. واضح.
أي في خطاب بتاع أو إنت كمثلا سياسة كده، في سياسة دخل فيه اقتصاد وعلم اجتماع. انت الاستواء الوحدوي ده لو عملت يعني دراسة كده براك علم اجتماع بس، دراسة مجتمعية كده في 3 قبائل الرئيسية، خلي استوائية بجانب، شيل قبيلة بتاع شيل من القبائل بتاع عالي النيل وبحر الغزال، ال3 فيهم الكبار وباقي القبائل الصغار في عالي النيل وبحر الغزال. مثلا إذا شلنا دينكا ونوير وشلوك، نظرتهم لاستوائيين شنو سياسيا أو اجتماعيا. يعني احنا بنشوف إنه نظرة بتاع دينكا لنا نحن كاستوائيين، يعني نظرتهم إنه هم دايرين يستعمرونا ويستعبدونا، وده هنا فيه تعميم يعني كله. ده دليل واضح في كلاب هاوس هنا، في مواقع بتاع تواصل، وحتى في أرض الواقع كمجتمعيا كده وسياسيا. ويشوفوا إنه يا أخي استوائيين ده إلا نحن نستعمرهم ونستعبدهم ونحيمن عليهم. ده هنا أنا طبعا هنا التعميم هنا أنا بعمم يعني 99 من دينكا كمجتمع بتاع دينكا بنظروا أو عندهم طموحات إنه يستعمروا وهم طبعا في بدايات بتاع مشروعهم. جزء يعني 3% من أبناء بتاع نوير، و3% هنا النسبة المئوية ده نسبة يعني ما زول يسمع إنه 3% ده نسبة يعني بسيط. النسبة المئوية دائما قاعد بكون كتير. ده للناس بتاعين رياضيات يعني 3% ده عدد برضه ما بسيط. 3% من أبناء بتاع نوير هم دايرين يستخدموا أبناء بتاع استوائية. والدليل على ده في اي او، ونموذج حي او جنرال شارلز هنا، وكثيرين من ابناء بتاع استوائية استخدموهم في زمن بتاع اي او، ويجينا شفنا هسي مصيرهم بقى شنو. ده جزء هنا انا ما بعمم في ابناء بتاع النوير. ده طبعا القاعدين اللي بحاولوا انهم يستخدموا ده السياسيين والمثقفين من ابناء بتاع النوير، لكن برضو السياسيين والمثقفين ده عندهم تأثير حتى في مجتمعهم ذاته. يعني مين بأثروا في مجتمعهم، انه بخلوا نظرة ده يعني يكون برضو مقبول عنده مجتمعات بتاعهم. إذا جينا هنا لأبناء بتاع شلوك، لو خدينا نسبة مئوية احتمال 1% من أبناء بتاع شلوك هنا، أنا برضو ما بعمم إنهم دايرين بقوا برضو أبناء بتاع استوائية تابعين. يعني هنا قاعدين عندنا نماذج كثيرة على مستوى بتاع كلاب هاوس هنا، ومعروف إنه الدير يبقي استوائيين أتباع بتاعهم والتابعين، حتى قدر إنه يبقي جزء من أخواننا يعني تابعين. الحاجة ده معروف لنا هنا، دايرين بقوا استوائيين أتباع، ده 1% برضو تعميم يا أبناء بتاع شلوك. أنا هنا ما أعمم 1%، لكن برضو 1% قال أثر عنده تأثير في باقي 99.9%، لأنه هنا بنشوف هنا برضو أبناء بتاع شلوك الما السياسيين المواطنين العاديين زينا ده بجوا هنا بيحاولوا إنه يا أخي برضو يستخدموا مصطلحات أو يستخدموا كلمات بتاع سياسيين أو السياسيين بتاعنا اللي بيحاول إنه يبقونا أتباع، زي إنه يا أخي انفصال لا ما حل وما عارف ما كلامات الكثيرة اللي نحن قاعدين نسمعها. باقي الجنوبيين التانين من القبائل التانين اللي في أعالي النيل، إذا قلنا يا أخي دينكا وشلوك ونوير ده الجانب، وباقي القبائل الصغار اللي في أعالي النيل وبحر الغزال ديل، أنا برضو يمكن احتمال أكون غلط، لكن أنا برضو بيسميهم إنهم ديل مغيبين من حقوق بتاعهم. الدليل زي حسي جبريل جنرال ما أعرف منو، جنرال الهم الأول والآخر وذاته أسي مشاكل بتاع معبان، مشاكل بتاع قبائل التانيين اللي في أعالي النيل صغار ما معروف. يعني هم بدل إنه يا أخي يجوا يتكلموا ويعرفوا باقي الجنوبيين عن مشاكل بتاعهم والصعوبات اللي قاعدين يواجهوه واضطهادهم قاعدين يعانوا من بشكل من أشكال بتاع اضطهاد، وهل أراضيهم ما قال يتعرض لنهب ولا لاستيطان، انت ما بتعرف. لكن همه الأول والآخر إنه بس انفصال بتاع استوائية ده ما يتم. ناس جبريل وباقي الناس طبعا في ناس هنا شخصيات من باقي قبائل لا معروفة إنهم هم مغيبين، زي أنا ما قلت أنت ما بتعرف الحاجة الحاصل لهم هناك شنو، مغيبين من حقوقهم، ما عارفين إنهم هم ذاته يعني برنامجهم شنو يعني لو قلنا كده يعني. فهل مجتمعيا كده أنت الوحدوي ده لو ده مثلا شلناه كدراسة، طبعا ده بالمفهوم بتاعي البسيط، وأنا احتمال أكون غلط فيه أو احتمال أكون صح. يعني لو شلنا نموذج الحسي أنا قاعد أتكلم فيه ده مجتمعيا كده، وحدة ده حيجي كيف؟ في فئة من الناس دايرين يهيمنوا عليك ويستعمروك ويستعبدوك، في فئة أغلبية من مجتمع داير يستعبدك ويستعمرك ويهيمن عليك، في جزء داير يستغلك ويستخدمك وهم عندهم تأثير في مجتمعهم، وفي جزء داير يبقيك انت تابع، وفي جزء مغيب ما عارف حقوقه وين. يعني انت داير تتوحد مع منويتك كاستوائي الوحدة وين، وشكل الوحدة ده حيجي كيف؟ وفي حين انه ذاته انت مضطهد ومظلوم واراضيك عندك في تغيير ديموغرافي، في قد يواجه كثير من الصعوبات، شكل الوحدة ده حيكون كيف؟ والجانب الثاني انت قدرت تتوحد مع زول انه اصلا رافض وحده، رافض لانه هو عنده 3 ركائز رئيسيه بيعتمد عليه، اللي هو القوه والسلطه والمال، وده بيأهله انه يطبق مشروعه ده. زي ما حس يعني احنا شايفين في بدايات طبعا بتاع مشروعهم ده، بس هنا ماشي. فانت قدرت تتوحد مع زول ده بيعطوا طريقه وبيعطوا شكل وحكمه ذاته الحدوده. الان انا ما عارف اخواننا الوحدويين ده يعني الحكمه في انهم انت تقدر تكون في ظل دوله بيعاملك بالشكل ده، في ظل مش نقول دوله، وضع يعني، في ظل وضع الحسي انت فيه ده، انت لسه بتقول انك انت داير وحده. الحكمه في كلامك ده شنو؟ او الحكمه في مبدا بتاعك بتاع وحده ده شنو؟ فده اسئله ما معروف اللي هيجاوب لنا منه. لكن صراع بتاعنا كابناء بتاع استوائيه الانفصاليين مع الجانب الثاني الوحدوي ده او الوحدويين، الصراع ده هيطول. فنحن ما عندنا قاسم مشترك. في ناس بيقولوا يا اخي قاسم المشترك اننا نحن استوائيين، والقاسم المشترك الثاني انه ارض بتاع استوائيه ده بجمعنا. لكن نحن اي زول عنده تعريف عن الحاجتين ده ذات. نحن تعريفنا كانفصاليين، تعريفنا انه ارض ده مقدس، والشعب الساكن في الارض ده او على الارض ده شعب مقدس ومبارك، ولا يمكن ان احنا نساوم في اراضينا او في حريه بتاع شعب بتاعنا. ده تعريفنا نحن كانفصاليين. لكن الوحدويين انهم طبعا تعريف تاني للحاجات اللي نحن بنؤمن بها. فعشان نجي قاسم مشترك حاجه كده يربطنا، يعني ما اظن فيه. والصراع ده حيطول ومستقبليا حيكون بشكل اكبر، وفي المستقبل الابعد حيكون صراع حاد باحتمال يوصل لحاجات كتير يعني. لانه في زول انت اخوك انت داير تتحرر واخوك واقف في طريقك من مصلحته شنو في انه يقف في طريقك ما معروف. ما في زول برضه. ونفس الاسباب الحسي انفصلنا منه من السودان الام، اسباب ده موجود وبيقى يعني الاكعب من الاول في ظل انه حكم بتاع الجلاب. لكن نحن بنشوف برضه انه اخواننا ديل قالوا هم حكيمين ونشوفهم اي زول خليه يمشي بمشروع. نشوف في النهايه منو حي المشروع الحقيقي اللي حينجح حياته. ده مشروع بتاع انفصال ولا ده مشروع بتاع وحده؟ ومعروف المشروع الحقيقي اللي حينجح انه شعب بتاع استوائيه، شعب حر، يعني ما حيرضى انه يكون قاعد في دولة دير يهيمن عليه او مجموعة دير مجتمع كامل. يعني ده مجتمع حتى لو كان نظام سياسي مثلا زي في شمال هنا هنقول يعني ده عنده حل، لكن ده مجتمع كامل دير يهيمن عليك. يعني احنا قاعدين نشوف حتى في ابنائهم، يعني كل اذا في فئات بتاع مجتمع قال هم رجال ونساء ومثلا الشباب والصغيرين السن والاطفال. يعني مين شباب ونساء، مين شباب ومين رجال وشباب ونساء. انت بتشوف خطابهم كل واحد، يعني ما في فرق بيناتهم في انه يا اخي احتمال يكون في بعض منهم بيرفض او في فئه كده يعني مفروض ما يتكلم وما يتدخل في حاجات ده، لكن دخل بس زي بناتهم ونساوين بتاعينهم. انه مرة حتى بشوف انه هو ارجل منك، انت الاستوائي له ذاته ارجل منك. فوحدة ده زي ما جنرال شارلز بيقول إنه وحدة ده ما جذابة، لكن في ناس أقلية طبعا سياسيين مقتنعين بإنه حاجة ده بيؤمنوا قال بإنه أسس وحدة على أسس جديدة، يعني نفس اسم شنو، نفس سرقوا نفس الكلمة بتاع السودان جديد ده، فما معروف هيكون شنو، لكن طبعا الطريق بتاع حق معروف. ونأمل إنه أخواننا ديل يعملوا مراجعات في 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 تفكيرهم، يعني حتى أنت كسياسي ده أنت ممكن بتعمل مراجعات في مشروعك السياسي، إذا كان إنه مشروع بيودي ناس قدام أو حيرجع ناس لورا. فأنا بكتفي بده وشكرا. وأنا كان عندي سؤال لجنرال. جنرال أنت موجود؟ جنرال شارلز.
Yeah, he's there. He was driving, but I think he will hear you. Yeah, that's good if you have a question.
أي طبعا في أسئلة أخواننا ديل ناس وحدة ديل طبعا بيتكلموا طبيعي، وأنا بناشد إنه نحن ذاتنا كانفصاليين كلنا كده نعمل حلقة أو نعمل غرفة، وطبعا في هنا كوادر بتاعنا الحمد لله موجودين، فتجاوبوا لأسئلة بتاع الجانب الثاني الطبيعي، بس الأسئلة ده. فالسؤال هنا إنه هل نحن ذاتنا كأبناء بتاع الاستوائية اللي بنطالب بانفصالنا، هل مؤمنين بإنه، هل بنؤمن بإنه يا أخي الانفصال ده عارفين التكلفة بتاعه، عارفين التكلفة بتاع الانفصال من الجوانب المادية والجوانب البشرية؟ هل نحن طبعا السؤال ده نحن عارفينه، لكن عشان يتسأل كتير، والجماعة ديل يعني بقولوا إنه أنا بنيت سؤالي ده عنه في برضه مداخلات منهم، بقولوا يا أخي الانفصال ده دير جيش ودير تضحيات حتى في روح، ومن جانب المادي برضه. فهل نحن كانفصاليين مؤمنين بإنه نحن طبعا مؤمنين وفي جواب، لكن عشان طبعا للتأكيد إنه نأكد لجماعة دي، فهل نحن مؤمنين أو خاطين في حساباتنا التكلفة بتاع انفصال ده هيكون تكلفة، نظرتنا للتكلفة ده كيف؟
Yes, brother, yes. Do you want me to translate to you and interpret by Arabic that you but not Equatoria? All right. Yes. I go ahead. أنا بعض ما لكن but General. I will answer. I will interpret it to you. Well, okay, Escobar. Again, repeat your questions so I'll make sure, because I understand this is a question. Even I have an answer. I don't. I have some thoughts on it.
Oh, God, oh, God, what are the implications? Some people think that the
cost of it, the cost of separation.
No, not the cost. Oh, God, there are some unionists who stated that is more costly. Yes, not the root causes, but the cost, the price, and also whether we have boots or maybe military equipment to fight for this.
Yes, that's exact. Go ahead, let's come on.
That's right.
That's right.
Yes.
You want to answer it? Go ahead. It was directed to you anyway. I see James come on there. He say something. Brother James, I hope you're not. I know it's late for you. You want to say something quickly before tonight? Okay. CPI, will you allow him?
Yeah. But
go ahead. And then we will reply you, because even I have thoughts on that. And I know General also have a point on that. Thank you. I see CJ come and blink. So I think everybody want to answer. So let's see. Go ahead. اتفضل. Welcome. Thank you. I know you want to put your final thoughts.
طيب المرة اللي فاتت أنا ما سلمت الناس، سلمكم كلكم في المنصة والناس التحت واللي بيسمع فيما بعد وكل الناس الكلام اللي قاعد أقوله كل يوم. كلام اليومات دي في ال3 أسابيع دي ماشي لمنحنيات تانية، وهو ده الوضع أصله كان لابد أن يكون كده، لأنه متلازمات الأشياء العلمية لازم تحصل whether we like it or not. يعني التشكيك والقوموسة مثلا من كل أنا ما بقول من الجانب بتاع المسميات الحاصلة دي، لكن في عدم صيغة شاملة كده قايمة، وده كان شيء متوقع. وفي نهايتها يعني حتى تتذكروا تقول دنقلاو قال كده سيذكرني قومي إذا جد جدهما في الليلة البيضاء افتقدوا البدر. المرحلة الأخيرة حتكون أن كل رغبة معلقة على عصبتها. وأنا شخصيا على المستوى الشخصي my own opinion أنا ما أحبذ أنه اليوم ده يجي، لكن هي واحدة من المتلازمات في أوضاع زي دي. زي ما قبل كده أنتوا بتتذكروا قبل 2 سنين المسألة بتاعت السوشيال فابريك دي أنا تكلمت فيها كثير وأعوذ بالله من كلمة أنا، وجا حصل إكزاكتلي. في متلازمات لابد أن تحصل. نخش في الموضوع حسن الحوار هنا في الغرفة يتحول لحاجات تانية which is good أصلا anyway، وده منتدى سياسي أو حتى لو منتدى شعري لابد الناس تتكلم بالحاجات اللي اتقالت. بلدنا اللي اسمها جنوب السودان دي هي بقت عبارة عن جنازة بحر. بقت جنازة بحر ليه؟ لأنه الجهات الحاكمة في الدولة ما عندهم الرشد السياسي عشان يحكموا مجتمع متناقض زي حقنا بتاع نحن وصلنا مرحلة بتاعت لكن ده ما يسكيز أنهم يفشلوا، لأنه أنتم شايفين أمريكا قطت الناس والدول الغربية المانحة للهجرة جابت الناس من كل محلات، لكن بفعل القانون قدروا يعملوا يعني رسموا الجسم أن الناس كلهم تقعد تحته، والقانون هو الفيصل. ده ما حصل في بلدنا وكلها مبرجل. يعني ما في شيء كده كويس الزول يسنى عليه ويقول المحمدة في الحتة الفلانية. نحن نتكلم في الحتة اللي بتاعني الإيكاتوريا. أنا هقول كده ما قاعد أحب أجيب الاسم دايركت لأنه عشان نقفل الباب بتاع التناقضات، تيجي يقول ده يجي يقول ده ونخش في سجال ثنائي ما بيخدم أصلا الغرض في حاجة تانية، لأنه في ظلم. نحن ما ننسى أنه في ظلم على مستوى الأرض وظلم كبير كمان. ما الظلم السياسي المقدور عليه ممكن يتحل شنو الآليات السياسية. وانتم شايفين براكم يعني حتى الظالمين نفسهم، وده شيء طبيعي. حتى نحن ذاته لو كنا في محلهم في ناس طلعوا ظالمين، دائما الظالم بيدافع عن نفسه. هي النفس الإنسانية كده فيها نوع من الأنانية وأمارة بالسوء. لكن الجهات الثانية أخوي سكوفر قال كلام جدا جدا وأنا دائما قاعد أصف فيه. كويس إنه في ناس لمحين هنا، كويس يعني سعيد بالشارع العام بتاعنا هو بيفهم سياسة كويس وبيحلل. أنا كنت بصفه ب3 مسميات: أحمد وعلي وحاج أحمد، وسكوفا ذكرهم بالتفصيل بالأسامي. ده هو المحور الأصل الأساسي بتاع دولة جنوب السودان، وأنا ما داير أخش في تفاصيل أكثر من كده. إذا كان في بعض الجهات بتحلل أو بتشجع الظالم، بيشجعوا ممكن واحد زي أنا أقول أنت قراءة ده بتقولوا شنو استنادا على شنو. إذا زول بيحاول دار يحرف التاريخ ده معناته شنو؟ دار يلغي وجودك ذات مساهمتك في البلد اللي اسمه جنوب السودان. ده 1. 2 إذا زول دار مثلا يعني يشيل التايتل بتاع ذاته اللي هو دائما المسميات مثلا زي كلمة إيكاتوريا دي مسميات بتخلقها أوضاع معينة بتختلف من محل لمحل. وما في السودان، ما في جنوب السودان براو، في السودان القديم في زي كردفاني مثلا يقول لك الكردافة. ليش شال النوبة منه؟ سمونا جبال النوبة، ما هم بقوا في نفس الاثنين جنوب كردفان. لكن في النهاية هي تسميات زي في الشعر. طبعا مرات بتستخدم مصطلحات يعني إرضاء للغافية المسميات برضو بتجي زي ده. احنا جنوب السودان احنا ما جايين من كوكب اخر. تلقى داخل الكردافه ده بديريه، وتلقى الجمع وجوامع، تلقى مجموعه من الاسميات، كبابيش ودرحان. عندك مثلا في العاصمه الروميه حي كامل كلكم تكونوا عارفينه مشهور بالتنوع العرقي والثقافي اللي هو الديوم الشرقيه، بيقول لك الديامه. فده ماشي جديد انه كلمه إيكواتوريا ده مسمى، يعني انا ما اعرف الناس ليه متحسسه من الاسم ده. هنشوف الجهه اللي بتحاول تلغي الاسم ده منه، هل هي الجهه الظالمه براها؟ انا بحترم راي اي انسان اذا مفتكر انه ما في ظلم، ده والله ده راي، وما في النهايه الانسان بيتعامل على حسب اللي بيشوفه ونظرته هو، وبرضه تكون في محل احترام. لكن انا بقول هنا من ناحيه مرتكز علمي، هل الظالم الزول اللي بايد الظالم ده ما عارف الحاجات دي؟ يوم يواجهوه بيقول لا، ده المواطن العادي بيقول كده. اوكي، طيب اذا في ناس رموز سياسيه كبيره، رموز سياسيه بتحاول ده تلغي الاسم ده وبتحاول تحجم من مساهمتك في العمل الوطني في جنوب السودان كله، واذا كان بيقللوا من مشكلتك اللي هي واضحه جدا جدا عندها علاقه بالارض، فيها تهجير غصبي، يعني عديل كده يطردوه، وقريت له تهجير ساكن، فيها كمان المساله بتاع الاحلال وابدال، يطلعوك يجيبوا زول ثاني يجي يخطوك. يلا هنا ما في اي نظريه بتاعت علوم سياسيه هنا بتساند انك انت تقول يا اخي الزول ده براه هو ظالم منه. نحترف طوالي تحترف انه في ظلم، يا اخي الجهه الفلانيه هي الظالم، لكن مساندتك له معناته انت مشترك عندك اجنده سياسيه مخفيه. عشان كده نحن ما نقع في الفخ السياسي في الحته دي. الدهاء مهم، يعني تستخدم المكر السياسي اللي هو الاستدراج، كل ما تخليه اخطاء تكتب، كل ما انه الشارع العام الكلام ما مثلا القيادات القوى السياسيه. قبل تكلمنا كلام كويس، اخونا الاستاذ الكبير هنا قال كلام، وانا حاجه اقول اضيف عليه، معلش المره دي حاتكلم كثير لانه مالك نهائي ما شانهم. فالخيارات السياسيه دي كده خليها على جنب. الزول اللي بيقول كده بيحاول ينفع انك انت ما مظلوم، ده هو شريك في الجريمه، ودي ما مسؤوليه القوى السياسيه برا، مسؤوليه مجتمع كامل، لانه الاذى واقع للكل. لانه الانسان المتعزل قاعد في القريه هناك ما بيعرف ليك انه يا اخي الحكومه دي سقطت، غياب القانون هو جاب الحاجات دي. اوكي، اذا الحكومه دي سقطت وغياب القانون هو جاب الحاجات دي، ليه طيب الحكومه هي نفسها ذاته هي تكون تحاول جهه على حساب جهه اخرى؟ ما المواطن العادي بيسال نفس السؤال ده. يعني يستحيل اذا اي زول مثلا احنا في جنوبنا ده انا ما اعرف ان احنا بنخط الحاجات كيف، ما في حاجه اسمه مواطن عادي، في مواطن اسمه مسيس وفي غير مسيس. المسيس ده بيحسبها بنظريات سياسيه بعض مرات، وبرضه نحن ما نلومه لانه بعض مرات في تكتيكات، لكن المواطن رجل الشارع العادي اللي هو ما مسيس بيجيب حاجاته بالواضح. انا شال حقي، الشال حقك منه يا اخي والله شال حقي فلان الفلان، ليه يجي شال الحته دي؟ اثباتك شنو؟ هو حاصل قدام اي زول. يلا في الحته دي فكره هسي اترمى لغايته في رايي الشخصي، يحاولوا دارين يغلونا بقضايا بتاعت خلال مريخ، انا ما داير اذكرها لانه هي حساسه. دي في النهايه ممكن تمثل في الاثنين، ممكن مثلين في الاثنين، وده اصعب موقع انه الانسان يلقاه، ما تلقى العملين ممكن ليله. عشان كده الاستدراج، لانه الامر هسي بقى واضح. اخونا بولن قال إبيريا ما وصف الحاله هي خيار، واي خيار سياسي او مشروع بيبدا بالفكره، ما بتبدا بالاجابه بلا او نعم، وفيها وداخل الخيار ده ذاته بيكون في جانب تكتيكي وجانب استراتيجي، انت بتتفاوض بها على حسب الوضع، على حسب الوضع الماشي. وما تنسى انك انت عندك اقوى حاضنه اجتماعيه في جنوب السودان، انت هو عندك ده. ما انا قلت الكلام ده، قالوا الدكتور حسن الترابي وقالوا الدكتور حسن مكي، اقوى حاضنه اجتماعيه مدنيه في جنوب السودان في الاستوائيه. وده ليه؟ لانه هم ما مجموعه واحده، اكثر من كم 50، حسميها حتى لو 1000 لكن عايشين في ظل ثقافة مجتمعية موحدة، وما حصل مثلا في التاريخ أنه حصل اشتباكات. مثلا سمعنا قال نيانغورا شالوا حراباتهم، قاموا قطعوا هناك قالوا ماشيين نحارب الديدينجا، ده ما حصل. أول طباسة منظم من هنا قالوا يا أخي نحن ماشيين في قبيلة أنا شخصيا عرفتها قريب، قالوا اسمها مكركة. ما سمعنا قال الطباسة قاموا عدوا البحر النيل ده قالوا ماشيين نفتش مكركة لأنه في زول كان منهم قتل زول في كبوتة. ده ما حصل، اللي هو ثقافة العنف والعنف المضاد. دي ظاهرة صحيح كويس معاه. والله يا ديدي احنا ما مشكلتنا عشان بنسكت. في ناس بتفتكر انه مثلا احنا الكادر الاستوائي ما عنده المقدره للمجابهه. احنا ما سامعين وشايفين الزول اللي بيرسل الرساله دي بالتحديد انا ممكن اذكر اسمه، لكن للامانه التاريخيه احيانا ذكر اسامي الناس ما ينفع، لانه بقوا يشيلوا حاجات يجي يركبوها في ناس ثانيين، والاستوائيين كلهم مقبولين من الشخصيه دي. هو الأذى من خلفه أنا ما مقتنع بكلمة الانتلكتوال، لكن الرموز السياسية بتاعتهم كلهم خلف الفكر ده. طيب ده ورينا شنو؟ معناته نحن لازم نضطر نشرح للقاعدة اللي هو الشارع الإكواتوري عشان يعرف إنه نحن ما نايمين. في كتلة اللي هي تسمى الكتلة الحرجة اللي هو الكريتيكال ماس، ده ماشي من صالحنا، ودي ممكن تكون موجودة في أي محل. أنا كمان ما أقوم أحاور أقول إكواتوريا برا، ممكن تكون في أي محل، لكن إذا هي نبتت في حتة بتنبت على حسب الحاجات الموجودة هناك في المحل المعني زي الزيبق لما تدلقوا في الواطة كده بيقوم يتحرك بالرياح على حسب الارتفاع ومثلا الحتة الواطي. أنا ما أقدر أخش في مشروع فلسفي، لكن هي كده. دي كلها اتكونت هسه في الجنوب وهم أذكياء، هم بيقروا المشهد السياسي صح. فعلا في تفوق أحيانا من ناحية بتاعت التكتيك، لكن أحيانا الكاميرون قاعد تغرب البرازيل. ما هي في النهاية كرة قدم. يس أخوي آتك، الكتلة الحرجة اتكونت خلاص، ومعروف إنه هي ماشية حترسي وين، معروف الصدمات. يلا شنو دورنا بعدنا يا أخوي آتك؟ يس شكرا. احنا بعدين نستخدم الاستدراج السياسي كايكاتورا ان جنرال، بغض النظر عنك انت يعني انت شايف وين، لانه كل الحاجه اللي كان قاعد تتقال حاجاتهم ظهرت. احنا كمان ما نعيب مثلا بعض الاخوه في القوى السياسيه، في مرات السياسي المنظم ما بيحب يخوض كل كروته السياسيه في الترابيزه، لانه انت لو الزول ده برضه بنو ادم زيك بيشتغل شغل مضاد. يس ممكن يكون في يعني خطابين بيمشوا بخطين متوازيين، لكن بيدوا نفس المعنى. يلا هنا الذكاء السياسي بيظهر هنا، وبالذات انك انت مسنود بقاعده شعبيه قويه جدا جدا، والناس مظلوم، والمظلوم ده صعب لما يقوم هو صعب. ما في زول يخط في راسه يقول زي الاوصاف انا قاعد اسمعها. انا ما اقدر اقول، انا ما اقدر احمل نفسي مسؤوليه تاريخيه، لكن الاوصاف اللي قاعد تتقال دي ما في محلها اطول، ما في محلها نهائيا. يلا هو اخر كرت هسه الاعمال دي شغال يا اخواني الكرام، بغض النظر عن الميولات السياسيه اللي هو ظهور بعض التقسيمات بقت تجينا داخل مثلا اهل اليمامه نفسهم اللي هو نحن دين ذات. انتم فاهمني انا قاصد شنو عاتكه والاخ سكوفر، فجابوا تقسيمات ده من وين وده ما عارف من وين وده من وين. اذا كان المجموعه الانديكاتوريين عامه كلهم النشطاء كلهم اذا انت مسكتهم حتلقاهم هم ما من جهه واحده، خليط كله ده من وين ده من وين ومو من وين، ما عارف ابوه من وين، ما عارف جده من وين، وما عارف خاله من وين. خليك من النسب ده طبعا هو الاقوى، كله مشربك في بعض. يلا في الحاله دي معناته الكرت بتاعهم ده خسران. يس ممكن انت تمرروا هم يمرروا، ما نحن لا تزنوت بليما والسلف نرمي نفسنا في الشبكه دي. هم يهود الجماعه دي هم بيستخدموا الكرت ده، ما عدا علي ده بالمناسبه وزول ما كعب مشكلته بس مع احمد في السلطه هناك، عندهم نزاع تاريخي ما داير الزول ده مثلا يشيل افريسين، وداير بس الزول داك، لكن ما السابقه التاريخيه علي عملوا لنا لا جيش على الارض زول اذا في بيكوز هذا الاندفيديو، لكن كسياسه ممنهجه وتشجيع زي ما بيحصل من المجموعه بتاعت حاج احمد ما حصل، الا يكون حصل في محل ثاني في النيجر او الكاميرون، انا ما اعرف، لكن في الفضاء العام هنا ما حصل. شفنا ناس علي ديل قالوا يا اخي نحن دايرين نعمل للإيكاتوريا كده، او مثلا سمعنا مثلا رك مشاعر او حتى تعبان دين ولا من رياداتهم ده جاب تصريح مضاد، ما حصل. حتى على مستوى المواطنين العاديين ما نحن قاعدين، لكن شوفوا علي ده قاعد بيعمل في شنو؟ كل قياداته الرموز الوطنيه بتاعته ذاته من زمن السودان شغال ضده. انا بقول لكم بكل وضوح وخليهم يجوني هنا، الداري ناظرنا خليه يجيني، انا بجيبهم لهم بالورقه والقلم 1 2 3 4 كل التصريحات السياسيه قاعده. عليه يقول لك لا التصريحات السياسيه دي مزول منها الشخص نفسه، لا يا بابا. الليله انت حتى لو منظومه صغيره نادي بتاع كره قدم، اذا اللاعب قال حاجه از اوكي، لكن اذا الكابتن قال حاجه شويه كده الناس بتركز معه. اداري قال حاجه دي مشكله كبيره، رئيس النادي قال شيء خلاص الكلام محتمل، ما المؤسسيه بتقول كده، ما يجي يخم الناس وبطلس السياسه يقول لك لا يا اخي الناس اللي قالوا الكلام ده دي مسؤولياتهم الشخصيه، هم ما في حاجه في الشان العام اسمه كده. نحن ما في بيت عرس عشان واحد يجي يقول ادفعوا المال شويه كثير، ما في مزاد علني. هنا كده الوعي السياسي بيظهر في الحته دي، نجابيهم يس ما بدوك فرصه في منتدياتهم ده من حقهم، لكن نحن ما ننجرب ولا الحاجات اللي هم قاعد يرموها علينا دي. هسه نوع الكلامات اللي ظهرت ال3 أسابيع الاخيره دي عندها علاقه بالاشياء الحاصله دي. اما اخر حاجه انا هختم فيها اللي هو ظهور بعض الاشخاص يبدو انه من كلامهم هم اهل معرفه واكاديميين وبعدين خبره، ظهروا إيكاتوريين كده نحن ما بنعرفهم، ودي محمد حاجه ما كعب، لكن بعمرات بيشوش الزول. انت ما بتعرف انه يعني كلامهم مسنون، لما تيجي تغنى التاريخ كلامهم بيكون جد. يلا يجي نفس الزول ده يقوم يجيب لك نظريه هنا اللي بيعمل الربكه. هسي يومين انا ما دار اخصص كثير عشان الناس ما تعرف، ما دار اساهم في رضخ النسيج او خرق النسيج الاجتماعي حتى داخل إيكاتوريا، ما بإيكاتوريا برا حتى كل جنوب السودان. خرق النسيج الاجتماعي از نوت جود، لانه في ناس ابرياء ما عندهم دخل باي زول. فزي ده لما يقول كده بيجي واحد ناشئ يعني وليد صغير او زول ما مهتم بالسياسه بيجي يزعل يقول يا اخي الموضوع ده ما قالوا زول، يا اخي زول ده خبره، يا اخي زول كان حاضر ذاته شو دعيان. نفس الكلام اللي نحن قريناه في الكتب او سمعناه في منتديات رواه الناس يعني اهل معرفه، الزول ده كلامه جد. يلا نوع الحته زي دي الاخ اتيكا بتزرع طوال شكوك في الحته دي. يلا نوع الناس دي يبدو انه هم طنوغراء، لو هو سياسي السياسي نجيب هو بيعرف نفسه بيصرح 200 وبيروي القصه 200. والبدعه من الفكره دي شنو؟ اهلنا الثانيين النن إيكاتوريان دي احنا مالنا المنتديات دي بنجي ساكت، حتى لو ما طلعنا فوق بنكون قاعدين تحت بنسجل نقاب. شوف الحادثه بتاعت كاكورا يوم بتتقال زي قصه ابزيت الهلال، كل زول على هواه ويفصلها، لكن في حاجات معينه كده هو الناس بتتفق فيها، لكن بيفصلوها على حسب هواهم. والشغله دي عشان تعرفوا انه هم فعلا الاخ اتيكا نزاع الاجيال ده بيقع بعض مرات ما تتغرى الناس، ما تتغرى بالاسامي. انا ما دار اقول كبير كيف ده، بعض مرات التكنولوجيا بتقرب المساحه. اخر ندوه اتعملت في شان الكاكورا كان في 3 ناس يتكلموا، نفرين كلامهم جه زي بعض. الناس الولادات الصغار ده قال الكلام الاثنين ده جمع بعض عشان الاجنده السياسيه. وزول واحد مننا ذاته هو إيكاتوري ودكتور، هو كلامه هو بيختلف من حق الناس دي. وانا ما بسند وبقول عشان هو مثلا بلدياتي او من قريبنا من إيكاتوري زينا قاعد نسانده. الحقيقه العلميه ما فيها انه ده قريبي وده من بلدنا من إيكاتوري، انه حق الزول ذاك الوحيد كان هو الصح. انا فرحت لما الزول ده كان في المنصه هنا انه طلعنا من مأزق، قال لهم كلام ورطهم ذات، يمكن هو يكون ما قصد يورطهم، لكن احنا المتلقين الصحفيين ديل او المستمعين حسينا انه في توريط للنفرين دي، وده دعم خطنا السياسي كلنا كايكاتوريا ان جنرال بغض النظر عن الايديولوجيا. الايديولوجيا ما مهم، يستصل الفكره مهم، والوقوف حلف الحق مهم اينما وجد، لكن باقي الناس هم ما دارين الحق. زي ما قالوا الاكل لو نقص في البيت بيحرم على الجيران. الناس دي هم ما دايرين. انتوا براكم شايفين النزاعات هسه الحاصله دي حاصله هناك. انا ما دار اتكلم في حاجات ثانيه لانه از نو جود، لكن كده نرجع كم سنه لورا امشي في الجزيره دوكيومنتري شوف النزاع الدموي اللي كان في واحده من المدن بتاع خارج الايكاتوريا يوم الكلاب نهشت واعوذ بالله من ذلك الجثث بتاعت الناس. هل كان في كاتوريين مشاركين في النزاع ده؟ مش الناس قاعد تخم الناس تقول لا الي انا مره هناك ما عارف جيمس واني ايزك مامور، لكن على مستوى الارض كان في ايكاتوريين كانوا هناك الاجابه بلا او نعم في الحته دي. مهم ما حيجاوبوه. سالتهم كده حيقول لك لا انت زول ريجوناليست ما عارف، انت ما عارف ترايبوليست. يخجل يقولوا الكلام ده اذا هم هو البدوه وسنوه في جنوب السودان بحكم التاريخ. بعد من الليله اخر حاجه الحقيقه هنا يا الاخ اتيكا ان احنا بس نخفف نبرتنا السياسيه في بعض القضايا الجامعه بالنسبه لنا نحن كايكاتوريا، والما داير يسمع الكلام من ناسنا دي نخليه طوال نفتح له الباب للمسؤوليه التاريخيه. ده ادب جديد، انا متاكد اسكوبار عارف الكلام ده لانه الكلام ده سمعته من المجموعه بتاع الايكاتوريا في افريقيا هنا في السودان وفي مصر وفي كينيا وفي يوغندا. ديل يعني بقوا دخلوا ادبيات المسؤوليه التاريخيه، لانه نحن اي زول يخرج عن النص ما بنحاكم، لانه ده ما وقت بتاع محاكمه، ده بيخلق عدم ثقه بيناتنا، والهدف ما حنحققه في كل الحالتين، وان شاء الله ده ما يكون. وانا متاكد ربنا ان شاء الله حق الانسان ده ما بيروح ساكت. وانتم كيف انه نوروا الناس اصل الهدف من المنتديات دول منها تذكير الناس، ما عشان حاجه. ما في زول هنا بيدفعوا له قروش، وما في زول عنده مصلحه داري يبقى وزير ولا داري يمشي يشتغل له شغله. انه بنتكلم بس وبنشجع كل اهلنا. الزول الداري يجيب حقنا ده نحن بنمشي معاه، من لقيناه مخسب بلغه الشباب يعني ما بندينا نقول انت خستك، نقول له بس نتخطاه ونمشي لحته ثانيه. شكرا جزيلا الاخ اتيكا، تصبح على خير. انا حكون سامع لحد ما نوم ونقول لينين شويه مع ناسنا، يعني ما نحاول نشدد عليهم كده، لانه الموضوع يبدو انه ذاته في تغيير حيحصل. يعني كل المؤشرات السياسيه يعني وهي السياسه ما بيركب راكده، يعني في تغييرات بتحصل، ما نلوم الناس فور ايفر كده. في النهايه هم اخواننا مننا وفينا. شكرا جزيلا.
All right, thank you very much, brother James. I really appreciate your time and also for elaborating. And I agree with you. I understand. Sometimes, you know me very well. Sometimes when I see those people are trying to insult us in a way, it irritates, you know. But you're right. You have a point there. We have to kind of like down play our game. But I appreciate you. I don't know, CG, are you able to say something? Yeah. Go ahead, please. Yeah, you got questions. Yes, from Escobar. So yeah, and then just I want to remind our fellow speakers, we have some people who speak English, so we can also help out on that. So please feel free. Some guests. Yes.
So thank you, Etika, and then Escobar for your question. Escobar, Itafina?
Yeah, Huina. CJ, you want to say something? I think CJ opened his mic. You want to say something?
Yeah. Hello.
Do you want to ask me something also?
No. Yeah. You can ask me so that I can answer once because I'm going.
Ciao.
All right. We're almost going to close soon, yeah.
Yeah, the last point, you know, the issue of boots on the ground is not included in the question. The question is this way. It says, you know, do we as separatists know the consequence? Do we believe and know the consequence of what does independent calling for separations means or independent. In terms of finance and sacrifice, that was the question limited to that point. Right, that's it. You don't have to go far.
Okay.
So just limit your answer to that one. Thank you.
All right.
برضه الاسم البوضع على الارض متضمن مع الثمن بتاع الاستغلال ده برضه بيشمل برضه الجانب العسكري.
Well,
this is the question. Who's in the grass?
لو انت متفق مع الواقع ده يلا ماشي الحال مش problem.
No, that's not his question actually. That was the question that was raised by other rooms from those who are trying to question Equatorian nationalists. So CPI actually got it too, and they talk about this is not the first time, and we always know. And the good thing Escobar mentioned it. Go ahead, General CPI.
Yeah, thank you, Escobar, and thank you, CJ, for translation or interpretation. Al-Suwalda, they are asked by Equatorians. And then the consequence is asked by the Dinka. Okay? Because it took South Sudan 60 to 100 years to fight to get independent. And the boot, the Equatorian said, do you have the boot just talking on social media without what? Without boots. Let me give an answer. Consequence. Nena hal inna balde inna barf tamana inna bidafa fugo fi istihlal tanna Equatoria nam. Dema awal marra inna dafa tamana fi istihlal. ونينا ما أول ناس عشان ممكن يموت في تحرير في Equatoria. جدود أنا موت في Equatoria Corps في زمن تشغيل تاع كواجات. جزء منهم يوجد مرد.
Can you make it in English if possible? Thank you.
Yeah, I thought so that I just go back and ask my command.
Oh, okay, because I think Escobar, you can understand it.
I will change it later on. Okay.
لا أنا برضه بسمع جنرال يتكلم بإنجليزي أنا برضه بسمع.
Okay. So what I'm saying that we are not the first people that will have the consequence or that can pay a price in the liberation of Equatoria, independent. Our forefathers, the Equatorial Corps, fought in the First World War and Second World War. The remnants are the one that declare Anyanya injury of Torit, the Equatorial Corps remnants. We pay a price during the SPLA. We pay a price even without fighting the regime. We're still paying the price. What special price are those unionists talking about? When they are paying now the price, the Equatorial paying the price, are they liberating Equatoria? Are they not paying this price while they are still with the unity colonial government of South Sudan? They should ask these questions. When they are fighting for the unity of South Sudan, are they not paying the price? How many soldiers, how many citizens of Equatoria die in the hands of Thomas Cirillo when he is fighting for this unity? Is it not a price? What will be that different price between the separatists of Equatoria fighting for a total freedom for our people compared to leave our people to be oppressed and they pay the price twice or thrice from Anyanya 1 to SPLA again after independence and now fighting for unity again and then for separation? I think the price of a separatist will be more effective because the price goes for total independence of our nation. Coming to the boats on the ground. In his
sense of awareness. We are creating awareness to our people to know the problem, to know why we are fighting for independence. Are the boots on the ground that are defending Equatorial land only by being mobilized by unionists? Kazabin circuit. Did the unionists contribute money alone to Thomas Chirilo? Kazabin. So they shouldn't even open that mouth. Because we know what we do. So boots anytime can be when it is appropriate. Our boots these are our people. Our people are boots themselves. They know the problem. But we are creating awareness. Let them know the problem and why we are fighting and why they should defend themselves, why they should protect their land and their resources, why they should not allow anybody to occupy the international borders, because this is a suffocation. Coming to financial sacrifice, finances. Yes, any revolution, any struggle, they no grush. But grush a Benjamin, my Benjamin Equatorians. My Benjamin colonial South Sudan. Even though German colonial South Sudan and grush a Bistamil Manato, Bikarabu Moa is Tihlal. So it is our responsibility for everyone to contribute. Even that to make our work. Let's support one another. It might be grounded and then you can print this separation papers. This is part of liberation. As well as into Aki, Mugan Bodi result and the separatists. Moyo. Is part of liberation. During the SPLA liberation, see Mahalat for the Mafi Mogo Kani UN. Mahalat Tanama in the UN. But the SPLA were able to be fed. The Equatorians, citizens and natives can do better than that for their own freedom. To our frontiers who are going to frontier their life for the liberation of Equatoria. So these are some of the questions that are security questions that might be job. They swalata muarasin when a bar woman. So Escobar, these questions, we know them and we know how to deal with it. But we need to work for it. We need to work as a team. We need to mobilize resources. Why dollar? Bamul $100. $100, bibi why talaga, bibi why kijaja ta moyo, or a jazz, alwalamo sika. So it can. When the nyanya zaman ta nyanya ta shakla de, anyanya kan mendu kan asla. Or the cause of Anyanya was not genuine like Tanade, Algika Tulina de. It was more political. Like Tanade is more physical, pain enough on ourselves, and also our resources being exploited. And we have been chased out of our land. Mavikan min Anyanya Algan Turujo. Even Nehina Belatana Tahila Rago our Nyanyawan. But Nyanyawan Turuju Kawaja after their defeat on the 8th of November 1963, they burned our villages, but they were not able to go deep in our villages. What about today? All the forests of Equatoria, all the rivers, the mountains,
The valleys of Equatoria are full of colonialists looking where to get the resources using cows. So can we not stand? Can we not mobilize the resources to defend our own territory? Can we not mobilize human power? Omo na gasa do swala de zato na sa unionism. Omo kili go put tomo de minwen. Omo kan wala do put say. Musu put them in Equatoria. Guru Salomon kikela mudaro mo inde. Musi na yosa to contribute. Down on the ground, most of our people are the one contributing. So the liberation of Equatoria will need a contribution from Equatorians. And in future, we'll get also partners. We'll get people who will stand with us. Nena biligob daraga min mahal tani. Makulu jaran batal, fi jaranat al-quest. Al-Bukra inna bag bekati wo kaman. Wo bekati na lela, na bekati wo. That's how the world is. Nena bitesu. Mahana biligaki fogo wen. Mahana biligogo giris wen. We are still in the first phase of awareness. So I hope I answer your question. Shukran.
شكرا كثير جنرال شارلز. تجاوبت بكل صدق وبكل يعني جواب كان في المليان. فزي انت ما قلت في حاجات كده ما بنقدر نجاوبه اكتر لانه طبعا ده سؤال بتاع زي كلمه انت قلت بتاع معرصين. لكن شكرا كثير.
Brothers, can I help? Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, for me personally, and as separatists as well, I wouldn't have answered any question at this kind of questions, particularly if it were to come from our opponents or enemies. I will just simply say it's none of their business. Any one of us knows what to do when we say separations, and that would have been the point. Because after all, what they are after first, they had wanted to know what is our tactics and what's on my mind. But anyhow, never mind, it's okay. Let go. But when it comes to reality concerning the issue of the periods where we have to tag, the period that took us long last time in this fight, if any one of us could recall, for those who have been in 1870s to this day, and who might have come across the history of Anyanya 1, Anyanya. I always believe in Anyanya, not Anyanya 1 was a killer. It's only one Anyanya. There was only one Anyanya. The role of what's so-called Anyanya 2, they have none. I've been observing all these things. They didn't play any role at all. They were called Nigat, Robotin, that was how it is. So there were the same elements that even separate from the unifications, the unified force of South Sudan to liberate themselves by the time. They are the people who even delay our independence. If we could recall once again, in 1972, based on the agreements, within 5 years' term, up to 5 years, we're supposed to go for an election. For similar to vote. Referendum. Yeah. Whether we have to vote for secessions or unification with Sudan. This thing was there. It was the same elements, as I've said, the Dinka, who have delayed all these things. The reason why it took us long to this period, because by the time even coming to reality, if Equatorians cropped, those who have the leaders wouldn't have get out of those people, would have ended up in a mess. We wouldn't have fulfilled our dreams. But remember, it is our founding fathers, people like Lagu, when they decide to take a side, they say, let's get out of those people. If we are to follow those people, we'll end up into nothing. And this is exactly what happened. So the layman's was from them. So let us not make it a scenario of saying that, oh, it will take you this year's 100 or 50 years and so on. We're not looking for that. We don't care about what's going to come. But remember, in chaos always comes the fact. If indeed we're to have leaders by this day, that's why I'm challenging you guys. For those who are saying, we Equatorian have leaders. You know, to this day, when you look to Equatoria, how could we say we have leaders when some of us seems to be diverting and going to the wrong directions, despite all these facts, all this evidence, you know, all this pressure, which has become a burden to any individual, even our children, our wives, our future and everything. What else do we need? You know, a leader should have executed all these things. A leader should know what is the facts, the reality and the truth, and not the false. But today, as you can see, because of our divisions in our midst, which is based on what's so-called those people of unity and those who are going for unity, while the others are, while the facts is there, everything is already there. You know, the separations, the road for separations is quite clear. Everybody knows. Anyone, even a child, if you are to touch any child and ask him, what do you want? He would have tell you that, you know, we want it to be alone. We want it to be left alone. You know, it's unfortunate. So our road is long, my guys. It's not won't be long. It is because of primitivity as Africans, we decide to follow the Europeans. That in order to have independence, you have to engage in fight. You have to fight each other, kill each other, so that we reach the goal, our goals. No, it doesn't work that way. If indeed we are wise, you know, we would have settled this issue in a brotherly manner, simple and clear. But because of the arrogancy and some savages among us, that's why it may take us that a period of time to get our right, to gain our rights. And this will come, whether they like it or not. This is going to happen. You know, for instance, I will give you an example. If somebody were to come to your house, like today in Equatoria, for those who storm our house, all of a sudden, are we expecting the next day when peace and stability, we restore peace and stability in that country? Could we say, okay, wherever, you know, let anyone's, wherever he is, let him stay. Let us honor what is going on in the country. For instance, you know, having all those people today, Mangala and the others over there in Yeyuela. Could we accept that? It was the African Unions. It was a silly mistake when the African Union come in 1976 and 60s, when they come and says, let us hold on to all our borders and the way how Europeans, the invaders have come and divide our country. Let us hold it. Let us just accept it the way how it is. That is not a solution, my guys. They know very well that things will erupt along the time. That's why, as you can see today, as I've heard some used to say that there may be 50 states, 50 people, 50 conflicts in all over Africa. People are calling for separation.
It's more than 50. Yeah, more than 15.
Well, yeah, that is obvious. It is obvious. It is obvious. That comes back. It comes back to what I've given you as an example. That, you know, somebody comes to your house and then destroy your house, put the toilet elsewhere, close to the door, and all that. You know, just mess it up. And then all of a sudden, you as a family, when you kick out this guy, then you will say, okay, let's just accept our house the way how it is.
It wouldn't have been that way. So this is an African Union's conflict. They will pay for it. One day, a time will come when things will be in order. Because before that, we were kingdoms, we were ships. All right? Everyone knows where his territory is. That is why camps also called Pan-Africans. Pan-Africans should be based on the time before the colonials. Because before the colonials, everyone knows where he is, where he belongs. Unlike today's elements of young lead governments, which began to storm everywhere. We know who they are. That they are the one who delay our issues, definitely. Guys, they're the one. So let us not doubt ourselves. Let us just keep on pushing. We will reach our goal very, very soon. In time of chaos, as I've said, here comes our goal. Unless we, gain this opportunity, as quickly as possible, we have to do everything in our power. Let us not look to those who kept on pushing, saying, oh, let's go for unity. I wish some of you could have told me, why are those people calling for unity? What is their suspicious? What are their motive on that? What is the reasons? Why are those people calling for unity when everything is going on? What is going on in their mind in front of us is quite clear. That we have tried everything. We have, as I've said repeatedly, we have tried this kind of unity. It didn't work. We tried to be friends. We fought side by side. There was more many mess. Yet until this guy here, the time when he came, he said, forgive us. We did forgive them. How many times do you have to keep on forgiving that kind of people? If it is 77 times, 7 times, as says Jesus, we did it all. We did it all. It's beyond now. It is beyond. When every day an Equatorian can fall, what does it mean here? It means a forgiveness. We have forgiven them enough. There's no chance anymore. Our only way out is to exit. We have to exit it, whether they like it in a peaceful manner or the other way around. This thing is going to occur. It is a matter of time. It's a matter of time. Let them not dream that, this thing is going to take us 100 years or 50 years or 21 years. Remember that time will come. Shortly, we will end up this ordeal. And it will be a setback to them. So that's the little that they can be able to contribute with, guys. Yeah, this case is serious. Let's ignore those people. Let's not even talk about them any longer. Those who are calling for unity and all that, let them go their way. And let's keep our ways. Because the more we start talking about them, it's like we're begging them. Let us not beg. Let us keep on pushing, going on. Let's establish our own and push on. And God will be to our side. Remember, we will prevail at the end of the day. So never, for me, the way I look at it, the more we talk to those people, we were wasting our time. I've heard Brother Oscar have said, that was James. He says, let's not be hard on those people. Brother James, the truth has to be said. If your brother went on ally with enemy, لو في واحد مشى وانتمى للعدو، لو عندك أخ مشى انضم للعدو وصار يحنس العدو ويمشي مع العدو، انت فكرك انت عليك انك تواجهه ولا انت تكون بالنسبه له تكون لينيان مثلا تلطف عليه تعمل اللطف بالنسبه له؟ لا، انا في نظري بشوف ان الموضوع ده خطا جدا جدا. ما بتلاطف زول مشى وتحالف مع عدوك. اليوم اللي حصل مع طالبان، الناس اللي كانوا حصلوا مع طالبان هناك لما كنا مشينا هناك وعملنا اللي علينا كخدمه للناس دي، لما طالبان جاوا واخذ الدوله ده، شفت الناس الجر؟ لو كنت واحد من اخواننا اليوم ده راسك برا. عرفت كيف؟ راسك برا، لأنك ما تقدر تعيش مع الطالبان. فالتعامل مع الخصم، مع شخص مثلا بيعتبر حسب النظرة الموجودة الخونة أنه ده بيعتبر خيانة. ماذا يعني الخيانة؟ الخيانة أنك تقلب ظهرك لأخوك، أنك تخلي مرتك في بيت واحد بيغتصب وأنت بتقول تمشي تشرب شاي مع واحد تاني برا البيت، ده بيعتبر خيانة. تلقى واحد يشني أختك والأطفال والعائلة كله، ده بيعتبر خيانة. فعليك أنك توري نكون على مبدأنا، لا يجب أن نغير الاتجاه بتاعنا نطلع. إحنا بنقول الكلام اللي إحنا بنقوله، لو هو فهم الكلام ده بيجي البيت، لو ما فهم فبيعه يا أخي، لأنه أنت لو أنت بتتعلق بيه أنت بتضيع زمنك، وفي النهاية أنت بتكون الخاسر، بتكون بتعوم بين محيطين، تلقى نفسك في النهاية أنت الخاسر. فعلينا باتجاهنا، علينا نتجه في موقفنا، نكون بصلابة في الموقف بتاعنا على أساس النداءات بتاعنا زي ما قال الأخ شارلز، أنه إحنا في المرحلة الأولى مرحلة الوعي، وبيجي مرحلة اللي هاي الأمم بيحلموا بيه ده إحنا نقدر ناخد. يوم بيجي الشعب الإسرائيلي أخذوا زمن، لكن لما جاء زمن ياما في ناس يترددوا كان في وسط زي ما كان في إخواننا بصفناهم، في ناس يترددوا قالوا لا يا أخي ما تعمل كذا وكذا، لكن في 2 3 كانوا عندهم الشجاعة والمروءة وكل الكفاءات وأي حاجة عملوا على اليوم، ماتوا اللي ماتوا واللي حيوا اليوم أصبح في دولة إسرائيل. فالدولة حلم الدولة بيتحقق. الظلم والخيانة أصعب شيء. قال لك أنه شنو زي ما قال يقول أهلنا في السودان الماضي أنه اللي بياكل معك في لقمة ترابيزة معك بياكل معك دي لقمة عيش دي وبيجي منقلب عليك، ده بيعتبر اللقمة ده بيخونه في النهاية. ناس ديل حيكونوا مجهجين في الأنظمة هذا. هؤلاء الناس اللي عندهم ده بيعتبر مش خيانة، ده بيعتبر شنو؟ نعلة. يا من ما في زول بيحاول لو قالوا لك تمشي وراء الملعون ما بتمشي وراء الملعون، الشخص الملعون ما بتمشي وراه، لو انت مشيت وراه حتكون ملعون. وده الفاصل بيننا وبين الناس دي، ده الفاصل بيننا وبين الناس دي، الفاصل واضح جدا جدا. يعني اللعنة بتجي على الرجل مرأة، يا أخي تحديت كرامة بتاعي يا أخي، أقطع يدي يا أخي، أقتلني، أعمل أي حاجة، مش تهيني أنا. أسوأ شيء أنك تهين الإنسان. هذه الإهانة ما بينتهي. أنت لينكاوي كان من تعمل في إكواتوريا اليوم، هذه الإهانة يوم حتدفع ثمنه طال الزمن أم قصر، حتدفع ثمنه بلا نهاية يوم من الأيام. وإلا شنو؟ بالنسبة للضعفاء مننا فليفهم هذا الشيء هيمشي عبر الأجيال. فإحنا اللي عشناه ولأننا قاعد نعيش الواقع دي، إحنا اللي شفنا الحقائق ده كله. أين هو نحن السلاح؟ أن هو سلاح، أن هو بحسم القضية دي. وإن لو ما حسم علينا أن نؤمن أنه حنحسم هذه القضية في أسرع ما يمكن وما نخلي الأجيال. الناس اللي قاعد يعمل مضحكة، ياما في ناس صفاتهم في الخرطوم بيقولوا شنو؟ بيقول الدنكاي أنه شوف إحنا ما حاكم لكم لحد هنا كسر، عندكم شنو؟ في الخرطوم محيمنين. لمتين إحنا بنعيش الحالة دي يا أخو؟ لمتين نمشي ورا هذول قاعد يقول أنا عاوز وحدة يا أخي، 60 أمشي في وحدة بتاعك يا أخي. الحقيقة قدامك يا أخي، بيذلوك وبيكرهوك الحياة، بيحاولوا يبعدوك من بلدك عشان شنو يا أخي؟ ليه كده؟ ليه احنا ضعاف لدرجة ده؟ نقول لنا قادة، ما في قادة هناك يا زلمة، ما تقول لي في قادة. القائد بيعيش الألم بتاع أخوه، القائد بيرى أنه شنو اللي بيعاني منه، شنو اللي بيصير لما يشيل جنب بيبكي بدون أكل، واحد بيهرمك بيشيل حقك بيقلعك يا أخي. كان في أكثر من كده، يحرق بيتك، يحرق الأطفال والأمهات في بيوت عشان يحاول ينهي الحقائق والأدلة. ده احنا الناس اللي عاوزين نعيشوا معاهم. بليز كفوا عن زول انه قاعد يتكلم عن الوحدة، انظر له زي اي كلام. يوم من الايام بينبو ضميره بيجينا في الصف. Guys, let us not look to that. كلمة بتاعنا واحدة كفاية. الأرض ليه الانفصال؟ بس الأرض الكرامة بتاعنا، شرف بتاعنا، شرف بتاع أمهاتنا، شرف نسائنا، شرف أخواتنا. كلمة ده كفاية جدا جدا. أمريكا بس كلام تكس، بس ضريبة شفتها؟ ضريبة بياكلوا من الناس. نازل قادوا هروبات لما ناخذ استقلال من الإنجليز. قالوا الإنجليز أبدا ما بنستسلم. في النهاية يوم الفرنسيين يتحالفوا معهم، شافوا ألم بتاعهم يتحالف معهم الفرنسيين وطردوا الإنجليز. يا أخي ربنا هو والده قالوا لو الدنكاوي عامل نفسه هو فتوة اليوم، ربنا ده هو ده ولد نساوين، هو والده بمعنى شنو؟ هو ده ولدت أطفال. لو أنت قال راسك قوي يوم من الأيام بتتأدب. لو أنت قاتل قتلة يوم من الأيام هتموت. عارف كيف؟ يوم من الأيام ما يكون لك وجود. ربنا هو اللي يقسم الأرزاق، ربنا هو بيرتب هذه الدنيا. الدنيا ده من ملك لشخص واحد. نعم الأرض ده بتاعت ربنا، أرض للجميع نعم، لكن في حاجة اسمه احترام. ما أنا وأطفال بتاعي ما ممكن مع مرة بتاعه وحاجات كله ممكن نلي في بيت واحد ونجوط نفسنا زي حيوانات. إحنا ما حيوانات. عارف كيف؟ البني آدم أحسن خلق ربنا خلقه. إحنا أكثر وعيا من الحيوان. إحنا بنحدي الحيوان. لما حيوان يعمل عملية بطالة قدامنا إحنا بنقول للحيوان بتفرتك وبنعمل كده ونربيه. إذا أنت إنسان عندك مخ تيجي تعمل حركات الحيوان أنت بتكون كله في نظر. وأنا عاوز أعيش معك؟ لا، أخلاقياتنا أرفع من كذا. إننا أصول يا أخي. عيب يا أخي. عشان كده النازل أنقذناهم. ما كانوا الجلابة دي كان قاعد يقولون شنو عبيد. منو كان قاعد يقول لهم؟ أنا كتبوا مقالات كثير، كتبوا العشرات المقالات. نازل بيهم بيشيلوا العائلة كله، بيشيلوا معاملة الغرابة بالنسبة لكم عملوكم الجنجاويل وما شابه ذلك. We are not that kind of people guys. إحنا فقدت الثقة منكم. You know, we mistrust. There's mistrust between us today. There's mistrust. I don't any longer look at you as a human. Neither as a brother I can call you. Never at all. You're worse than my enemy. The enemy that أنا وإنت شكلناه. اليوم الدنكاوي أسوأ من الجلابة اللي نكتب. أنا ممكن أسلم الجلابة وما الجلابة واحترم الجلابة. العمل الدنكاوي تاريخ ما بينساو، الأجيال ما بينساو. بليز إذا كنت تسمع كانت دنكاوي أو تتبع الناس الكبار ده بتحاول نقي ضميرك. قول يا رب طلعني من الناس دي. أنا بريء من هؤلاء الناس. لكن لو أنت بتتبع وأنت جانا بتاع دنكاوي وأنت غيره، لو أنت بيت ده بيكون خطر عليك. الكويس أن ربنا قال لك أطفال. القليدون الجديد ده للأبرياء ما عندهم يد في حاجة. لكن لو أنتوا بتمشوا في اتجاه بتاع if you are following your fathers، ناس اللي قاعد يعملوا هالسيدة ده then أنتوا قاعد تعمل شنو؟ العبارة اللي بيقول أن شنو من حفر حفر لأخيه وقع فيه. you know تعرف كيف؟ ده الواقع اللي أنا بقول لكم. فإياكم إياكم إياكم الناس اللي قاعد يقولوا الواحد في فيسبوك وفي كلاب هاوس يحاول يتدلع ويقول لك يا أخي لا إيكواتوريا ندير لي وما بعرف إيش. يا بليز ده خطر علينا. خلينا نكون ناس. التعليم ده عندكم تعليم يا للأسف الشديد. أين التعليم؟ ما زي يعني التعليم المتعلم. ما كله متعلم. يا ما في زول بيتعلم ويكون جاهل. عارف كيف؟ أنت ممكن تتعلم كله يملأ لك الكتب ده. والأساليب ده شنو؟ مقاييس. يعني حتى بيقول أنه لو أنت تعلمت المعيار ما كفاية. أنا ممكن أديك دكتوراه وأديك حاجة، لكن لما نيجي أقعد معاك وأعمل لك تيست أنت أي كلام. ده مجرد الأمريكان الأوروبيين اللي بيعملوا ورقة بس بدوق له عشان يميز بين الناس إنه ده فلان ده أحسن من ده كذاب ساكت. ما هنا شفنا قالوا جابوا عشرات الناس. لما كنت طالب كان بس في ابتدائي مشيت في شركة جابوا مهندس جا حرق ماكينات بيجي العامل البسيط بيقدر يصلح المكنه في لحظه واحده، عمليه بسيطه. يبقى انه ما فيش زول اشهر من ثاني. في زول بالفطره عنده حكمه انه هجد احسن منه، مش تقول انا كذا وكذا. فده ما فخر يا اخي، ما فخر. التعليم ما فخر، العمل اكشن او فخر. انت لما تعمل حاجه اينشتاين والناس اللي عملوا الكهرباء وما فولت وما جماعه دي انت بتقول لهم شنو ديل؟ Please let us be wise, guys. Thank you. I'm sorry for prolonging that.
Sorry, thank you, CJ, for your compliment and also your statement. I'm happy right now. The union is but I want to answer something that is regarding brought by Escobar. Escobar is Escobar, I think he's gone. Yeah.
No, he's here. He's here. He's here.
Okay. I just want to respond to the question of sister of saying where Equatorian are separating from where are we separating? Elder sister is my elder brother. You know? But of course, Makalamta separation there, we are not one. So my elder sister, he's asking a silly question, totally silly question. Because Nena can separate Mina Sudan Le. What was the reasons? And then very unfortunate command, Fadia Mafi Law, he said, he was appointed by RIAC as a member of Council of State, as an MP for State Council of State. I did not go there because there is insecurity in my Eastern Equatorial State. Keneso. Ogibel bonus national, nationalist separatist, na separatist. Bonus means no mean Canada will win. As a Muslim MP elect for Denmark, for young tiny colony South Sudan for Denmark, or for Europe. This is a total confused unionists. Maybe are from Fisher. Now you know that that's insecurity. You cannot even go. And you're condemning people who want to open for you the road so that you can go home and be an MP there freely. Nasel Kanai Nudinka, Wale Kahano Wonder Pasa. So, these are wrong elders at the wrong time who are dealing with the wrong people. Our principle is one, independence of Equatoria. We are fighting for independence of Equatoria. We are fighting from colonial South Sudan. Period. The black whites and supremacy, low black, we are fighting independent from them. So they are the ones forcing themselves. So sisters should know this. He cannot even go home now. He should be proud of us separatists. But shame on him as an elder. Then Al-Jusin Al-Gita Karnas with Mashake. Today, with Al-Kali Al-Jusin Al-Kan Bodilena, Yan Suja, Yan Viseja Karnas. There should be people who motivate us. That this is your time. Free your people. Stand for your people. Fight for your freedom for the future generation so that they live freely. Nobody intimidate them. But they become the agents of colonialism. They are becoming agents of oppression. They become agents of marginalization and discrimination. So Escobar, ignore them. You know? So they
Umo nasa sunu. Umo ni yino niza asa sunu. Loina mara fi room tomo defina sanini na. Will they contribute anything that is valuable apart from attacking us the separatists? Mendum haja tani, mendum sughur, mendum hadaf tomun qasi manafi, hadaf tomun we went through it, we did not achieve it. You know, we went with the React never achieved anything. Thomas Cirilo and that is achieve anything 5 years. They are asking us, even Thomas Cirilo waraga taki doesn't be talata sana. Badarpa sana. So nobody should be condemning us, talking from Canada, Australia. We are all outside. But at least our message is going with a meaning. Fitomondeta hawa, fitomondeta appeasement. Galbe amulu garuna gamulu fi Denmark. Beneficio fi Denmark. Hal fitan fi yom tani Equatoria tani fi Denmark wala yajire. South Sudan fi Denmark. When you are talking, talk something that makes sense. You talk something, alita baru galibani magiri jalana wara. Mavini shukula kwa we are in a liberation. Nehna vitaaref. We sacrifice ourselves for the liberation of Equatoria, not for subjection of Equatoria. So nobody has become Galia Halvitai, it can become Halvita. Manato, you are betraying the interest of separation of Equatoria. You are putting the separatists at risk. We never peace. Nas assimilated them. Nas al giru assimilation da. Nas al giru anamar assimilation bara bisunu. You know, assimilation da madirin. Maybe abar ugebila vitoza to baba. Rotan vitote dagil demo gama. Yala bonus vibet. Ana jay gulu yom tani as kereaso. Kel de kaman. Ita buguli ita lutuko. Ita gonzu yale. Ita gasa lumara tagi meyal ma rotan. Te dagile. Maja kanonusu. Izol albi alhibu baba rotan vito. Baba tahlik vito. Baba moralat vito. Tradition vito. Is all coward and never can be tolerated. You cannot accept yourself to be assimilated. We don't want the tahalik with our colonial South Sudan. We are fighting to keep our traditions. All the 56 plus tribes of Equatoria, they must keep their identities. Even we are going to look more tribes in Equatoria and we will single them out. They will come out and they will be having a voice in the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. No tribe will be subjected. No language will be left down. So, shukran taku ya freedom fighters, anagura rakalas, Robin Embari Bitu. Alina bimutu fi haq. Binna bihai fi haq. Binna bimsi fi gidam fi haq. Uraja wara mafi. Ndine istimir, Robina maana. Robina tena te Equatoria de, ane talau. We Equatorians, and Equatoria belong to us, and Equatoria, for Equatorians, loita ma Equatoria atla bara. Atla bera. Loita der jan ligita maliju, we are ready to bizama taliju. Shukran.
Thank you. Well, we have, yes, we have exhausted the topic, and as usual, spoken a lot of things. And I appreciate you, General Charles, Mr. CJ, Mr. Bullen, Brother Escobar, Didi. Of course, these things is so much, and we have spoken a lot. I even had a question, maybe quickly, and please, if you can, because I put it in English, so if you can, it's just going to be quickly on that. Yeah. I think CJ mentioned something, and I was like, he talked about division. do you think this division is based of Equatoria, and this division is based of these people who try to create this division? Do you think it's division based on ideology, or is it based only because we are culturally built to follow leaders who have status? Because this is very important. This is very critical for us to know why we fail here as Equatorian. Because there is a failure, but also this failure is able to be corrected once people know the diagnosis of the sickness. So is it based on ideology or based on the cultural the cultural mindset or the cultural behavior that we have to, we have to always follow people with status? So I don't know what's your answer. Go ahead, Sipia.
Etika, your question on the division of Equatorians, it is not an ideology. It is based on interest. It is based on position seeking. It's based for the need for finances. It's based on nepotism. So, as a separatist, we as separatists, that one cannot distract us. Etika musita mneauka nasa gijeri makaram separation musina shakal makum musina nasa fi babur water.
Yes, I know. But I'm honored to be with you, brother. Thank you. Yes, it was a great talk, but I appreciate you because you always been in the right, but you just didn't understand at first. Yeah, I appreciate you.
So they can unity for Musifican division. So they will get us one by one. Don't worry. Name Sibas Nestemir. Nestemir with our campaign. Musukibel Akirvito, but the separatists jump on him. Jagulo, Walai Zatana Magaba, Kalamta, the system. Galana Magaba, Zatu Kalamta, separation there. Walana Magulo, Batalo, Quest. Musia? Ogal Kaman, Walekan Biga Mafi, registered and Quest, Walebele de Gesimu. Oh, Gesimu, they are coming. Can you Nestemir best? But let's not surrender to them. Mata kafu galde elda kelana morilo kalam hagiga. Oleda kofitai kelana morilo ajalu amul batal. Ne ina ma beyamsi mahaltani ekotura ma pun behareru one ina bimut zekilab made na taharir. No. They are just my baby. Let's stand on principles.
That's exactly. Yeah, the ethics, exactly. That's what we hold on. Because if we don't have that, we don't have anything. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, John Charles. I don't know if anyone have different thoughts in that or they. Okay,
no, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No,
I was just a quick comment. I was just laughing on that. But Charles is right. Like there's these people who are flip flopping. It's like, and especially when you see most of these people, they have enjoyed the period of the Kokora time. They have lived happily and peacefully, and they went to school. They enjoy all the benefit that Equatoria has offered, and now they speak something different anti-Equatoria. They speculate lies about Equatoria, and these are the people that live so happily. They most of their childhood and young adult and adulthood were in Equatoria, but today they're speaking lies about Equatoria, speculating lies and division among Equatorians, and this really it hurts me so badly. If I see the hard work of our fathers back then in Equatoria, it's so appalling to see these people. That's why I usually say good people die, and Satan has to be up here, because the scripture says Satan is is busy roaming up back and forth, around the earth, so creating all these problems, you see. Because how can you come from a place, your father's house, that was really a paradise? It was really, they fought hard for it. And Alela ita at the forefront, ita gihaki hajat really wrong things about speculating wrong lies about your father's house, about your own home. And you're telling people this and this and that. And then when people from outside started insulting Equatoria, then they will jump in and say, la, Equatoria, na, but you told these people. Yesterday, we watched you saying otherwise about Equatoria. But now you want to, change your statement again. So these are unstable people. These are untrustable people, you see. And we have a lot of them, you know, holding PhDs and stuff like that. They hear them will narrate a story that is really so terrifying and so terrible. But then their reasoning, just listen their conclusion and their reasoning. You will just want to fall dead in their reasoning, you know?
That's true.
And these are the people that I talked about that mostly these people in the revolution of Israel, when, you know, the exodus of Israel back, most of these people rest in peace. They never made it to the promised land, you know? And the worst part is, you know, even there are people that were attacking Israel. You know, Israel was having enemies from within and enemies from outside. I call them the Artites, the outside one, because their names are mostly end with Artites. And they were cursed that some of them will never see even salvation because of that. Because the worst part is when you are vulnerable, or you see a people vulnerable and you are attacking on these people. You're selling these people out. And yet these people are vulnerable. They're dying. They're crying. And you're shutting their cry down. You're pretending, you know. You're pretending that we don't have people suffering. Everybody's suffering. Yet your own people are suffering. You see? And this brings me to the question of, has Satan brought us together or God brought us together? Because if that's God, surely there will be peace in the country. There will be peace in the land. But what we have here is the apocalypse horse, the one that brings, the other one brings death, the other one brings war, the other one brings famine, the other one brings sickness, and followed forth and forth and forth. These are the prophecies that follow them, the wicked ones. That's not the hand of God. That's blasphemy to say that God brought us together, because God has known and always know where he put everybody and where everybody should live. And because he knows everybody, their behavior and how they live, their identity, and their how their culture is. So I'm just saying that for Equatorians, even to want to have a movement or a party, Equatorians will have to be brave and strong. They should not throw pity party around. They should not confuse themselves. You will have to be a warrior. You will have to be, a Godzilla. You will have to protect yourself. You will have to prove yourself. You see? Prove yourself first in the face of the earth that you're a salvation. Then you can offer salvation to the other person. But otherwise, you cannot sing a salvation that you cannot even drop a pity blood of it. Yet you're bleeding over there. You cannot even salve yourself. You cannot bandage yourself. You will have to prove yourself first, your strength first. Save yourself first. And people, as a human being, we understood this. Even, don't you see, even the thief on the cross, as a human being, the human nature, he told Mashiach what? He said, save yourself. I understand what he said was wrong, but because he was looking from the eye of the human. Because I always say this, I said, when it comes to God, it's by faith. But when it comes to a human being, it's by sight. You have to believe them first. But when it comes to God, it's by faith. So this is what I'm saying. Equatorians will have to be savior, salvation to themselves first. They will have to be strong. Then you can say you want to save Upper Nile, you want to save Bahar al-Ghazal. Yesterday, Bahar al-Ghazal was bleeding. They were killing themselves. Upper Nile were killing themselves. The people that you're following around misleading you were crying last night. Were you able to save them?
They showed their tribalists. Yesterday.
Yeah. They were fighting back and forth within each other. And they're holding you hostage. And then that brings me to the racing dog. The racing dogs that I mentioned. They will put you ahead there so that to trap all Equatorians running, chasing after this prize. But then by the end of the line, when you reach, they will move you out. They did that with us. They did that with us before Kokora and after Kokora, in the SPLA, and they did it again now. They did it with Lagu, they did it with many people, they did that. They will allow you to be there, just a puppet, so that to trap Equatorians to chase after you like the racing dogs. By the time you race there, you'll find the story is different. Equatoria will have to prove themselves first. In order, even you want to have a leader that you want to back, that to be a leader for South Sudan, you'll have to have the backbone. People will have to fear you in order for you to be salvation for people. But it don't take you to do customer kina sakit bas. Misleading people, hypnotizing people. Yani tibtaga zubun bahki gisa, or be condemn all the things that happen. But then at the end of his reasoning is something else, or you already burned their PhD out. And you just tell them rest in peace. Because you know these are the generation of the would-be priests or wanna-be priests, the one in the wilderness that made Israel to stay in the desert for 40 years more when they were supposed to made it in shorter time. And these kind of people will rest in peace soon. Because the people of Equatoria have suffered enough. In this damn reasoning, the people of Equatoria have suffered. If we have our own military, Equatoria or Equatorial Defense Forces, or Equatorial Liberation Movement, or something like that, that we have gotten somewhere, then you will say that, I'm going to save the entire country. Then you can say that. Nobody will stop you, like I said. We cannot do reverse psychology backwards, saying, Gali, I want to try it from this and then come to this, and then the last one we will go to that. But we have tried all this. Even federalism is being practiced in South Sudan today. It's not working. States have been created. It's not working. It proves to you, who are you going to do these things with? Most the same people who were there? It's not going to work. It's not going to work, absolutely. These people are so slippery, even combo ma bigder big tam. Combo bigta bamia bigta haja tana lakin zatu nazar la yuk namman. Itam taqdar mam. Ita بتبقوا بيجاي وبيطلع بهناك. Ita بتمشي بهناك وبيجي بيجاي. أصلا أنت بتعرف agenda توشنو. But the reasoning that we have as the Equatorian is not good enough. It's not cutting. That's why we hold no respect. We hold no respect because we will have to prove ourselves. And when we're talking about improving ourselves, some people like to hijack people all the time to corner people into South Sudan stuff. And this is why it's not working with us. When we're talking Equatorian thing, we're making sure that we're talking about Equatoria to save itself, Equatoria to be very powerful, one voice stronger. Before you move ahead, now you're an army commander who does not have any strategy. You have no proper lead. But then you're moving into battles that you cannot fight. You do not do that. You don't have a backup plan. You're not covered. Your back is not covered. The enemy is roaming around you, encircle you. But then you say you're in a war. You want to fight the entire enemy. How do you do that? You will have to corner the enemy. You will have to make sure that the enemy is not around you. Nobody's behind you when you're shooting. Do that, and then you can begin to start from those things like federalism or confederalism and stuff like that, because you have known that you have proved it within Equatoria and it has worked. But this fruit has never been tested yet. Then you said you're jumping ahead. This is our problem that we're telling Equatorians. We are so scattered. And the minute Equatorians sit down, they say they're mourning, they're crying, they're paying now. Yes, we understand Equatoria is bleeding, but do you even understand the stage of the bleeding? Do you even begin to understand the answer to the bleeding? Do you know how to resolve this bleeding? Do you know who's in your house? You don't know who's in your house. You don't know who's under your bed. You don't know. But then you say, because Equatoria is bleeding, you'll have to involve yourself in the stories and history of Upper Nile. How do you then save Equatoria? How do you then save Upper Nile? How do you then save Bahr al-Ghazal? This is just the question, to be or not to be. Well, that's the question. How do you save yourself? How do you save the rest? Yesterday, they killed themselves. Why are the Equatorians not to save? Why Equatorians are not saving them? Why? Because you're saviors. You got the balls for saving people. You're the good people. Why don't you save them? You're crying before God always. Why your prayers are not answered? Because God has always told you, have given you conviction, but you're cowards. You're just busybody. Very busy bodies. You don't want to deal with reality. This is our problem. We do not want to deal with reality, whether the adults, whether the older generation. People just want to lakbit nufusum sawa. Ita btaarf munu ya munu. عشان بس هو الواحد تاني ما يصحي هو التاني قال إنت قالتان. So people have to be in the same level. That's why I say this generation to confuse and they must rest in peace. So that Equatorian children can return back home. As long as they do not rest in peace, these Equatorian children will not return home. And may God hear this cry, Stanaste. As long as they're still up here being busybodies, these kids will never return home. Those people suffering in the camps will never return home. The nation that have been blessed with people, ya jama. Ya jama, ita بترجع كيف في بيتك وتتمشي تقعد مع زول تاني اللي عنده أصلا عنده بيته. ita بتقعد برا والزول ده قاعد جوا. وانت قاعد بالليل انت ما قادر تنوم. كيف يعني؟ This is just not cutting it at all. This is not right. Something is just not right with us. We have to figure something out right. But because this is not making sense to me. It's not making sense. We are avoiding the reality of the issues that we need to face, that we need to strengthen ourselves first. We have to be strong. And for order to do that, even if we have to segregate ourselves by ourselves and retrain ourselves, you know, if your heart is too you know, if you like to love too much, maybe, well, take a knife and stick it to her heart. Let the love die. If your problem is love, let it die. That way you can save yourself, because you're loving South Sudan too much, way too much before you could love yourself. Even it's written, love thy neighbor as you love yourself. What does that mean? You have to love yourself enough, then you can love the neighbor. It's very hypocrite. No one can say you love yourself more than anybody. I mean, loving somebody more than you know. This is a law of a nature that has been put in us. Everything that you guys talk about, it, love, munu, these are all laws. These are all laws, spiritual laws. You have to love yourself first before you love somebody else's nature. You get up, you feed yourself, something, flies through your eyes, you blink your eyes automatic, your reflexes come in, kick in. That's protecting yourself, loving yourself. You have to love yourself. Even in the plane, you're told to save yourself first before you save the next person. Because while you're trying to save somebody else, you might die on the way and you never help anybody. So these are the principles. You want to save the entire country, save yourself. Prove it, save yourself first. Get these people out of your land. You've always been Marasla, in between this Arjamek, this Artigong, this Munu, and you love to quote these things, which has nothing to do with you, by the way. When you were there, you were just there, coordinating between the two. Your name is not mentioned. Your issues are not mentioned. Because these people knew has nothing to do with you. You're just facilitating. Oh, we talk Manasdel there, then Nasriak said this, then Nasdak said this. They were arguing, they were doing this, they were Takianin. Then what is your part in it? Because you're not part and partial of this mashakil. It's not about you. You need to wake up and begin to look, how did you ended up fitting in this mashakil? Stop blaming Riak, stop blaming the other side. Stop it. Stop blaming the other side, the left and the right. They know what they are doing. And they have stated it. The reason why they're holding us hostage, because they want to do revenge. Revenge will go on and on and on. That's why we could not separate. This is their motive. And some people love us to be in this revenge things. We're believing that we're saving, we're being good people, but then we've been used for revenge. This is the whole motive why we've been held as hostages. Because they just want to go on and fight. ما في زول انت بتقتل زول اهله كتير يلا قال زول ده ما repay you back. Look into the history of Nazi. We don't know. You don't know the whole entire story. We don't even up to today. We don't know. But we're just jumping in. We're taking sides, taking sides, taking side. And we're complicating matters for ourselves. So I'll just leave it here and I'll just say that, Equatorians, we have a long way to go. Long way to go for you to give people orders, You'll have to be powerful. Even for a man to marry a woman, you have to be in a very powerful position. I'm not saying abusive position. I'm not saying manipulation. I'm not saying that. But you'll have to be capable. You'll have to able to finance. You will have to able to be responsible in a lot of things. You see, this is just the nature. This is just part of it. In order for you to be respected, in order for you to be trusted, that you're a responsible person. But now you could not even be responsible on your own self, not even on your own children, not even on your wife, not even on your parents. Your parents are raped you left and right. Your grandmothers are raped left and right. Your wives are raped, your children, and you here not thinking about it. It is Sarhan, you're thinking about it, God is Kayil Mazoltani Bayid, and the same Zolal is doing these things. They're doing it to themselves because this is what they used to do. It's just the business of the day. They're getting on with business. With the hina, you're thinking about them and they here doing it to you. بيجي بقدوك ذاته they rape you on top of it. يلا انت بشاكل إيكواتوريا تاني القادي يزعل. And حاجة اللي بوجهني أكتر حاجة ده بالذات أنا if I'm seeing people trying to, especially a man trying to harass a woman who's fighting for the reasons that the men of Equatorians are getting backbreaking. They're getting raped. Trying to stop you not to be raped. And you're angry, you're harassing me, you're insulting me. You speak of nonsense stuff, you speak of my vagina, you speak of a lot of things and stuff like that, and yet you're getting raped in your butt. And I'm here angry about that. And I'm here not sleeping because of that. I'm here speaking. Sometimes I'm here, I'm a woman. Sometimes I get sick, I've got my periods and stuff. I speak here, I faint, I get up, sweating and stuff because I should be resting, but I'm talking. You see, moving because of the men that are getting raped. Sometimes I don't even know myself, but I come back and I pick up as I'm going. And you here harassing me, calling me stuff. You here harassing the other women of Equatoria, calling shame on you, the men of Equatoria. Shame on you. You have nothing to do but just you belittle yourself to bullying women. But a man would stand in front of you and rape you and you do nothing. But you bully a woman. And this is what you guys are known of. Abusers abusing women and bully women. But you cannot stand up and fight a man that comes to your house. You cannot. You cannot at all. You cannot. But then you can belittle yourself, belittle your manhood, you put it down, and then bully a woman. That is fighting for you. You see? You could not reason at all. You could not. You could not even appreciate the women of Equatorians that are of Equatoria that are putting the effort. You could not. All you live is in a la-la land. And you wonder why you're not respected. You wonder why you're not respected by the other men. You wonder why. You're insulted day in and day out, day in and day out. You wonder why Goliath, the empty shell, is insulting you. Because you show no respect for yourself, no respect for your women. And you love your enemy better than you love yourself. You flip-flopping everywhere. Everywhere you're flip-flopping, you're defending your enemy so high that I sometimes caught some people saying, we're not like the separatists. We don't have problem with Dinka. For us, we love Dinkas. We don't like the separatists. We hate them. Some people even say that they want the separatists to be burned alive. Imagine. And I'm here singing. Like I said, sometimes I'll faint and even wake up from my fainting and start talking with sweat dripping over my body. But yet you don't see these things because we don't talk about these things. We here neglecting our families and do back, the backstage things that we do, and then come back and talk. And then, you meet us and then you think that this is it. Because you're too faithful, supporting your friend, your relative, the friend of your friend, but you're not thinking about the bigger picture, what is happening, how are we going to be? But then don't even dream about it, that the work of separatists will just finish here. Our work is not finished here. Even though whether you win or we win, our job is not finished. It's not finished. We have some silent assignment that will happen within there. It's never going to finish this job because there are some people need to be dealt with. It will never finish even if it has to go into generations. Some people need to be dealt with because lessons need to be learned. Equatoria will never be in this stage of reverse psychology all the time. Reverse psychology, when we enter into a place whereby we're supposed to be in a peace, there you go, somebody else reverses us back to zero, to level zero. For what reason? You don't know. What do you benefit? We don't. Now, some people who brought us in this situation, some of them died and leaving Equatorians inheriting this mashakil firasum. For what? For what pleasure do we owe you to put us in this situation, to put these people in this situation? You love the Upper Nile so much, you love the Bahar al-Ghazal so much, pack your luggages and move. Move over there and live with them. You love them so much, they're related to you, pack and go. But to what pleasure does an Equatorian child owe you for you to love these people so much and see these people suffering in the camp? To what pleasure do they owe you? To what pleasure, really? Ask yourself. You love these people so much, move and live with them. Why are you here beating your mouth here? Like I say every day, it's not Equatoria to get out of South Sudan. It's South Sudan which is within Equatoria. We sometimes get it wrong, the separatists. We usually say we will separate, we will pack and go. But it's not us leaving. It's people within Equatoria that we're trying to give them warnings to leave Equatoria. We're trying to tell them politely to get out of Equatoria. Right now, there is no Equatoria in other places. The only Equatorians that are in Upper Nile, Bahar al-Ghazal, these are people who have been deployed against their will. Against their will. But South Sudan is within Equatoria. So stop it. Kalam kalamat mo gulub fi rasnas. It's South Sudan which has to leave Equatoria. Because we are right at home. How can I leave home when I'm at home? Nobody should come there and tell me home in my own home. So especially those people who have, I call them these people who have disorders, what do you call them? The multi-personality syndrome, the MPS. This MPS has to correct themselves. You have to correct yourself so quickly. You have to know that you have to back yourself up, even if you have to support your leader. But you have to know that you need Equatoria. And you need Equatoria to be healthy and safe. Equatoria cannot be in ICU or ED, and then from there it's bleeding in the ED emergency, and you're here saying, Gali, you have Equatoria to go and save other places. No way. Equatoria is already in ED, emergency, in a life support. And you're here beating your mouth in lies. You must rest in peace. You must sign the documents and rest in peace, because you are a problem. You must rest in peace. May the angel of death visit you. Because otherwise, it'll change your strategy. You change your strategy and begin to stand straight. Because we cannot win this war if we keep having double mind, confused mind. And we have people confusing people all the time. Going to get people from, I don't know, behind, from I don't know where, from cave and coming up, voicing themselves, speaking, kalamat moglub, kef. You see, like, how can you say, like Charles say, how can you say, I am appointed by Riek, but yet I cannot go work there because of insecurity. Yet in your own home in Equatoria, you cannot go. But yet you're saying you love these people, you want them to stay. But you know these people are never going to stay in peace. That's what I'm saying. May the angel of death surpass these those that having the righteous those that having the hearts for Equatoria. Because I had enough. Sometimes you feel frustrated, You feel frustrated. You think that, our elders would reason without reasoning. You think they will see that way. Some of them, like there are some good people that see this thing straight head on. But some of them just cannot. Because they are afraid of isolation. They're afraid of harassment. They're afraid to be targeted. You just have to speak the truth. And usually what I know that the truth does not need you even to say a lot or to argue. Your answer is just going to be yes is yes, no is no. Further than that, you don't need to argue anything. You don't need to convince anybody. But people are afraid of isolation. People are afraid to be targeted. People are afraid to be bullied. Then who are you? You have no identity then. Who are you? Are you really standing as a man before your house? Or are you standing as a woman before your house? Do you look at yourself in the mirror comfortable? Do you live with yourself comfortable? My fine line is Equatoria have to heal itself first. Before you render peace to somebody, you have to have peace at home. But now we don't have. We don't have peace. All we have is we like circus. Where there is a circus where we are, and then we begin to talk ourselves how mighty we are, how we are, and we are loving people, and then we invite people come and insult us, and we're confused, and then we say, yeah, stuff. And then we turn around and we insult ourselves. That's not leadership. That's not leadership to save yourself. That's not leadership. To free yourself, you do not come up here and put yourself on a hill with your enemy and insult yourself, insult your children, belittle your people. You're supposed to encourage people. You're supposed to lift their morale up. You're supposed to do everything in your power to make sure that you have drawn Equatoria together. Leave the person that want to go for union, let them go. But if you say you're standing for Equatoria, and if you're the person for union, you need to know that Equatoria come first. If you go to Upper Nile for them, when they have their movement, they come first. They're so faithful to themselves. This union thing is a second hand to them. But why in Equatoria, union is the number one, is your identity. You cannot do that. We cannot be held hostage by other people telling us left, we go left, right, we go right. We cannot. I'll just leave it here. Oh, now I'll just say that, if anything that we say and we hurt somebody, I'm sorry. I really take on full responsibility and say I'm sorry. There's no way to run away from this, but we have to face each other head on. Really, we have to. So I'll leave it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Didi. Our Facebook, just want to remind you, our Facebook, I think it's ended over there, so I'll just gonna brief, before I finalize, I want to appreciate everybody who's with us here. Thank you so much. Let me hear from Uncle Bullen or Elder Bullen, and then from there, I will put my final thoughts, and thank you, Didi. Thank you, Mr. CJ. Thank you, Escobar. If you have anything else that you can add quickly, so I can, because we finished, the Facebook broadcast just ended 8 hours. So, but go ahead, Uncle Bullen, your final thoughts. If possible.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Didi. That was phenomenal. It touched me so deep.